My opinion of the current SA Pro scene is obviously a little bit tainted now that Bravado's left. Unfortunately, there's a lot of brain drain in losing, particularly Seam and Donny, one to the international circuit and one getting married. And that means they will be able to help establish some new key players, some new strong teams, and that's pretty good in itself. In my opinion, I think the best player in South Africa at the moment is probably Castaway. He's definitely mechanically gifted and he will certainly drop some knowledge bombs on you as well. The Winter Cup, I think the top 4 finishers will likely be XC, Energy, Bravado and White Rabbit Gaming. I think that'll probably be in that order as well, White Rabbit Gaming coming tops. But I think what's probably more important is not where you finish, but who you want to beat if you intend to finish first. And in this case, to win this tournament, I think you need to beat White Rabbit Gaming. Hey guys, my name's Devin Helbert Rigotti, and I'm a Dota 2 caster from Cape Town, and I'll be your Dota 2 caster at the Mega8 Winter Cup.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day here at the Mega8 Winter Cup. My name is Helbert, and I'm joined once more by Prophecy, Snare, and Donny. Welcome back to the panel, gents.
Morning, morning.
Hello. So, Devin, what happened? I thought you were casting.
Nice interview, dude.
Yeah, no, things changed. Things changed. So, patches, I guess Castaway's favorite heroes for this particular game, and what I was doing at this event. So let's do that again, I guess. Hi there, I'm Helbert, and I'll be your panel host for the Mega8 Winter Cup.
Yeah.
Obviously, we are in the final day here, gentlemen. It's quite an important one, of course. We'll have the low bracket finals, and then the grand finals. It's as with the business side, and it's kind of the 3 teams we expected to be here.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's this, much like last week, it's the same 3 teams. White Rabbit obviously waiting in the finals for the challenges. I think this is going to be a very, very interesting game, though, because Ian was not pleased at the fact that they lost last week to the Ecstasy boys. And Ecstasy is looking to kind of prove that last week wasn't a fluke. We are this good. We are going to be the second team in the country. And I think there's a lot to play for. Energy have had their ups and downs. Their ups have looked spectacular, but their downs have kind of looked just about as spectacularly bad as their ups have.
So let's discuss what you just mentioned. Energy versus XC. They've played before. Last time, XC getting the better of them. Do you guys feel that... I mean, you mentioned that you feel that Energy, obviously, this is a bit of like a revenge match for them. But how do you guys think this is going to go down?
Well, like, for sure, the revenge thing. I mean, like, you saw that interview Doom Bunny gave with Strike, or pre-game. I mean, I spoke to the Energy players, and they think that was quite the disrespectful thing to do. And personally, from my point of view, I think that's very disrespectful, right? I'm obviously a controversial personality in the scene. People think I flame a lot, but I mean, obviously, I've never actually flamed in-game. I think you need to be, you need to be a good sport in-game. And when you're around your team, sure, you can flame whoever, builds team building and all that stuff like that. But I think that was obviously just like not a good thing to do from his part. And I think that actually, Energy is pretty annoyed by that. And I think they want to make XC eat their words.
Yeah.
So let's chat a little bit about that last encounter. So XC, I think they were pretty dominant. Would you agree in that?
Yeah, they looked pretty dominant, but again, it's Energy, like Donny was saying yesterday. It's kind of like a coin flip. What are they? Friday they look
Which
bad.
energy are we getting today?
It's like Friday they look bad. Yesterday they look good, and then it's like, okay, it's day 3. Is it going to land on the side or is it going to land heads?
So I mean, something we spoke about before is that we felt they were quite an emotional side. How do you think this factors into today's matchup?
For sure. When I was with Odu was in my team, right, with Bravado, and we were definitely an emotional side. We hated losing. It was never like angry emotion. It was more like, let's just not talk for a day or 2 or a week. Just not talk to each other. So I think he definitely hates losing. Yeah, obviously there's pride involved, there's egos, and I think yeah, they want to live up to their own expectations, I guess.
I think also it's like simpler for them, this particular matchup, because they've been playing best of ones like the entire day yesterday. It takes a lot of pressure off your back when you know you can go into a best of 3. You don't have to put all your eggs in the one basket. And yesterday, some of the a bit clowny plays, some of them that we saw from Energy, I think were only due to the fact that they knew you're in a best of 1, you lose this, you go home, you don't want to make any crucial game-losing throws. So now that they have some stability, you know that losing game 1, not the end of the world, we can come back and win in game 2. It might actually lead them to be playing to play a lot more stable Dota. Probably they'll see less throws, we'll see less like late-minute buybacks that don't really accomplish anything. Going to be, I think, better Dota overall from Energy. But that being said, an emotional side might actually benefit from that one game pressure, knowing that one game might make us lose. So again, I think the difficulty is when you're talking about Energy, it's always about inconsistency. You don't know which Energy you're going to get. Are we going to get the Energy that benefits from having 3 games to really strategize the win, or we're going to get the Energy that kind of needs that one game, loses and you're out kind of pressure to win the game?
A good example of how you should see Energy is when yesterday Chosen One, when he side blades the creep to get the invis zero, he killed him right. Pro play. Then they win a fight mid, he dies, buys back, and nearly throws the game. That's Energy in a nutshell. He's great, and then suddenly, what's going on? You know?
So moments of brilliance and moments of stupidity.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Again, as you mentioned, we were chatting a little bit about XC. They want to prove that their previous performances weren't a fluke. But I mean, do you guys feel that they actually need to? I mean, do we not say that XC have reached the point where we're expecting them to be the second place finish this weekend?
I think, like, the problem that it's shown is that Ian's taken a game off of White Rabbit game. Ian has looked like a stronger side. XTC last week beat Ian in 2 clean games and then have fallen apart against White Rabbit Gaming in most of them. Like, yesterday's game 2, the first half of game 2 was the best Dota I've seen from XTC this year, right? And then the last half of game 2 was XTC.
Right? Just carrying them to victory.
Well, it's like
Oh, right.
the next half of game 2 was basically the XTC that we've seen every single game against White Rabbit Gaming. It's like panicky. They don't know what they're doing. They're trying to play, super safe. Deppy's getting over aggressive because he's trying to make something happen. Adestam arriving to fights late the whole time. That's basically XTC in a nutshell against every team. Against White Rabbit Gaming and not against any other team. So they need to figure out what it is about White Rabbit that's causing them to play like that. And the first step is to beat an Energy side that they have beaten before. They need to now prove it. Like, last week wasn't a fluke. We are better than Energy, and we are consistently better than Energy.
I don't think people should be using the word fluke. I mean, these teams are obviously on this similar level, right? They are like second, third, fourth, They obviously, it's like 50-50 according to Strike in that interview. He said it could be either team could win. So he knows that like they have the capability of winning, and he knows that XC can beat them. So it's not like if they lose, then they're like, no, you just got lucky. I think both teams realize they're capable of losing to each other, except maybe Doom Bunny, who thinks Strike doesn't understand Dota.
I think part of the thing for XCC in this particular game is, sure, you want to be able to prove that you are that good, but I think it mostly has to do with they need to be able to prove that they are consistent. Because, like Prophecy was mentioning, they keep falling apart versus WRG, right? And I think that's much worse for them overall for a team. To know that losing is one thing, right? But to know that there's one particular team that makes you look bad at Dota when you're actually not. So I think figuring out how to, even in a loss, look convincing, look strong, look like you're actually getting better. Because yesterday it felt like after the first loss, it was like, well, this is over. There's no way that they're going to come back from this. But I think getting to the point where even after you lose game 1, it doesn't feel like you've just lost the series. You know that game 1 loss doesn't really mean that much. You can still come back. You can still analyze your opponent, learn from your loss immediately afterwards and come back. Because I don't think XCC's actually won any series where they lose game 1. I think if XCC loses game 1, they always lose 2-0. But
did you think like losing game 1 for Energy would be more catastrophic for them? Because they would feel more sad, right? I think if they won game 1, then they'll be super hyped and they'll carry the momentum. I think both teams, they're more momentum based, right?
Yeah, both teams are kind of like in that fashion, So I think actually it'll be interesting to see if both of them come up in that way that if you lose game 1, so I don't think it's unlikely we see 2-1 today. I think both teams get super depressed.
I think if it does go 2-1, it's going to be a good couple of games.
Yeah.
But the likelihood is probably going to be a 2-0 to one of the teams.
I mean, how drastic does it have to be? I mean, I think I almost agree that if a team gets stumped in the first one, that they would just be like, okay, well, whatever, and just almost like roll out of
things like that have huge hits on morale. I mean, I've been on the receiving end of a stump, and no one wants to speak. Like, you're like, morale is super low, and no one's like, we can do it, guys. Everyone's just like, let's just get this over with. It's like, let's just get through
The problem is, I think the team more likely to stomp here is Energy, though. Like, if it's going to be a stomp, Energy is going to be doing the stomping. XTC doesn't really have that play style where they're just trying to run over you. They always seem like they beat you by grinding you out, and then beating you with big plays later on. So I think right now, if Energy has a good game 1, they're going to be on fire in game 2, and I think XC probably won't be able to live with it.
Do you think we'll see a step up from Adestam and Skynet today? I mean, Adestam stepped up kind of in the last game.
Step up, Skynet needs to
Skynet needs
step up his game.
Step up, I think.
I do think, though, that if Energy gets stomped, I think that's the one condition where we might see a 2-1. I think if they get stomped, they'll get super mad. They'll be like, whatever, screw these guys. Like, we can't let them beat us like this. And then they'll come back super hard. I think XCC is the type of team that if they lose a long, drawn-out, grind grindy game that really wears on their nerves, because now you know when you know sometimes you're in a game, right, and you know 20 minutes before the loss that you're going to lose, and I think that'll really wear on the energy type of players. Whereas XCC are comfortable playing like long drawn out games, like that's what the kind of order they play. So if they lose under those conditions, they'll be like, whatever, we knew what we were doing, we can still come back and do something else. But then if they get stomped, then XCC is going to be the ones just going super quiet in the team speak, not doing anything, and just being like, let's just get this over with.
Don't you think when we watched those games yesterday, I think Energy is like better at taking fights, like they're better at fighting. And if you watch some of XCC's fights, they choose the oddest fights, they go in at different times, they miss core spells. I don't know, it's crazy. It seems like Energy, their supports set up a lot of their fights, key fights, and Darren especially, he hits his spells. You know, not a flame to Scarnet, but I mean, Scarnet was not hitting spells at all.
Wasn't performing this weekend. And Skynet, like, I think the surprising thing is, for a long time, Skynet felt like the rock of the team. Like, felt like any time that XCC was actually getting any big engagements going, it came down to Skynet with incredible initiation. But this weekend,
and the thing is, Skynet's also their tempo controller. Like, you know, the thing is, White Rabbit Gaming uses a player like Castaway to do it for them, whereas XCC, they've put that position on the offlaner, and when he's not doing the work for you, like, okay, you have lots of damaged heroes, and then Skynet's not providing anything.
So let's talk a little bit about those heroes. So we have, I mean, obviously there's quite a competitive sort of nature of Dota, in the sense that we have some like really high-profile heroes at the moment, and then it becomes more flexible after you get past the first couple of picks. The thing that stands out to me, of course, is the likes of the SF Clockwork combination at this point. Knowing these players, what do you think the highly contested heroes are going to be?
SF, Clockwork,
Legion.
Ricky, I think. Ricky's been so popular, and surprisingly, I mean, it's been working out for a lot of these teams, right? Except for the Mikasa game. I think that was the only Ricky we saw that really got shut down. But that was more so that Energy were playing well. You know, the Knicks was shutting him down.
I think possibly we'll see
Legion
Warlock
Commander,
as well. LC, yeah, definitely
Warlock.
LC. Warlock's going to be highly contested.
Trent definitely bad.
That's not even a hero. It's just like, maybe Jakiro. I have a feeling like both teams, that this is the type of contest between the teams, right, that you kind of need to be able to take objectives off the fights. And I think one of the weaknesses of both of their drafts coming up to this point is that neither of them have really looked strong at taking objectives after winning team fights. So I think they probably know that, and they probably know you can't go up against WRG in the final not having objective-taking ability. So having a hero like Jakiro helps in the laning phase as well as taking towers like very quickly in the early game.
Have you noticed with the Jakiro, I mean, in the early parts of the tournament, people were picking it. Now the later parts, no one's picking it.
No one's touching
Like, I think people are just like, nope, I'm not doing this anymore. We're not winning games with it. I think people are just, they feel like they're uncomfortable in there. They don't understand what it's meant to do. So then they're just going back to comfort picks. That's why we're seeing more Ricky and stuff like that. So I think Rasta is as well coming out.
But remember the game where Dota and Dinosaur played Jakiro? That was, I think, besides yesterday, that was probably their best game, like that XCC's played. Like they just destroyed that game with Jakiro. So I don't know why they haven't picked it again. It looks so strong with them.
I don't know. It's a weird one. Like, the problem is for me with Jakiro is that he kind of emphasizes that, you know, he kind of speeds up the game because you usually want to use him to kind of push and set up fights. And XCC doesn't look like that kind of team when they're playing, especially White Rabbit Gaming. They play this very, very passive stuff. And I don't know, I'm not a big fan of that against White Rabbit. White Rabbit learned last year that you need to get aggressive. If you get up in someone's face, they're very likely to crumble. And right now, it doesn't seem as though XCC knows what they're doing against that style of play.
Yeah. And they might struggle a bit against Energy. Like, I was thinking about the games last night, right? That game, which game was it where Chidawi played Nyx Assassin? Was it game 1 versus XCC? Yeah.
I think so. It was game 1.
Didn't that game actually feel like an Energy game? Like, if I blinded the teams, right, and took away all the team names, and I just said, look at this game, look at how hard they're stomping.
That was Invoker mid, though.
Yeah. With the Invoker, besides Invoker, because Cosplay Invoker is pretty unique, but just the way that they were moving around the map, it felt a lot like an Energy game when Energy's on form.
Yeah.
Like, so I think if they can bring that kind of style, it can be really beneficial. So I think WRG probably learns as well, because normally I'm not used to Chidawi being a player that doesn't actually farm. That just walks around trying to control the map. Normally he's trying to get something from himself, but that game he was very selfless, and that's something that's quite rare there to see out of Chidawi. But if it was Energy, it would be like, oh, okay, this is just
Do you think
how it
it was
happens.
more XC actually like finding a way in their draft to actually limit the strength of WRG's dual lanes? You saw, I don't think
this is also true.
Chidawi actually had a good time in both those games. He was very basically like a non-feature, I would say. Like, I mean, he did work, like he did what he could, but I mean, he wasn't like just running rampant, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's what some Energy can learn from those games. Try and figure out how they did that, what bans they did, and yeah.
So let's move that on then to the sort of key player matchups. If you, I mean, we're talking a little bit about Chidawi and whatnot, but let's bring this back to where with our current team is to talk about who in these matches do you think could have this sort of upper hand or give their team the upper hand by outperforming their significant other.
Well, Dreamy and Addiston. I think Dreamy is probably. I've not been so sold in his career in the past. I feel like it's up and down. He's obviously new to the role. I think it'll take him some time to actually be one of the greats at it. But I feel like this tournament,
Yeah, he's
I've
been the
watched
best
him
carrier.
play. I feel like I've been watching him. He outperformed Walp in a lot of games. Walp
Yeah.
was not, except for the Razor game, Walp went completely ham.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like he's been playing really well. And obviously his team's been supporting him to play well, right? It's not just him. But I feel like he's been playing better than Adestam. I think that matchup favors him.
Yeah, he's been more stable than Adestam has. Adam's been very, very up and down. Like sometimes he'll have a good game. Like his Juggernaut again was decent, and then
And then
the
he did
second
some
half of the
crazy
game you
things.
were just like, what is going on, guys? Because it was bad.
Right, so I guess we're just about to go into our draft as well. Let's make those final predictions, lads.
I'm going to go 2-0 Energy.
Yeah, I think I'm going to also go 2-0 Energy. I just think that Ecstasy, that second half of last night's second game, I just don't think it's going to do. It's going to stick in their minds, and they're going to probably overthink. And
If Energy play like they did yesterday, 2-0 Energy.
If Energy win game 1, 2-1 Energy, no 2-0 Energy. If they lose 2-1 Ecstasy.
Right, so you guys are not committing very much, but fine,
I
whatever.
just like-
But let's
Who
flip
knows
to the
what
draft,
energy I'm going
right?
to get?
Yeah, well,
It's a gamble.
Flip a coin, right? So for those of you just tuning in and those tuning in game, welcome. This is XTC Gaming versus NG Sport here at the Mega8 Winter Cup lower bracket finals. And yeah, we expect a tree ban.
Yeah, I don't know why they. I think the only thing that XCC has to decide, they're trying to think, will Energy ban it? So you're basically taking the gamble, like we can try ban something else. You hope Energy ban tree, but then hopefully you can actually get tree if you're XCC side. Like the team that has second pick, I think, is under more pressure to ban the tree. I don't think you have to if you're first pick. So
But we've actually seen it banned first up quite often.
Right,
So
Rust,
I'm wondering if you actually how comfortable they're going to be if they actually end up getting the tree. Because how much can they possibly play this hero if
It's not hard to
never
play.
picked up?
Have we even seen Energy pick roster? I don't think we've seen them pick it once.
No, they go, like, if they get first pick, they almost
Get like
always
Warlock.
go with Warlock.
Warlock,
Yeah.
yeah.
If Warlock's available, obviously.
Yeah,
I mean,
but-
and they like that just seems weird. Their lane sports have been like CM, Warlock. What else does Strike play? I've only actually seen him play those two.
Yeah,
heroes.
CM,
Like,
Warlock,
there's
yeah.
mostly those two heroes there.
I think the idea that XCC banning Rasta, they're showing that they don't want to play against high tempo Energy lineup. They don't want to. It's clear now. XCC, I think we'll see the second ban, but I think they want to play a long game. Probably see Adestam one of his old school Sven anti-maze type carries.
Have you noticed Chelsea's back to drafting? Chosen One was actually drafting recently. They swapped over to him, so now I guess he's swapped back. They just swapping.
Who was drafting yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure actually. I just assumed
No,
it was Chosen
Chelsea.
One.
No, it was Chelsea.
Was it
Who is
Chelsea? Okay.
Wonder why.
Oh,
Maybe they were losing. They were doing quite badly in scrims and stuff. So maybe they thought Chosen One was the reason. Could
Well,
be.
Chelsea's
Maybe
been
he's-
drafting well,
Yeah.
playing better.
Chosen
but
One's as bad
drafting-
as drafting as he is at Rust.
Yeah. Chelsea's actually been remarkably consistent this tournament.
Yeah.
Actually,
He's been the best off
I'd
laner.
say
hasn't he?
even beyond that, he's just of late in general been a very, very solid player.
Proper
And it's
brand.
kind of weird for him, right? I mean, I'm not sure if you guys would agree with me, but Luck has always kind of been the unreliable
There
guy.
we go. Coddle has not gotten through, for anyone except for the WRG game, I think.
Yeah,
The one
this is
WRG.
the first game that Coddle got through. Yeah.
No, second game.
So, yeah.
Energy
And
getting the Knicks
Knicks.
that Chelsea did huge
Yeah,
work on
he
yesterday.
did a lot of work on that.
And also one here is that is good against the Kotl. I mean, we don't talk about that very often
yeah.
because Kotl isn't exactly like, until recently at least, hasn't exactly been this like super high profile pick.
Well, it has. It's for a while, hasn't it? It's been
Yeah,
a-
for a while,
for a long
everyone just
time.
keeps banning it though.
Yeah,
like-
it's super annoying. It's like the most annoying. SA teams value it super highly. I think more so than the international scene because I don't know. Every team I'm speaking to, it's like Coddle's the most annoying hero on earth. Just the Mana League and the
Minor League,
Blast.
great vision.
Yeah.
Like now you might have to go up against Coddle LC in the lane. It's going to be super terrible for Energy.
I think they got a comfort because Warlock. I guess they had
Yeah.
to trade Legion and I guess
I'm not
that's
sure
the,
that's
the
worth
cost of the Night Stalker, right? They
Yeah.
banned Night Stalker. I'm not sure why, but
No, I mean, the thing is, if Energy was that confident in Chelsea's Legion, they would have taken Legion for him because he's pretty damn good on it.
Yeah.
So they obviously feel that the Knicks is doing more work here than the Legion was. So they obviously don't mind giving up the Legion because knowing if I'm not getting Knicks, I'm getting they're getting Legion.
Yeah.
So
That
they obviously have a plan for it, or they have some method of knowing what they're
or
going to
just
do.
Chelsea thinks today is
I mean,
better
they're
at
going for
Knicks.
this Sven
Maybe.
and they're hoping that there'll be
Maybe.
the cleave of justice again.
Banning DP there. They don't want any of that safe lane
No
DP.
DP,
No
yeah.
safe lane DP.
Can I just say, by the way, I think this might be like just based on like hero values, right? That this might be the strongest sort of hero value first four that we've seen in this
Oh,
tournament.
minus Knicks. So the pro team picks Knicks, but not so much an SA first pick. But yeah, I don't know if it's a first pick hero.
I think it is a first pick hero if you have a first pick Knicks player on your team. Like I think if you can actually utilize this hero, then it actually feels super broken sometimes. But
And
other
Chelsea
games,
is that player, you think?
he plays
played
doing really
well.
well.
I hope he does it
really
again.
well yesterday. So we'll see. Also, I think that they probably were comfortable giving away LC because they have Warlock. So most of the time, LC would have to jump in to initiate. So you just have to wait, and then XCC pretty much need to follow up on Legion's Commander's initiation.
Banning the Nakes there. They don't want any of that Legion bomb. That's pretty good combo actually.
Maybe
it's pretty
they're
good against Nyx as well. Actually,
Yeah.
the rage you can actually hit him out of lane, leave him 1v1.
Maybe they're also scared of like a Ricky coming up from XCC, and then you have well, Cuddle. I don't think they'll go Cuddle Ricky, but they're scared of like being roamed on. I think that's really scary this tournament. Like these Nyx assassin, like these life stealers just running at you,
Banned
like
Ricky,
jumping out of
yeah.
anything. Oh, they banned Ricky.
Because they did something similar. They did Nyx, Ricky, and then plus
Yeah.
one, right? And they were just running around trying to kill people.
Yeah,
So they had
that's-
Nyx, obviously,
Yeah,
but
that was the game that made me think exactly of the WRG King, because I was like, wait, haven't I seen this before? Looked like an awful game to lose.
what do you think they're gonna pick here? They're gonna pick the carry now.
Maybe second support on energy.
Well, is this even potentially a four position Nyx? Because just thinking, if you're planning going up against the Kotl, not the worst hero to do that with.
I don't
problem
think I've ever
is-
seen Podikins play, but I haven't seen him play Ricky either. So
Yeah.
and he surprised me with that. So maybe.
How do we feel about Warlock and Nyx as a support duo, though?
I don't like because
Feels
I feel like
awkward.
Chelsea did so well in the Knicks. Why
Yeah.
even do it? Why try something new when you know you can play it? Like it's fine. Pick something
Yeah.
more comfortable for Podikins.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like, if you're going to pick up the Nyx, or if you're going to pick up the Nyx as a support, then you're not going to leave the Legion Commander available to XCC at that point.
Yeah, I
Because
think
Chelsea
that's true.
is so good on the Legion anyway, that you might as well just open Nyx Legion type thing.
Mm.
Maybe you give up Warlock Keeper, but that's a terrible roaming combo, so maybe you're willing to deal.
And we haven't really seen Skynet play Nyx Assassin. Doesn't seem like his kind of hero.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem to suit his playstyle. So I think if they were going to do that, they could have just left it,
Yeah.
picked up the LC,
Jug,
Jug,
yeah.
get Jug.
Yes, they picked
Pretty
up
safe laner.
the
Yeah,
carry.
it's just removing the high tempo carry that Adestam plays.
I would say like when I say Dreamy has like a small hero pool, like okay, small hero pool, like he plays certain heroes much better than the rest. It would be like Nyx, Jug. What else? There's like I think those actually, and then Weaver, but Weaver's not so much a pick
Yeah.
anymore. I'd say those two, and he plays Avenge. Pretty okay in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah.
So like I feel like Jug is like it's one of his better heroes for sure.
Yeah,
So I like that.
I think it's also a bit of a deny pick because the Juggernaut is like one of the heroes that Adestam tends
It's
to
the
be
only
more
hero he's
active on.
done well with this tournament.
Yeah, and he's active on it. Like he's gonna get involved early. So you just want to like put him on something that's like more slow paced, and then just leave him there because
Also,
you
you
can work
can-
on Depi.
You can, when you have this hero, you can just leave it in the lane versus the LC. Like in the 1v1, it's not one of those safe lanes that just dies. As long as he has like level 3, he's pretty much fine. Drop the healing ward. Doesn't have to struggle too much. I mean, Warlock will be there to back him up, but I think Energy do better when they don't have like very static lanes, when you have ability to move around.
Do you think they might pick up a Troll here on XTC side?
I mean,
It's quite
Troll's
nice
great,
for
but
Troll.
it's been
Ursa,
losing
I
the whole
think.
weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, Troll or
Troll
Ursa
has
is
been
the only
losing
real
weekend.
things that I can see XCC picking up here.
And I don't understand why. Like the hero's so great, but everyone loses with
And that's
it.
such a high win rate. I think just before I came here to this tournament, I was looking at some stats, and it was like over 30 games showed like 70% win rate or something in like the last week, and I was like, that's insane.
This is
Actually,
great.
like how is that a thing?
And then-
After the nerf to his Agi, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then every
crazy.
game we saw this weekend at last, it was
Yeah.
really funny to see.
I feel like that's more on SA teams. I'm not gonna, like it can't be the pick.
Yeah.
Jakiro.
Jakiro.
Okay,
Hey,
maybe it's- yeah,
Jack, yeah.
I think why they picked it, they have a good setup, right?
Yeah.
The Legion,
Yeah.
they have the combo. Yeah, I think like it's not that good without a
Energy's
combo. and-
Tusk. This
yeah.
is the.
Tusker.
Did Energy
that's-
pick up Tusk earlier, or was it White Rabbit only?
WRG.
White Rabbit's the only time,
Yeah.
only
Yeah.
the only
team
other
that's
So
thing.
maybe Energy feels that's.
Polygon Zero, there we go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is a
definitely.
Polygon Zero.
Prove me wrong, Podikins. Have a
Maybe
big
maybe
hero
they've
pool.
seen something that they can steal from Santo there on White Rabbit Gaming.
Also,
'cause-
this is counter to LC. You jump
Yeah.
in
Oh,
immediately
that's
after the
also
duel.
true,
yeah, XCC
Yeah,
gets the
it's super
TA
annoying.
for.
I feel like
Depi.
Sigil's actually pretty good in this tier.
Yeah, it is.
I like it. Like,
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
rough.
and the duel, right?
They have a very static team fight heroes. The keeper's going to basically be standing still. Legion is going to jump deal someone, and then Jakiro, I mean, that thing's so slow, it doesn't really do anything once it's casted spells. So they have a very static team. If Tusk can get off a good shards, he can really wreck their positioning on the fights.
That's a great Ursa ban on the side of Energy. That Ursa would have probably. They need a hero that
That's
can
probably
actually
really good against
I was
Tusk.
going to say,
Yeah.
didn't they also like almost need to secure that Ursa for Adestam? I mean, it feels like we're going quite deep into his hero pool now.
Yeah, now there's like
Well, there's Sven available,
Sven.
isn't there?
But you want to play Sven versus Jug?
I don't really want to.
Like-
I don't know, it's actually good
It's
against
actually good,
Jug.
yeah,
what I'm
other way
saying.
around, yeah, what am I saying? Yeah.
You wouldn't want to play against Tusker, but...
No, against Tusker, he's
There's
gonna
like, it
get
feels like any carry, melee carrier that Tusker's going to be good against with his
Yeah.
Sigil, assuming he starts to put a lot of points in Sigil.
I think we might see any surprises, maybe some sort of, I don't know, like a range core come out here, or do you think they just go to that sort of more comfortable pick here?
Troll, man, would be so great. He's probably going to pick Venge or something, but Troll would be so nice.
I feel like Troll's a good pick here. I
Yeah.
actually like Troll way
Troll
more
is
than
so-
Sven.
I can't think of actually a hero that's better in the safe lane, like just easy hero that Adestam can play, that he's comfortable with as well, better than Troll.
Also, in
this
theory,
particular draw.
Troll and TA sound pretty terrifying.
Just like, yeah, they just need to, imagine TA hitting with max speed, right?
And doing
Legion.
duel.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Slog.
Slog.
I'm actually fine with Slug. Like, I'm okay with Slug. Slug's one of those few heroes that I like seeing it versus Jug because it's hard for Jug to solo kill the Slug.
I just
Slog
want
is
to
good
see what
against
Energy gets for their mid laner. That'll tell me whether Slog's going to be a good pick here.
I don't like Slark against Warlock and
Yeah, okay, Warlock's
Tusk.
next,
Like,
and Tusk
I
kind
don't really like it. Like, but we'll see. Like, if he gets fat, maybe, like, you know, he could do a lot of work against Jug.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah.
That's my only
It's not a good matchup for Jug, I would say. Like 1v1 in the late game, if they're like brawling each other, I feel like Jug's gonna lose.
Yeah.
But like yeah, it's like hopefully in team fights, I don't think Slark should do that well. You know?
XCC doesn't have great team fight. They have really great pick-up potential and like moving around the map and ganking a lot, but actual
It's like
straight
okay, right?
5v5.
It's like it depends how the fight. Like if Warlock gets a fat ulti, they might bronze. But if they get a nice duel and then Jakira gets a nice Frostpath ulti, it could also break the lines of energy.
It's basically whoever starts the fight. Like if they're taking the fight on their terms, I think XCC has a much better team fight. But if they're getting
they have good spells. Both teams have very good spells.
Yeah, but if XCC gets jumped, like they're gonna get run over in fights. I think.
Also, Nyx guys, like normally I would not say Nyx is great versus Slark, but I learned from that WRG game. Wait, who was it WRG? Where Audikane was playing Slark against.
Playing Slark against.
Who was playing
Sven?
Sven, yeah.
Sven. Nyx was the next game, right?
Yeah, it was the next game. Yeah.
Chelsea.
Yeah, it was Chelsea. Yeah.
Quap. All right.
Quap.
All right. I think that's okay.
I like
It's good against Slark, right?
Yeah.
Pre-BKB. Like,
It's going to have a bit of a tough time in the lane, though.
I feel like Slark's going to have a hard time like in these fights. If they brawl 5-5 early, I think Slark's going to get wrecked.
Right, well, let's see if our friends on the casting desk agree. Of course, today we will be starting things off with Reddit and Scarpy. Hello, friends. What do you think of the draft?
Hi, Albert. Whether we agree with you guys or not, I mean, normally we don't, but in this case, it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I think probably one of the more exciting matchups of this tournament, in my opinion. Scarpy, what do you think?
Yeah.
XCC, Energy?
I'm definitely going to go with Ecstasy here, but I think, like they said, Slark's going to have a tough time in these team fights, so he's going to have to really position himself well.
Right, well, let's see if that is the case. Gentlemen, have a good one. Take it away.
Thanks so much. Well, I also just want to give a big shout out to the glorious beard that Albert has today. It's looking extremely fabulous. But taking the two drafts quickly into account here, I actually like that Slark pick. It's not... He can be countered. There's the Nyx there that can trap him, even though he goes into his ultimate form. He tries to shadow dance away. There's a lot of lockdown and hold down for the Slark. But if the engage happens and it's not on the Slark's going to have a field day. Slark is literally one of those, how can I say, he's like a small terrier. He's like a Yorkshire Terrier or even a Chihuahua. That will be biting at your heels the whole time, nipping at you from all sides during a fight if you do not go on him first.
I agree. I think the Slark still, he's got a lot of work set out for him because he's going to have to deal with the Queen of Pain, who's got just high burst damage, and one of Slark's weaknesses is his HP pool is pretty low, especially early into the mid game. You don't really build stats items. You want to get a Shadow Blade up. The only real stat items you go for is sort of Ring of Aquila or something of that sort. So he's going to have a tough time early. When it gets later on into the game, yes, Slark can really start to utilize the chaos in these team fights to sort of pick individuals off. But I think one of the interesting picks here for me is that Tuskar. Like they said on the desk, very good up against the Legion Commander. It's also going to be pretty decent up against the Slark. If someone gets dove upon, if the Tusk gets a good timing on a Blink Dagger or something like that, it could be very, very problematic to deal with for the side of Ecstasy.
Well, here's an interesting question for you. If Slark blink or leaps onto the Queen of Pain, can the Queen of Pain blink away?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
So it doesn't latch the Queen of Pain, because otherwise that could actually be good. But it forces the Queen of Pain to also get out of position if the Slark does jump on her. I think this entire fight is going to be who gets to jump on who.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's often the situation. I think we must just always keep in mind that they have a Legion, they have a Temple Assassin. TA can probably get an early Blink Dagger and have that sort of form of initiation.
But TA's going to have a tough time in lane up against this Quap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. Yes, I mean, Queen of Pain's Dagger does sort of eat through the refractions, but that's only going to be the defensive refractions. He's still going to have that pretty high damage output, securing himself last hits. And if he just can bring himself regen in, it might be a little bit costly for him. But as long as the jungle gets stacked up, Temple Assassin more often than not is able to come back, even if the lane's a little bit shaky.
Well, let's have a look here quickly at the lineup. A lot of the guys were saying 2-0 to Energy. I think you predicted 2-0 to XTC. And I'm going to predict a 2-1 either way. I'm actually
Either
going
way,
to, I'm going to be
wow.
that guy.
No, you can't.
No,
I'm right 100% of the time. Kind of answer. That's the worst.
Okay, no, I actually do think that this is going to be a 2-1 in XTC's favor. I do think that they have what it takes to actually defeat Energy.
Yeah.
Energy's been looking quite shaky this tournament so far, playing well, not playing well, and just because of that alone, I'm literally going to give it to XTC.
At the same time, Ecstasy also didn't look great early on into this tournament. Yes, they can maybe translate that into just having a shaky start, but they looked good yesterday. So
They looked really
that's
good
that's
yesterday.
why I feel like Ecstasy should be taking this. But I do agree with, I think Donnie said this, whoever's going to take game 1 is going to take game 2. It's sort of, I
And
don't see a
I don't
chance.
agree with that either. I'm, once again going to. The thing is, Energy might actually be having PSL as a stand-in coming in for game number 2. So if Energy wins game 1, they will have a stand-in, not a sub, but a stand-in during game 2, and that could be XTC's time to actually come back.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all going to all come to fruition sooner or later. But, I mean, of course, we both wanted to go to game 3, for sure.
And I honestly think this is the game or the matchup that can go to 3 games.
Yeah, for sure. And we must also keep in mind that Energy's had sort of a shaky tournament. They got dropped down to the lower brackets really early by XD. They had to work their way really hard to get to where they are now. And so it could go either way for them. It's just going to be what sort of mentality they come into this game and what kind of mental fortitude they have.
Definitely. So looking at the dual lane top is Doom Bunny and Adestam up against Chelsea. And so it's a 2 versus 1, and the bottom lane, though, is a 3 versus 2. I actually do like this coming out from XTC, putting a little bit of pressure onto Dreamy. They do have the Keeper of the Light, which is a staple Energy hero.
Yeah, this dual lane is pretty strong. The Keeper of the Light plus the Legion. Of course, you give the mana over to the Legion, gets a really low cooldown and overwhelming odds. A very, very powerful ability very early on into the laning stages, can really cause chaos, especially in a tri-lane. It's one of those abilities that are very effective the more people there are in the lane.
And with the Keeper of the Light constantly blasting out the waves there with the Illuminate, it does actually allow Skarner to get a couple of creeps up. But Skarner's being engaged upon now. Will it be enough actually to get the kill? Dreamy wants to go in, but the body blocks coming in from Dota and I. He says, you will not kill Skarnet today.
Yeah, that was really nice from Dota and I. Gets himself in a good position there. Gets the block off. There was a shot at killing Skarnet, but he's not a very easy kill by any means. He's pretty tanky. So he's got 4 armor as well, and they're mostly looking to right-click him down, if anything. The spin, I mean, that was just a good play, I suppose, from Dota and I to make sure that he could avoid that bit of magic damage.
I mean, press the attack will nearly always be up with the Keeper of the Light whenever the Keeper of the Light is in lane as soon as the level 2 comes up, due to the Chakra Magic, which has just happened now. And this middle lane, I mean, it's 16-4 versus 13-2, so 17-4 now. So Chosen One getting the better of Adepi in this lane, which is to be expected.
Yeah, you did expect this. I still think Depi's not too concerned. Like I say, he can just fall back into the jungle, catch up
Well,
if
the
necessary.
Ancient specifically, it's a TA staple.
So I would like to see, we already see Doom Bunny stacking up the jungle for him, just the medium camp for now. So maybe Depi's saying, okay, listen, I'm having a bit of a tough time. Stack up a medium camp, I can do that pretty soon. And then I'll come back to lane with some sort of an advantage. And then stack up the Ancients as soon as possible.
Doom Bunny just coming in towards the middle lane, de-warding very quickly. And forcing Chosen One back a little bit. Quite passive early on. Around what time do you think we're going to see the explode happening?
I think they're looking for sort of peaks. I mean, Mr. Pottikin's at level 2 now, but Warlock is not really a burst damage here, and neither is Juggernaut, so I don't expect too much to be happening in this lane. Like you said, there's press the attack constantly up. TA is going to be playing very passively, I imagine. I think the only potential kills is going to be on Nyx, but he's still pretty tanky. He's got high regen, high armor.
They are trying to engage onto Skarnet right now. There's the snowball coming in. Are they actually going to be able to get this kill? This might be the first blood coming in. Skarnet using the pressing attack. He might actually get the kill onto Dreamy. Dreamy drops down, and that is the first kill up for XTC. Diving way too far is Energy.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point that we made. The press attack's always going to be on. That should not have happened. They should not have dove for that. And Skynet will be very happy with that outcome. I mean, that definitely should not have happened. The Juggernaut dying is the biggest tale there. I mean, Adestam maybe making a very, very dire mistake. Sorry, I mean
Dreamy.
What am I saying?
I know. We're like so used to seeing Adestam on the likes of Juggernaut, you know, those kinds of heroes. I was also thinking, yeah, Adestam dying first, not that great. I'm like, oh wait, no, that's Dreamy. Completely not what we expected. Good start here for the side of XTC.
Yeah, very nice. Especially Dreamy, he's used to playing sort of aggressive in his tri lanes, so by all means. But Skynet, they're going to try and go on him again. Good shards on him this time.
Yeah, he's holding on to the press the attack and no spin being used. I mean, this time it was a lot close, well, like a lot further away from the tier 1 tower. The last time they went onto him, onto that tier 1 tower. So I'm quite surprised that they didn't actually try and go for that kill.
Yeah, and one of the things that we can say about press the attack is that Strike is going to have a tough time. Every time he casts a spell, press attack is just going to remove whatever is thrown onto Skynet. So, again, press attack is just too good for this lane. I don't imagine he will die unless he maybe overextends or overstays. He's a bit low now, but I mean...
Well, I mean, they like HP regen, giving you 30 HP regen over 5 seconds. That's 150 HP that you actually get over 5 seconds.
Yeah, all the light has to do is just appear, give him a bit of mana, and lane's fine for him. He shouldn't have any problems. I think, again, Chelsea, he too is tanky enough to survive, but he's not going to find the kind of farm that Legion is. In fact, he's actually keeping up with CS right now, but the fact that Legion was part of a kill is going to give him a small advantage.
Definitely. Let's have a look here towards the top lane, though. Slark, he is sitting... Adestam's kind of comfortably leading the network chart, or the last hits chart, with 38 and 14. That is Queen of Pain with 36 and 18, and then quite a bit behind that, 27 and 7 for the Templar Assassin in the mid lane. So mid lane, 36 and 18 versus 31 and 7 now. Queen of Pain, I mean, out-leveling and out-CSing the counterpart, but we do see a couple of stacks up in the jungle. No, we don't. Where were those stacks?
I think the stack actually didn't go through. I think they're going to say, Dep, just stack for yourself, because we need to sort of keep these dual lanes up.
But no ancient stacks coming off just yet. Normally you try and get those ancient stacks up as soon as possible.
Oh,
let's have a look here. Deppy might be in a lot of trouble. The roll is there. The snowball is coming through. And are they going to actually be able to get the kill? Trapping him in perfectly. Deppy's in a lot of trouble. They did actually pop down a sentry ward. But he has, oh, there you go. Chosen One coming through with the Scream of Pain and the Sonic Wave. No Scream of Pain, just a Sonic Wave.
Sonic Wave,
Excuse me.
So
I was busy screaming and I was thinking, this is perfect. But it was a Sonic Wave, and very unfortunate there. I mean, he had to blow it out quite early. Templar Assassin did have an invis run.
Yeah. And he was just about to get out of... I think he was actually out of vision.
He was already out of vision, so yeah.
He had to just go for it. And by all means, that's worth it. I mean, it's not too terrible of a cooldown. You're only going to use it to try and find a kill too. So not the end of the world. I mean... In fact, it's great for him, finding a kill on Deppy in the mid lane. And like you say, no stacks in the jungle yet for him. So this is maybe not looking so great for Deppy currently.
I mean, he's currently sitting on 2,300 net worth versus 3,000. So roughly around 700 behind. They seriously need to get the ancient stacks up for him on both ends of the map. Their off-lane ancient stacks as well as their safe-lane ancient stacks, because he's going to need it.
Yeah,
and it's 7 minutes in and there is not a single ancient stack up yet.
I think Deppy's going to take it into his own hands. As we can see, he just farms the jungle camp, then he goes and should stack for himself, yeah, I imagine. But okay, never mind.
I mean, this, in my opinion, is quite a big waste. He was ready for that stack. And Mr. Pottykin's coming through. Oh, he does not have a ward, but he was also thinking that that stack was going to happen, trying to block it off. And now Doom Bunny, I mean, Mr. Pottykins can't really do anything here. He is up on a shrine. So, oh wait, Chelsea's there. Chosen One's also coming through and dead.
There we go. So 2 kills going the way of Energy in quite short succession, and C1 being involved in both of them. So that's really nice for him, considering he had a good lane. He's in pretty good spot, and the only thing that's maybe not going well for them is the fact that Slark is farming pretty well, and the Juggernaut died once. Yeah. But other than that, the Queen of Pain can just take over mid game.
Adestam is one of those heroes where he can really get explosive.
Yeah.
And if you leave him alone like this, he's gonna, you know, it's sort of that whole expression where you give someone the, you know, the hand and they take the entire arm.
Yeah.
That is going to be Adestam. But Deppy might be in a bit of trouble right now. Is Chosen One gonna decide to dive him? Nope. They back off.
Yeah.
It's going back to a very passive one, but still around 1,000 net worth advantage for the side of XTC. We're not, well, we're actually quite used to this, to see XTC leading the charge with Adestam actually charging forward.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake made here by Dreamy, but then he's healing ward and instantly gets killed by Dota and Die. Nice packet of gold for him. But one of the things is that this lane is an absolute nuisance for Dreamy. Dreamy is going to struggle to sort of farm because of the keeper of the light constantly throwing the blast out. Yes, they have decent sustain with both his healing ward as well as the warlock, but it's becoming a little bit of a nuisance. But this is one of the things I want to see as soon as Vendetta's up again. Maybe Chelsea make a movement down that side.
Scarnet might be in a bit of trouble right now. Dream is coming in. The snowball is there as well. They want to go into Scarnet. Scarnet does have press the attack. He's trying to run around, and now he's trying to counter and at least get a counter kill himself. But Scarnet is in a lot of trouble. He's still busy healing up. It's not going to help.
Yeah. So that was a good rotation. Okay, there we go. They shut him down. They didn't need the rotation from the Nyx. Nyx lost his tower, so he has quite a lot of space to farm here, and shouldn't be under too much pressure, seeing that he has both Vendetta as well as Spy Carapace to escape. Yep. So giving him a bit of space to farm, that's great for the Nyx, who's doing pretty well. I mean, he's got mana boost up. He's probably going to look for Hand of Midas from here.
Dota and I trying to get that sneaky double stack off, and unfortunately missing the timing on the one, as in the double stack.
Okay,
but he managed to get the one off, not the next one. Let's have a quick look here. Ancient, still not stacked up, but 10 minutes in for the Templar Assassin. So Templar Assassin is going to be struggling a bit to actually come back from this, just farming up standard Ancients at this point. But Templar Assassin does have a couple of stacks, so at least one stack up here. But Chelsea, he is scouting out Dota and Die. Dota and Die might be in a bit of trouble. If Depi was not there, I think Chelsea would have gone for this kill.
Yeah, but he's getting XP from this actually. He actually leveled up from stealing those camps, so he'll be happy with that. Gets extra points by Carapace, and now Depi does have a DD, but they could look to make a play on him here.
Chelsea actually gets within range, gets the hit off, and there's the ice ball. Now they want to try and delay this up as much as possible. Is any extra supports coming in? No, Joe the one jumps in towards the back line, gets an insane ultimate off, and they once again pop up this Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin currently sitting below the Juggernaut at this point.
Yeah, still a bit of space for Adestam, but I mean, this is not good at all. The Templar Assassin, you want to have a good start for that hero, and he's going to have a tough time catching up, like you said. No stacks in the jungle, really, for him. I think they should be looking to stack, but they've been so invasive, the opposing team, that they'll be able to scout these stacks out and either compete for them or clear them up themselves.
Yep, look at this ward towards the top shrine here for the side of energy that they've already put down to scout out if there's any stacks going to happen. But that's why you need to try and stack up as early as possible, even if your TA is having a good game. You need to get a couple of stacks off, and then you need to go and farm them. Before 10 minutes, you should have farmed at least 2 or 3 stacks.
Yeah, and
Ancient stacks.
Yeah, so another thing that we should definitely bring up is the fact that Legion Commander versus Nyx Assassin as 2 off-laners. Nyx Assassin can just get involved a lot earlier than that of a Legion Commander. He wants to sort of find a Blink Dagger or something like that. Whereas the Nyx, he gets Vendetta, and look here, he's scouting out Skynet now himself. So it's just the Nyx gets ultra involved, and that creates a lot of space for his team as well as securing them a couple of kills. And he's getting so much information here.
He just scouted out 4 heroes.
Yeah. And a career that he could have potentially sniped if he was just positioned in the right place.
Well, Scarnet wants to go in. They do manage to get the duel onto the Juggernaut. Will they be able to get the kill? That's going to be the first winner chicken dinner. Now they're turning around onto Mr. Pottykins. Mr. Pottykins might be in a bit of trouble. Gets the War Rust punch off, but it's not going to be enough. Adesam wants to turn around, and they're trying to kill the slow that's coming to him. Mr. Pottykins still alive, and he deep TP's in the ice path, narrowly missing, and there's the TP in from Dota and Die. Dota and Die does not have mana leak, so they're still trying to get the kill here. The snowball, he's just creating so much space, and the neutral creep gets the K, gets the kill, and towards the backline, Queen of Pain managing to once again get a kill onto Depi.
Oh man, Mr. Pottykins, that was really nice by him. Adestam trying to find the kill into Chelsea, but Chelsea just gets Vendetta up in a great time, and might even look to see if he can catch a support off guard here, but must be careful as Adestam is in the vicinity.
Oh, yeah, Scarnet just had enough HP there to survive a combo coming up from the Nyx. But once again, I mean, Keeper of the Light sitting on level 5, he does not have a point up in Mana Leak, which is quite problematic considering that the enemy is going to be jumping at you the whole time. If he had Mana Leak there, they would have been able to get the kill up early. No space created, so to speak, and also they would have been able to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. I feel like Ecstasy are in a tough position here. I feel like Energy's got all the answers to whatever they usually do. And, I mean, Adestam, yes, he's managed to find decent farm on his hero, but it's not enough yet. Like we said, he's pretty squishy. He's got his trades now eventually, so he's got a little bit extra stats, but still needs to be very careful. And
Adestam's coming in here with his Shadow Blade. Are we going to see any kind of engagement? Adestam wants to actually go in, but he decides, no, he's just going to farm up now with Scarnet. Now, are we going to see the rock being dropped? The rock is dropped there onto 2 heroes. Scarnet might be in a bit of trouble. Is the ultimate going to come through? There you go. Ultimate jumps through, but it gets him. Well, it hits onto Adestam, and Adestam's still alive. Adestam gets Wars punched up. He has to use his ultimate. They actually do manage to get a kill. The Queen of Pain ulti coming through, and it does not hit on anyone.
Wow. That was...
That actually went through the heroes on my screen. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it was... I think it was just off the mark. I think the animation maybe shows a little bit bigger than the thing. But wow, I can't believe that Adestam survived that one. So, I mean...
And they got a kill onto Dreamy.
Yeah, and now they're going to shrine up so they can actually look to re-engage it. Do they have potential smoke? No. So they're actually very greedy on Dota and Die. He's trying to get that Ags up as soon as possible by all means. But
Adestam busy hunting up here with his Shadow Blade. I mean, picking up a Shadow Blade, this is what you want as a Slark. You do not want to pick up a Shadow Blade and then not get involved, because it's a wasted item that you could have possibly just gone for a blink instead to help you farm, to help you escalate your farm through the jungle. But picking up a Shadow Blade this early on and being this active, this is exactly what a Slark should be doing. And we might just see them going on to Dreamy once again onto the middle lane. No pounce is actually used there. Adestam just busy scouting everything out.
Yeah, he'll know Strike's in the area now. He'll want to get himself an out. As that's... I mean, Queen of Pain finding another kill here onto the Legion Commander. And C1, he's just been involved in so many kills. He's been involved in 5 kills already out of the 6. And he's already looking to get the Lincoln Sphere up in decent time. He's already got a Veil of Discord. He's significantly ahead of the rest of the
Adestam trying to get the stack off, but guess what? He stayed a little bit too early, and the Ancient actually going in for that Desecrate, that Stomp coming through. And then, of course, losing aggro straight after that, so missing up the stacks. Quite a difficult camp to stack if you're a melee hero.
Yeah, it's happened to me. It's very frustrating. You have to sort of go into the aggro zone and then run away. You can't really hit them. That's something that you got to be careful of. So, yeah, these Ancient Prowlers are absolute nuisance to stack.
They, however, did manage to scout out a ward there because, of course, the Slark... oh, wait.
They
there you go, there you go. Are they actually going to be able to get anything? The Ice Pulse misses narrowly. Adestam still wants to go in. Ultimate's the Pottykids, but the Pottykids is going to drop here. But is it going to be Doom Bunny or Adestam that gets a kill? It will be Doom Bunny.
That was so patient from Doom Bunny. He saw him the whole time. It was underneath the sentry, and just waited and waited until someone came in with dust so that they make sure that he can secure that kill. So really nice. Once again, Adestam being involved. He's sort of keeping up with the Queen of Pain in a sense, but still 900 difference. It is a little bit of a margin to close.
Yep. Scarnet, Chelsea will not be scouted out right now. But Chelsea's just giving so much information to everyone, and we are going to see a wraparound here. Queen of Pain's coming in. Is this going to be a kill onto Scarnet? There's the hit. They are jumping in onto Scarnet, and Scarnet just gets demolished here. This Queen of Pain is actually doing such a good job. Building up towards the Lincolns, already has a Veil of Discord up. Veil of Discord, of course, giving 25% increased magical damage if it's cast on you.
Yeah.
And the Lincoln Sphere will be coming up in around 1,000 gold. Lincoln Sphere, of course, what it does is it blocks a targeted ability on you.
Yeah.
So no duels.
And it's, definitely just for the duels. And I think the person that's making the biggest plays here is definitely Chelsea. He's scouting out, he's getting so much information. Every time he decides to go on, someone's been successful. If not, he's using the Invis for scouting purposes, and he's still managing to find really good farms. So I think Chelsea is definitely one of the key players for the side of Energy in their early success here.
However, it's still the net worth difference between the two teams still sitting on under 1,000, but this time around 500 favoring Energy. This is still anyone's game. The Slark and Templar Assassin, look at Templar Assassin, actually still ahead of the Juggernaut. She was behind for a bit, but actually coming up, moving into the jungle, farming. She has her Desolator up now. This is a big pickup.
Yeah. So when you look at the net worth, you must keep in mind that the Keeper of the Light's been extremely greedy. He is only trying to find farm. So he doesn't... Him and the Legion don't really carry very big items, so they don't have really any sort of impact right now. Their
True.
Spikers
However, I will counter that to say that he's halfway through to his Ags already.
No, for sure. Once the Ags is online, then that net worth difference is going to mean a lot more, because then he's going to all of a sudden have a good impact. Nice stack here by him, I think. Yeah, gets a double stack. Really nice. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you 100%. Once he gets that Aghanim stepped up, then it's going to be impactful. Right now, they're decently behind because there's no items on the Legion. He's still trying to get that blink dagger. He's close enough, but once he does have that,
he is very close. I think with that blink dagger as well as this desolator, that will be their go call or their go time to say we need to get an objective, either a tower or a couple of kills.
Yeah, but the biggest problem is he's going to have blink dagger up after the Queen of Pain has her Lincolns up, and I think it's flying out to him right now. So you just have no way of controlling C1, and they spoke about it on the panel. One of the biggest problems for Adestamp to deal with is that Queen of Pain, who's going to be dishing out such tremendous amounts of damage, and it's very difficult to sort of evade that.
Well, let's have a look here. Depi still farming up in the jungle, building up towards his blink dagger. Okay, so looking here for the side of XTC, it does not look that great just yet, especially if Keeper of the Light gets caught out right now towards this bottom lane. Durand, of course, scouts this out, and Chelsea. This is so sneaky.
Oh,
this is so sneaky. Extremely well played. Very, very well played by Chelsea. We're just looking at this. He's positioning himself perfect for that spike carapace into Vendetta Strike, into stun. And if this was anyone else, I think we would have seen that applause or that wow coming through.
No, they had they're all dead. I think you have them muted from the previous event. So
I probably do have them muted, yes.
Yeah, so it's, I mean, that was just perfect play. I mean...
Yes, I do. Confirmed.
Confirmed, yeah. So, yeah, I mean, Chelsea again, just standout performance right now. He's got Vendetta up again. They're going to 3-man smoke, see if they can catch anything out.
Well,
but
they're actually going to run straight into the Slug here. Slug actually scouts it out. Yeah, he is caught up in the dust. But still a wasted smoke, and that was straight away. The smoke was just used.
Yeah. But at the same time, a lot of time wasted for XTC. They were also looking to go down there, but the smoke got used on to the Slug, so he had to back himself on out. So.
Legion Commander does have his blink dagger up, looking towards the TA. TA will have a blink dagger up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, 200 gold. Keeper of the Light sitting around 1,000 gold away from his Aghanim Scepter, so I think they might just leave the Keeper of the Light alone in a lane and then try and move around. But Chelsea here does get scouted out. Oh! Legion Commander blinking to the low ground. Very, very, very uncharacteristic mistake there. You know it's nighttime. You can't blink towards the low ground because you don't have vision there.
Yeah, just maybe a little bit more patience from Skynet. It's sort of showing their sort of mentality right now. They're a bit panicked. They need to sort of catch up. They know they feel a little bit behind. Although it doesn't show in the net worth graphs, Skynet definitely is not where he'd like to be. He's got his blink now. He probably wanted a successful duel, but now they know he has a blink as well. That's also a very important thing.
I mean, this was supposed to be his blink reveal.
Yeah. So, I mean, Chelsea's been an absolute nuisance. If you could kill Chelsea, I'm sure the whole team would be very happy about it. But, I mean, Chelsea's got an ether lens now. He's just going to be able to initiate from very long distance. He can just go in and see someone, not have to be even underneath the tower, and get a decent stun on.
Well, the net worth was around 1,200 in favor of Energy. It's only sitting on 200 currently.
Yeah, but then again, they do have a greedy player in the sense of the Keeper of the Light, who's very close to getting that Axe now. Once that's online, we might see a bit of difference.
You can't really call it the greedy play because that is what the Keeper of the Light's supposed to do.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what I mean is the two supports on the opposing team don't really have any sort of net worth like Dodo and Dai does right now. So
very true, very true. But let's have a look here, middle lane. It is going to be a push up here towards the T1 tower mid. And they will maybe scout out Chelsea. Chelsea's there. And is this going to be a duel? The duel is there. Unfortunately, it does get trapped up. Chosen One gets a 3-man call coming through onto everyone. Mr. Pottykins as well there. He is being just demolished. Depi and his Desolator is just going crazy. They do manage to drop the rockets. A 2-for-2 trade-off at this point. But Chosen One is just unstoppable. He wants to go in for more. Can anyone kill Chosen One right now? With this Lincoln Sphere up, he nearly has his Orchids as well. The fight started off perfectly for the side of XTC. But once again, positioning, I think, cost them a lot because the Temporal Assassin was on the low ground, busy attacking high ground the whole time, which, with a couple of misses, it does not really help.
Yeah, Chosen One is so farmed right now. He's, like you say, he's almost got that Orchid. He only needs about 600 gold, which he'll get within the next minute and a half or so. Once that Orchid's online, things are going to even be more and more difficult for this TA to survive, who's having a tough time. He's purchasing up a BKB now, but it's going to be a while before he can find that. He doesn't have as much space as Chosen One does to farm. And, okay, Chosen One walks straight into the Roche, but it looks like that might be their next goal, potentially.
That's still going to be a very difficult one to do because the TA will most likely does not have a trap here.
Yeah, Juggernaut is really good at bringing down Roche, so yeah, I think they'll want to deward it first, but
Yeah, well, Chosen One, oh, they big engagement there. They might actually be able to get the kill there. The rest of the team were basically baiting this out. Doom Bunny throwing down his ice path there to try and trap the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain jumped in behind, got the call, but his entire team was waiting on high ground.
That's
such a big bait and a huge kill.
That's a tragic error by him. Now this is Roshan because they do have a TA. TA is great at bringing down Roche very quick pace, and that's Ags up on the Keeper of the Light. So they're going to have great vision over this Roche. It's going to be very difficult to sort of contest here. The Sigil is going to be scouting it out, but I mean, to what real avail? It's like I say, the Keeper of the Light will know exactly any sort of movements being made.
That was a 6-time streak ended up onto Chosen One, so putting him, I mean, killing him for quite a while as well. All of a sudden, net worth swinging in favor of the XCC side, but very barely. I honestly think this should be their call to actually try and push to gain the tower or two and get a little bit more control on the map and play some deep wards.
Yeah, and now they have an Aegis up on the Templar Assassin, so all of a sudden Deppy can sort of play a little bit more aggressively. Yes, he's had a tough time, but now he's got a Keeper of the Light who's going to constantly be healing him during the day. So they must just make sure they don't misuse the daytime, which is about 2 minutes in hand. And once they can potentially find a couple of objectives and secure more farm for themselves.
Yeah, well, bottom lane was pushed out very nicely coming up there by Dreamy here on the Juggernaut. And Dreamy's just split pushing at this point. He does, of course, have a Manta style to help him out. He does not have a TP right now, so he can't be played too aggressively. But with his Manta style, he's just split pushing up, keeping himself safe, running away, dropping up his Manta illusions, and keeping bottom and top pressured in the whole time.
I don't know how I feel about him building a Maelstrom now, though. I know it's going to help escalate his farm a little bit, but...
Oh, Queen of Pain actually does get Ice Pot up. And one thing we haven't brought up, the Mana Leak can actually pop that Lincoln. So if they time it with the Mana Leak into the duel, they can still get the kill on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, Mana Leak's got a decent cast range, so he can do it from sort of the trees if necessary. So if it's really well communicated, Skynet can maybe get a duel on him.
But the Queen of Pain should also, if she sees her Lincoln's pop, she should blink away. Unless she gets caught up by the Ice Path. So there's a lot of ifs and potentials, and this is what they need, etc., etc. Chosen One's still looking comfortable. He will have his Orchids up in 100 gold.
Or Adesam is looking out to Chosen One here. Looks like,
well,
there we go.
There you go. And that's exactly what we just said. Break the Lincolns, get the duel, and get the kill.
Yeah, that's really nice for them. They've killed Chosen One twice now in a row. And Deppy's going to take full advantage of this. Daytime is still on for another 50 seconds, so they're going to find another objective, potentially even a second one, knowing that the Queen of Pain is down.
All of a sudden, XCC sitting on 3,000 net worth in their favor.
Yeah.
This, literally in 2 minutes, the game went from Energy's favor to XTC's favor just by killing the Queen of Pain twice. Look at the Templar Assassin's net worth versus the Queen of Pain's net worth quickly.
The Queen of Pain's net worth, yeah, it's diminished pretty dramatically. And, I mean, the more objectives they find, the more net worth margin they are going to gain pretty quickly for the side of Ecstasy.
Well, bottom tier 2 tower has fallen. Let's have a look here on middle. There's another duel coming in onto Tusk. Is Tusk actually going to drop from this one? The winner is there again. 2 wins instantly, back to back. Scarnet all of a sudden actually playing out of his mind.
Yeah. Skynet's making quite a big impact again. Now that he's got his blink tag up, I think it's pretty important. So
and actually getting those duels off.
Yeah, and yeah, successful duels. Just being able to lock down the Queen of Pain. I think, again, great communication between himself and Dota and I, just to make sure that they can sort of secure their kill on the Queen of Pain. If they can do that a couple more times, I think Queen of Pain is going to play a little bit more defensive now, though.
Yeah, definitely. Losing a couple of fights have been Adestam also sitting ahead of the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, Adestam's going to have a big impact now. He's starting to find farm. He's going to make a very big change. And yeah, he's going to start getting a bit of stats online. He's actually going for the butterfly, which is I'm curious about. It's okay, I suppose, but just getting extra stats is fair enough. I'm thinking
Okay.
Scotty though, however, but
I would agree. I would go for Scotty here because sure, the Queen of Pain right clicks you, but that's not her main burst. The big issue for, well, the main reason for the butterfly is extra agility, gives more armor, and of course the evasion up against the Juggernaut. But that's not the problem here. You need to tank up. You need to be able to survive the rock being dropped.
yeah. But then again, Dreamy's going for Mjolnir, so he's looking to sort of farm, I suppose. I mean, it's pretty decent magic damage that comes out from the Mjolnir, but okay. They might look for a kill.
Oh, there you go. They actually managed to get the jump on, but there you go. Instantly debuffed. Another one to counter. They want to go in further. The rock gauge drop. The Queen of Pain ultimate as well. It's a disaster coming through here for the side of XCC. Can they do anything? Adastam, is he going to be able to get out of this one alive? Mr. Pottykids runs away. He gets actually trapped up. Deppy is going in now. This is it. Deppy wants to go in. Drops the healing ward as well. Gets the kill on that. And it's a 2-for-1 trade-off. But what looked to be their counter engage just turned into a demolishing Queen of Pain Sonic Wave.
Yeah, well, there we go. That's the power of the Warlock. I mean, as soon as they sort of turned around to fight, Warlock just dropped the rock on them, and the Queen of Pain just huge burst damage output. And that's, like we said, the weakness right now for the Slug. And going for a Butterfly is not really going to give him the stats to survive that sort of situation.
Just as we bring it up, once again, Caster's Curse coming through here.
Changed.
The Slug, he has changed. So is this a bit of stream sniping going on?
Yeah, I think he heard me, for sure. It's definitely the right thing. I'm almost certain. His biggest issue is dealing with the burst damage coming out.
Adastam rig confirmed.
And he also, another thing, he will also notice that there's no Diffusal Blade on Dreamy, so he's not going to be worried about, oh, I might lose a lot of mana. Maybe if I have the mischance, it's going to help me out.
Yeah.
So I think it's far more sensible to go full Scotty, yeah.
Well, they were roughly around 5,000 net worth behind after getting that tower nearly being denied up. They're sitting just under 5,000 again, even after a very bad team fight going their way. And top lane, Juggernaut once again just pushing out, being a nuisance, split pushing the whole time.
Yeah, so this is more than likely the reasoning for his Mjolnir. He's just realized, okay, we need to sort of do some tidy up work. We probably not going to have good control of Roche, so if I can keep the lanes pushed out, it will give us a chance to at least have some space to farm.
Yeah, drop it on an illusion, drop it on the front creep, helps push out the lanes as well. I do get that. So, okay, 5,000 net worth disadvantage here for the side of Energy. What do you do considering they were in the lead quite significantly for a while, but now all of a sudden the two cores of Energy of XCC are just doing better and actually taking fights better? Do you just continuously split push if you're Dreamy? Because I haven't seen Dreamy actually take part in a lot of these fights or having a big impact here.
I think Dreamy is just concerned of dying. If he's in these team fights, he's going to have a very difficult time. His ulti's not going to be all that impactful. TA can absolutely just blow him up pretty quickly. Slark now at this stage of the game is a very big concern.
Look at this group up here from Energy in this little section over here. And they want to try and jump. Chelsea wants to go in. Can they actually get anything there? Chelsea just moves forward. Oh, wait, is this going to be... Yeah, and nothing. Chelsea just using up his spike carapace, of course, just to deal a little bit of damage up onto the Keeper of the Light. But Keeper of the Light's in a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, the bounce is once again missing and not really going in favor of Dreamy. But Adastam, I'm not even hyping this up, but sorry about that. Dreamy is going to die.
He tried.
Yeah.
I mean, he had these dancing shoes on, but one of the things, Doom Bunny can just break down all the trees with his Macropie, so there was no escape.
But Keeper of the Light surviving an Omni Slash.
Yeah, that's I mean, that's Ags. It's quite a decent amount of stats. It's not the greatest stats item, but it also is the fact that he's level 15. He's got pretty decent growth.
Oh, Scarlet might be in a bit of trouble right now. Chosen One goes in, manages to get the silence. The TPs are coming in. Yeah, are they going to be able to get the kill onto Scarlet? Scarlet does have a blink. It was just not in time. This is going to be the end of Scarlet. The Walrus Punch coming through. Chosen One getting that kill as well. So, a 1-for-1 trade-off. A Juggernaut basically for a offlane, split up between. But still, 7,000 net worth in favor of XCC. They have swung this game around. And they are just... Even though they're losing a couple of heroes, they're still increasing their lead bit by bit. As the panel said, wearing the opponents down.
Yeah, and...
grinding them.
Yeah, it just seems to be XCC's playstyle, right? Sort of, you can be ahead, but we're going to slowly... Oh, wow!
Oh, that blink coming in forward there by the Nyx Assassin, but the insta-blink out here by Deppy. Those fingers... He was literally hovering his finger, halfway pressing in his blink button.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. So Chelsea will be unhappy about that, but actually,
are they going to
Vikings?
decide to continue to engage here? This might actually be a full-on engage coming through Deppy. He does have a Lincolns, or someone popped a Lincolns on him. I heard a Lincolns. Yeah, Slark has a Lincolns.
Yeah.
He dropped the Lincolns onto Deppy. We have not spoken about that, so it's a Lincolns for a Lincolns up on both teams. And how should Energy engage this, though? Let's have a look. Lincolns once again being popped onto Deppy. Deppy still has his Lincolns up. Is he going to move forward? They do not have Aegis, so this is quite a dangerous move, so to speak. I think maybe just wait the 40 seconds for Aegis to respawn, and we actually see them TPing back. So I think they're going to try and scout this out.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they can easily break high ground without Aegis up.
Yeah,
or
but
Cheese. And Cheese, next one.
Yeah, but this was great. They killed Dreamy. So when he came alive, he couldn't really go to other lanes to split push it out because it was too far to run. And then he might just be halfway there and have to TP himself back on in. So he had to help defend. So they just constricted their opponents while they wait until Roshan is up, which is up in a few more seconds.
Yep.
And
Let's have a look. Is Doombuddy actually going to check it? Nope.
12 seconds until it does come up. So they got to keep it with the light though. He just needs to come and walk generally in the right
in
area.
this general direction.
Yeah.
Just come and stand anywhere here. That's what Keeper of the Light's doing now. He's going to be walking past and just staying there. Surprise, surprise. Rush is back, boys. And honestly, Energy has to contest this. If they lose this rush, I think XCC's won.
Yeah, I think you're quite right there. But TA is just going to kill this pretty quickly. This is a difficult one. I don't see any sort of movement. Chelsea could potentially go in that direction. They have a gem on the Keeper of the Light though, so if he walks close, they're just going to jump on him and kill him. So either way, it's a bad fight for them. But they go for a smoke now. They're going to look to sort of try and deal
Radiance
with this.
actually use the scan quite safely, if I can put it over there. But they will manage to scan this out. I don't think they'll actually be able to get there in time. Let's have a look. They will actually decide to turn around. They go in onto the Slug. The Slug gets Walrus punched up. They are trying to go in, but there's the duel. The duel, who is it actually onto? It is going to be the death. Oh, wait, no. What's happening here? The Queen of Pain ultimate coming through onto 3 heroes. 4 heroes. The rockets dropped. That is out of stab. Also nearly dead. That's 3 heroes down for the side of XTC. All of a sudden, things not going their way. And they managed to get the kill onto Adestam Deppy. He is in a lot of trouble right now, but I think he might make it out alive. He does not have a TP. He just swapped it in. The Aegis, of course, was used.
He's going to be recalled.
So I thought that the fight was disengaged there, and all of a sudden, they just jumped straight back in.
Yeah, Mr. Podikins, really good play by him. He blinked, he got right next to and stopped the duel from happening, put him inside the snowball, turned it around, rest of the team sort of grouped up, and the Warlock just dropped the rock. And
well, the Queen of Pain ultimate onto Fatal Bonds, and then the drop. I mean, that was a massive fight coming up from Energy, but I saw the duel happening, and then I was looking on the HP bars, whose HP was going down, and no one was going down, so I don't know who was dueled, I don't know what was happening.
He was in the snowball. The snowball, he just picked him up in the snowball to cancel the duel, so the duel wasn't, I think it was onto...
was likely Warlock to try and just stop him from dropping the rock.
I think it was Warlock. I think you are correct there. So Warlock, I think, died still at the end because he took a decent amount of damage.
Well, his rocks dropped. He did enough with those Fatal Bonds, and that rock did.
Yeah, all I saw was a snowball next to it and duel not really happening, and then just turned that fight around. So it was really good.
They still have the cheese, however.
I mean, they lost the Aegis immediately, so XTC won't be happy about that. So even the fact that they got Roshan, it's not exactly great for them.
Well, let's have a look here. Are they going to scout out? Ooh. Another big thing was, did the Keeper of the Light die there? Or is this a new gem?
No, he didn't
It's still
die.
the old gem. Yeah. Okay, so they paused up. Quick recap as to how this game's been progressing. Early game, Energy playing very, very well, dominating quite a bit. And Deppy just being crushed.
Yeah.
Mid game, Deppy sort of coming back. Oh, and early game, Adestam having free fall.
Yeah.
Mid game, Deppy sort of coming back. They managed to get a kill onto the Queen of Pain twice in a row. Late game, all of a sudden, Energy's just won a big team fight, but there's still 7,500 net worth behind. And we might just see another big engagement coming through here. Mr. Potikins, he does get scouted out. Mr. Potikins jumps in straight onto Dota Die. That might not be the one who they want to go onto. They've already blown up Strike. Another one to turn around. Mr. Potikins is going to be the next casualty of this fight. Dreamy, is he going to be able to do anything? Chosen One drops the ultimate, but it's actually not enough. It does not do anything. Dreamy's still alive, however, but there's the duel coming through. Will they be able to get the kill? That's another winner chicken dinner. 3 heroes down for Energy. Everything going wrong for them.
Yeah. So they lost the Keeper of the Light, but they didn't lose the gem. So it just was a great fight. I mean, there we go. They utilized the smoke. They turned that whole situation around. It looked good for Energy, but unfortunately,
hey, looks can be deceiving. Huh?
Yeah,
looks can clearly be deceiving.
Yeah, I think they just took their fight poorly. They didn't have ultimate on the Warlock. Well, I suppose they didn't take the fight. They got ganked, but they were pretty
No,
deep.
they took the fight. The Tusk blinked in to get the Walrus punch onto the Keeper of the Light.
I don't think it was their original intention, or it was just sort of, they've smoked and they're coming on us, so let's do something about it. And I think they made the wrong decision, unfortunately. But this should be a tier 3 tower at least.
Let's have a look. Of course, the cheese is still there for the Temporal Assassin. Temporal Assassin gets immediately debuffed here. And it seems like this is going to be the first lane of Rax. They do, of course, have a glyph if they want to use it. There's the Ice Bot. The duel's coming in onto the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin is going to drop another winner coming through here from Legion Commander. Now they want to turn around to get the rest of the Rax up here. Adestam, everyone, Depi. This is the first full lane of Rax. 3 heroes still down here for the side of Energy. Are there buybacks up on Warlock? No buybacks on Warlock. He needs 10 gold. He needs 10 gold. Nyx Assassin does have buyback, but they once again managed to go onto the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain is taking a bit of damage. The Snowball is used onto the Legion Commander. Legion Commander is still alive at this point, though. Are they actually going to be able to do anything? The 2 buybacks are there. The Warlock being forced to buyback with only like 10 or 20 seconds left on his timer is not what they needed. They do get Doom Bunny, but still favoring XTC very much here.
Dude, buddy, just giving up there. There was no way for him to survive. He just stood still. Made sure that they can't chase after his teammates if they wanted to. But in fact, it's actually Chelsea playing ultra aggressively right into Skynet. I don't know if he has enough damage to really bring him down. So might want to look for a at least easier opponent. But there's a Keeper of the Light. It's daytime and he has a gem, so not a good idea.
16,000 net worth. This was roughly around the same net worth deficit that XTC was behind against WRG when they called GG in that second game.
Yeah, I don't think they will call GG this time around. It's Energy that will be calling,
I mean, of course XTC is not going to call GG this time around.
Hey.
Actually, there's been 2 occasions in the pro scene when the whole GG thing came in, where teams typed GG and they did not cancel in time and then they lost. And the rules of 99% of the tournaments don't state GG, then it's end.
Yeah.
It's when the Ancient is destroyed.
Yeah.
If your enemy team types in GG, you fight until the Ancient is destroyed. Because GG gives, of course, 10-second cooldown, and you can cancel it if you want. Otherwise, your Ancient is automatically destroyed.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. These guys have played for long enough now competitively to not make a mistake like that.
I'm talking about on the pro scene. In a major tournament, it has happened before. So don't even take chances.
Yeah, true. I mean, no, definitely. I don't think they will, but I don't think that's why they...
I think it was like Nip and Fnatic or something that happened with.
That's actually quite interesting. But Depi's actually got a pretty big item now. Got the Bloodthorn.
Bloodthorn's up.
Yeah, so that's really big, especially if they can pop the Lincolns on the Queen of Pain. They get that Bloodthorn down. It's not only the fact that, he can't blink away, the fact that they're just going to kill him instantly.
I would put the Bloodthorn on to the Warlock because it'll just silence him.
Yeah, it's all going to be about positioning, though. Like, the Warlock should never be in vision, right? They should never know where the Warlock is. So
very true.
If it's possible, for sure, go for him. But, I mean, the Warlock, again, I mean, a Strike doesn't usually make massive misplays by being out of position. But, yeah, if they can get it on him, 100% go on him. But other than that, Queen of Pain is more than likely going to be your frontliner.
Queen of Pain does have a Shiva's Guard up as well as the Orchids, a Lincoln Sphere, and a Veil. So it's not a badly farmed Queen of Pain. However,
top lane.
Top
Duel,
lane.
down. And
Duel, down. Yeah, that's the problem coming up there with the Juggernauts. He just died instantly.
Yeah, well, he tried to spin CP, and Legion doesn't care about that. He can duel you through that, so there was no...
I ain't got no time for that.
Yeah. I don't know. I still feel like the Juggernaut's build, I'm not sure about it. Not even going for a Lincoln Sphere, just saying, okay, I'm going to go for Butterfly and see if I can right-click into this.
So 26.
There's a Bloodthorn. So
There's a Bloodthorn. 26,000 net worth up for the Temporal Assassin versus 20,000 on the Queen of Pen. That's a big difference. 20,000 up on to Adestam as well. Adestam, 6, 1, and 9. Templar Assassin, 8, 4, and 3. But Adestam, I mean, we know him as a hero that does not die very easily.
yeah.
The can you die Adam Moore memes.
Yeah, for sure. And he's got BKB now. 10-second BKB, in fact, on that slot. So
That is so powerful, especially at 40 minutes into this game.
yeah, the next fight's going to be very, very big. We can see they're looking to siege this high ground. The Warlock being a bit of a nuisance. But, oh, hot fingers again.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Nearly managing to actually get the stun in onto Templar Assassin, but they get another tier 3 tower. They drop the Sentry Wall down, and they're just going to destroy this Frozen Sigil. Lots of Linkers being popped. You can hear that. They actually do manage to catch one onto the Lynx Assassin. There's the duel onto the Queen of Pain. The Queen of Pain, he, however, does get saved up once again. The Monster Kill is still there. The Rock got dropped onto 3 heroes, but it's not doing enough damage. This Temporal Assassin is just going crazy. The Queen of Pain dropped her ultimate as well. They don't matter. They don't care. It's doing absolutely nothing to the side of XTC. They've not lost a single hero, and this is going to be another lane of racks. Are they going to be able to actually get a kill onto the Legion Commander? They don't. They lose a lane of racks. They lose a couple of heroes for nothing. Literally for nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and their Warlock dropped the Golem, everything.
And it was a good drop. It was a good Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
It just does not do anything, and that's exactly what we spoke about earlier on by just going more tanky. So Slark went for the Lincolns instead of the Scotty.
Scotty, that's fine.
But it's fine. It still gives him that extra survivability. He has the BKB up now.
Yeah. I think the fact that he went Scotty BKB is perfect. Like, it's probably better than going for the Scotty. I just thought Scotty is 100% better than the Butterfly, in my opinion, there. So this is probably even better than that. So this has just gone very poorly for them. They can't really control the Slark. They can't control the TA. And even the Rock just not doing enough to sort of slow things down. So that's going to be another lane of racks. Mid lane is pretty low. I can't see a way for them to really defend this.
I honestly think that Ian should wait 2 years caught up in the ice part. The Meld's coming through there as well. Mr. Pottick jumping in, trying to actually just control up. Dreamy's in a lot of trouble right now. Deppy's going in. He manages to blow up Mr. Pottick and just focusing on the racks here. Of course, there is a glyph that's being used up now. Deppy decides, well, if the glyph's there, I'm just going to blink forward attack. Now the duel is up. Is this going to be another duel victory up here for the Legion Commander? It is. 98 duel damage gone. And now Chosen One, he wants to move in forward. Still, no one has died here for XTC, and everyone is crumbling for the side of Energy. Dreamy's going to be the next one. Nope. They decide to back off, go for the Mega Creeps, and just run away. And they jump in forward. Deppy wants to go in for more kills. Deppy is just playing out of his mind.
Whoa.
The Sonic Wave coming through, but is it too little, too late? I think so.
Yeah, Mega Creep are up now. They're not giving up. GG actually does get called, so I was just about to say they're not giving up, but it seems pretty much done. Deppy did buy back just to say, okay, we're going to finish. And that's going to be all she wrote. As, I mean, Ecstasy, they had a shaky start, to be fair.
Deppy had a shaky start.
Yeah.
Adestam had a free-farming lane.
Yeah.
He was controlling everything. Deppy just got ganked over and over and over again. And Chosen One was just dominating him.
Yeah.
He was controlling him, he was crushing him, he was doing everything he needed to do.
Yeah. One of the things that I would like some more opinion maybe when we get to the panel is the Mjolnir build on the Juggernaut. Was it good or was it bad? I feel indifferent about it. I feel like it wasn't probably the item that he should have wanted to go to. But
I mean, let's have a look quickly here between Chosen One and where's Deppy? There you go. Chosen One had such a good start. He died twice, and those 2 deaths were directly after each other. They were dominating, they were controlling them completely, and they managed to kill him, and then as soon as he came back, he pushed out bottom, they killed him again. They managed to just take away the Lakers, even though the Lincolns was there with the Keeper of the Light coming in there as well.
yeah.
They got the duels, they got the kills, and Deppy just came back. How he came back from that completely demolishing start, I don't know.
Yeah, I think the draft, I feel like the draft was better for Ecstasy. I think the Juggernaut pick was pretty iffy. The Warlock was great, but I mean, we saw a turnaround one fight, but after that, once they got pretty good farm, up on Ecstasy. They were just so far ahead, it was just almost impossible for them to bring it down. And at that stage, C1 wasn't really dealing enough damage in these team fights to say, okay, we're going to shut down your cores because we have enough damage output.
Yeah. Well, guys, we're going to be heading back to the panel to talk about this amazing game coming through here. XTC started off slow. Energy was playing extremely well, but they just came back, and that grind factor coming in. Halbert, what did you think of this amazing game?
Thank you, Ridit. It was quite an interesting one. I mean, I think we were chatting quite a bit before the break about how important this matchup might be for, if this becomes a 2-0. I'm quite interested to know if you guys think that this is the kind of thing that will tilt Energy enough, or was it close enough for them to still feel like they can come back in the game too?
I think there was a lot of promise that game. I mean, we saw the early game, they had a lot going for them. Chosen was actually, in my opinion, playing, he's playing great. He obviously had help in the mid lane, but he was definitely playing the best out of everyone, I think, for the early game. And then obviously his tempo started going down. He gave up some kills to duel and stuff like that. But I think him and Nix were definitely running around controlling the game. And I think one of the biggest problems is Dreamy, he didn't have a great lane, obviously. His farm wasn't good. But what the problem was, all the kills they were getting, other than the 3 kills on Depi, which were very good, right? They killed Depi quite a few times. They weren't ever killing the Slark, and they were just getting lots of pickoffs on Coddle. And as the late game went on, they kept getting kills on supports. It doesn't really matter. Scarlet was dying fine. But then TA, Slark just rising the whole time. And then as those heroes get more items, as I said, this matchup for Jug Slark is not a good one for Jug, right, into the late game. So when Slark and TA got a lot of items, Jug just felt not as good.
And the other thing that, we were just discussing that it might be that Adestam is the MVP for that game, but not because he carried. Right, like Depi dying 3 times in the early stages really sets him behind there. And you could see what Adestam did is he got, we were debating maybe the early Silver Edge, but what he did with it is he basically became XTC's version of Chelsea. He was constantly hunting. They were finding Chosen, they were shutting Chosen down. And it's like that map pressure that he's creating. You don't know where the Slark is. Sure, he's not the hard farming, but at that point in the game, they needed him to be active. They needed him to be creating pressure on Energy that allowed Depi to start recovering, because Depi did not have a good stage early, and that's really what they did. So the constant ganks set up by the Slark's vision that he was providing, and the counter warding that he was also doing, he was constantly finding where Energy's vision was and just shutting it down. I think he was also the one that purchased the early gem. And that was just at that point, it's so hard for Energy because you have no vision, and then Slark is also impacting where your players can move. So it's a great performance, but not a great carry performance as one would expect from a player like Adestam.
I think what often has to happen in a team, it's rare that you see players realize, right, guys, this is what I need to do to win the game, not just win my hero. Because very often you get locked into this mode of, I want to perform well on this particular hero and in this particular role. But in this game, we saw Adestam, he decided he knew, this is what we need to do to win the game, gets the early gem. So there was a point where I think he TP'd bottom, right? So he TP'd bottom, didn't find any kills, but just walked straight through the jungle, dewarding. And he wasn't farming for that time period. But then when you look again, you realize that the Energy heroes can't go back to that regional space until they go and get their own dewards going. But doing that is kind of dangerous with Slark. You have to move at least 3 or 4 heroes. Doing that creates space for Depi somewhere else across the map. So he just created so much space by making the map annoying to go around. So I think this is a running theme. We've seen in quite a couple of games right now that if you have a hero where that forces your cores to always have to have a support nearby in order to feel safe to farm, it limits the amount of impact that any given hero can have in the game, and it creates space for the rest of your team. So amazing performance by Adestam doing that then.
I think we should also give a little bit of praise to Mr. Podikins there. You saw the bot lane was obviously going poorly for them. I think Jug died, he tried to dive tower. Then they were just keeping 3 heroes there, and we saw a thing this tournament is tri-lanes that were just sitting in the lane, ended up just losing the game. They fell further behind. Mr. Podikins ran mid. Obviously, TN is not an easy kill for just a Tusker with level 2, right? But they managed to do it. He found the situation where Tia was on his team side of the hill, and they managed to get a pick off on him, and I think that just helped Chosen One get the early game that he needed. So I give some praise to him there.
Yeah, but Podikins realizing that was a big play.
So I'm curious that you guys spoke about Adestam playing well in this one, doing something out of the norm for him as a player. Is this kind of he's having trouble there. I was suggesting that instead of just hitting the creps in lane as he likes to do, he was quite mobile around the map. But we also spoke quite highly of XC's performance in the second game against WG, especially the first part of the game. Are we seeing an improved improved XTC here?
I think that given what we saw this game, they've taken ideas from what was working in game 2. last night. Like, as in, they realized, okay, we need to be a little bit more active on the map. We can't just sit back and farm. And you could actually see that they were running dual lanes, which was a bit different. They've obviously tried to run tri lanes very often against White Rabbit. That doesn't work very well. So it's good to see that once they realized that they had good matchups, they could leave Slark to farm for a little bit. He needed to get 1 or 2 items, and then he gets active. And then, okay, Deppy's having a bad lane, but it's fine. We just need to win our other lanes. So they helped Deppy by, it's like you make space for Deppy by impacting what energy can do.
Slark allowed Deppy to get back to the game because Deppy obviously was like 1,000 behind, I think, on Slark. I mean, Quap had like 4.5k and Deppy had like 3.5k, and then you see Slark and his team made a lot of space for Deppy to farm stacks and catch up.
Yeah, I think it also has a lot more to do with how XCC just played a lot more synergistically than we've seen the entire weekend. I think this is their best team show. It might not be the best overall performance, but as a team, they performed admirably today.
Great. Well, I think we're just moments away from going to the draft itself. Gentlemen, do you think this is going to be the 2-0 that we may have guessed, or do you think this is going to be
we had some rumors about what C1 not playing the second game?
Yeah. I'm not too sure where we stand with that. I guess we'll find out in game, but I do know apparently there was potentially a sub for Chosen One. He was obviously in the first game. There may just be a reference to the final. So let's see if he is around for the second game. But let's assume he's still in this game for now. 2-1 or 2-2?
I still say I'm still on 2-0 for this. I thought like this was one of the situations where I think it was probably the worst possible loss for Energy because it seemed pretty apparent like 15 minutes before the game actually ended that this game seemed somewhat impossible. Dreamy wasn't able to actually do anything. By the time Dreamy even got to his completed up Mjolnir, Slark was just so farm. Like there was a kill bottom where Juggernaut tried to go in solo on the cuddle, failed, and then got solo killed by Slark while trying to escape. Like, and nothing else could ever happen from that point for the rest of the game. So I think that really tilts you as a player now. And going into the second part of the draft, probably they're going to be trying to address ways and like, okay, how can we keep Adestam actually alive? But we've always seen that usually when XCC or when Energy, end up in bad situations is because you try to address what happened in the first game. You try to change the wrong things by fixing the draft. And I don't think, with the exception of the Juggernaut, I don't think the draft was the problem. But I think they're going to try and remedy it through the draft, and that's going to lead to a worse game too.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of great moments for Energy there. We saw some of those fights. Some of those fights were awesome. Some great impales by Chelsea, and then some follow-ups by The Rock, and you saw Quap getting a nice Sonic. It was some Wombo combos. It was quite nice to watch. But I think similar to how they lost to XC last weekend or the previous tournament, was they just they managed to get all these kills, but they let the the main cores on XC get super far ahead, and then they just crumble in the end. That seems like that exactly the same thing happened last weekend. And it's like that seems to me like just like a flashback. This is exactly how they lost, and hopefully now they pick. They'll find a way to have stronger lanes and better matchups for their cores. Because I don't think Quap Jug is like a nice combination versus Slark tier. Yeah.
I think on this note, I mean, maybe just as an interesting sort of side question is that of the 3 teams left in this tournament, do you feel have had the strongest drafts?
Well, I mean, XCC is definitely out. There's like, I don't know, that game, day 1 draft, that second game, what is it against, APG or something? Like, I think after you see that, I'd put it out. And the problem is XCC is also like...
WG probably, since
feels
they did up the Naga Siren.
When you watch WG, it's like, I don't know if because they're obviously highly skilled individuals, right? I don't know if it's just they're much better than the people they're playing with, or their draft is better. Like, I think it's a little bit of both. Their draft is obviously good. They have they know what works for them, but I feel like they are just better than them, so it doesn't really matter what they pick.
Yeah.
Like
actually, I do think it's WG because I'm just thinking about that game yesterday that we saw. Which was the Winter Wyvern and Tusk, or was it Ricky? Yeah,
Winter Wyvern Tusk.
Winter Wyvern Tusk.
No.
It seems was that. But Winter Wyvern was something, right?
Winter Wyvern was something that we were like...
The Winter Wyvern game, and it seemed really weird when I looked at it, right? And it seems like the running theme for WRG for me has been, when you look at the draft at face value, right, it seems completely incomprehensible. But when they actually play it, and you see not just how they're playing it really well, but it works very well against the enemy strategy. So I think they have the best idea of how to execute their draft. Even though if we're just going on just looking at the sheets, I'd probably say Energy's been playing the better draft for their own team, but WRG just has a better strategic understanding of how to utilize their draft. So it's like a toss-up, but I still edge WRG because their drafts are weirder, but they work better. So
yeah, like White Rabbit Gaming knows what their draft needs to succeed, and they're able to enact that. Energy picks good heroes for their players, but not necessarily to win a game type thing.
Cool. Well, as you can see, the draft screen is now up, and almost up.
Oh.
It's almost up. There we go. And for those of you who are all tuning in for the first time, this is of course Energy Esports versus XTC Gaming here at the Mega8 Winter Cup, with the side of Energy Esports one down at the moment.
Do you think XTC's going to
the
shut up and Warlock here? Like, I think Warlock's super
I think
annoying,
I'm
right?
going to steer a brand tree. I set my watch by
I
that.
think the only two changes in the drafts will probably be a ban on Warlock. If they're not keen on that, there's definitely going to be a ban on the Cottle. Like, there's no way to give up Cottle, yeah.
Hollow didn't seem like a problem that game.
Yeah,
so
it didn't
much.
seem like
They
that
to
big
The
a
problem is
handle
that
it well.
Mr. Poddykins might be able to get his Cottle.
No, for sure.
So, like, it'll be Ecstasy banning it. I don't think Energy's going to ban it because it wasn't Cottle wasn't an
Nix, respect
I think
ban.
I think the reason why Knicks like Cottle didn't do anything, Knicks completely shut him down.
Yeah.
Like the whole game, like everywhere he went, Chelsea was just right there. Carapace in front of the Illuminate kills him. Like
I mean,
feels pretty
Chelsea
bad.
I think has actually been Energy's best player this weekend.
Yeah.
Like,
And the best
Consistency.
offlaner for the weekend, right?
yeah, probably.
Yeah. Can't think of anyone who's like outperformed him, especially on his LC. Like that's I think what Energy has to talk about now, whether they're gonna give up LC or not, or whether
Energy
they're gonna get LC. Sorry, like XCC has to decide that.
Wait,
they're
Ecstasy
gonna
got
ban it
first
out.
pick in the first game. So did Energy choose
I think
Fireside?
Energy chose side. I think
That's interesting.
I don't know. It depends what they want to do here. Like right now they're talking about whether you ban Tree or Coddle,
Yeah,
and then
Cottle,
okay,
they
get
will-
rid of
they want no
Coddle.
part of that.
So now XCC, do they
So
ban
if you-
Warlock?
It's the game of chicken, really, I think, with the tree. It's like, how far
So
can we go
Energy's
before the...
second pick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Energy as second pick.
Yes.
thing is, what I've noticed is this is often the tree ban here. And
Yeah, it's because
that's-
you
that-
basically play chicken. It's like,
But you can just leave it and pick it at this point. I mean, 'cause your
Not
opponents have
necessarily.
to.
I don't want to play against Tree.
Yeah.
There
No
we
one's
go.
playing against Tree.
No, seriously,
fine.
at this point, you can leave the tree in, right? And you can have the first opportunity to get the tree if they don't ban it up, potentially leaving another hero in for you.
But I think the reason why you have to still ban it is because if you don't ban it, right, then you actually have to
Yeah,
pick
you
it.
have to
You
pick
don't have any other choice. Because if you don't pick it, they pick it. Then it's like,
This is why I'm going full circle. Like, do Cypher teams even play tree?
Yeah.
Because
Mr. Poddykins is
Yeah.
beastly on it. That's why they won't let
and it's
him
not
have
hard
it.
to play Tree. Like, I think that's part of the
Yeah.
reason why this hero is kind of OP. Like, if you have somebody who can look at a tower or a hero and then press W, then you can have a Tree player on your teams. So it's pretty annoying.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's that simple, but okay.
well, I mean, the big thing is left. I mean, I guess there's an LC left here once again. Might be a nice pickup because since it is also a block towards energy. What do you guys think?
Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
Night
Yeah,
Stalker.
this was what was banned. Energy banned Night Stalker game 1. So
Yeah, well, who had the Cottle? It was Ecstasy.
XCC had Coddle, yeah.
Did Ecstasy ban Night Stalker?
No,
No,
Energy,
Energy banned
banned
Night
Night
Stalker.
Stalker.
That's
Yeah,
weird.
Energy banned Night Stalker. I think they made their script against XCC and they know that their Night Stalker is really good.
Because I know that usually Night Stalker is a good counter to the
The Coddle.
Cottle, because
Yeah.
like any fight hit nighttime, and then Cottle's like, oh, well, my vision is useless now.
Yeah, 4,000 gold for nothing.
Yeah.
CM Alcy?
Yeah,
Should be.
CMLC, CMX,
I think
maybe.
LC, like, because there's no way it's getting
CMX
into the
has been
second
actually the duo that's been picked up, right?
Yeah.
As I'm not like to say that Axe is
Yeah.
better. I'm just saying like that's what I've seen here at the tournament.
That's what I'm also thinking.
But I think Alcy is definitely a Chelsea hero. So
Yeah, I think you're about you're in danger of being knocked out at this point, right? So to me, this is always the case. We go to those like comfort heroes that are also strong. So I could imagine a better hero here than LC, in fact.
How about, like, I think if they do go LC, it's also decent-ish against Night Stalker. You can remove the silence, like, because normally you expect to have a mid laner that's going to get silence instantly every fight. And you can just, like, purge it off. Ember.
against
Oh.
N
Against Night Stalker. This is...
Kind of weird, right? Because you're automatically picking something that already has silence.
It's really rough playing against
hands in the
like
air,
this.
dude. What's happening?
Like-
Especially
Crazy
this early
stuff.
as well. Like,
Yeah.
what are you going up against in mid lane?
Yes.
Like, XTC wasn't going to ban this.
Yeah.
That being said, they could actually run this Ursa mid. Like, Ursa mid versus Ember Spirit's not a bad matchup either way.
Yeah.
Maybe
And-
since he won bot lane, then
Yeah, he's
dodge
been-
him
I
and
mean,
then
this
send
is one of-
Dreamy mid.
One of Adestam's favorite heroes, so just
I've
stick
seen
him.
Deppy play it, I think.
Yeah.
I've seen Deppy
I think
play it.
both of them play it. It
Yeah.
just usually goes into Adesam's hands.
I don't know about, like, the next bans, though, because now the way Energy's already set themselves up, they have to find ways to protect this Ember Spirit.
I mean, the thing is, if I'm XC here, I'm probably going to ban out the Legion. Like, you just don't want Chelsea to have it.
Yeah.
You could focus on also maybe something like the Dark Seer.
Because, like, for as well as game one went, Scarnet was pretty bad on his Legion. Like, he wasn't landing what he
Ursa's
should be
pretty
doing.
good against Legion. Like if he gets dueled and he has Ags or something, he can kill him. If he doesn't get dueled, he destroys Alcy.
What happened to Darkseer? And I'm seeing this lot of ban now from Energy Esports, and I'm thinking of Darkseer.
Or
And
Mag.
That's a hero that, well, Mag, apparently SA teams don't think
No,
this hero
what is
exists,
Mag?
so it's like, whatever. But we've seen like we saw Darkseer's day one, and then we haven't seen any of them since.
I don't actually know why teams don't like Darkseer.
I think with the starter and the Jakira out as well, though, Darkseer's not a
You obviously need you need a.
there's still Sven.
Ember
There's still
with
Sven.
Darkseer is crazy strong. In the middle of team fights, like if you have Flame Gun and Iron Shell on you, it's like the amount of magic damage you take is so incredible.
I think Darkseer with freaking NS and Ursa is freaking good.
Yeah,
That's
just
crazy
like
good.
you put Iron Shell on Night Stalker, you just run at
Oh,
heroes,
you
hit
do
them.
that, like Nightstalk can run around and he can come to your lane and there's a gang. So
Yeah.
he has this nuke slow plus he's got the silence and then you've got Iron Shells.
Yeah.
No, I think both
can
teams
work.
could profit from it.
And Surge is really good on Ursa as well.
Yeah.
Like stops the hero from being kited.
Yeah, solves his kiting problem. Yeah, that's pretty good.
But they won't pick it.
I mean, Scarlet did play, right?
Did
Played
he?
against WRG.
Yeah.
He was 0-2 in lane, I remember. That's all I remember.
Energy opening with a
Troll.
troll.
That's
Oh.
the dream pick.
So it looks like Energy loses, right? Because that's what Troll does
I
this
hope.
weekend.
I think. I hope they send Troll mid. Actually, I think it's a doable thing. I just wonder if Ursa's going middle, and I just hope they don't send Ember out to die.
It depends on what they're going to put middle. Because, like, I think Ember Dow can. This might be one of those games, actually, I can agree with you that it might be better if you have him somewhere else, like in the safe lane or something. Because mid, against Nice, if this is like not a pure offlane Nice Stalker, at any given point, he just leaves the lane and then Ember will die.
And
Like,
even
that's
if
not
he is
fun.
a pure offlane Night Stalker, he's
Yeah,
going to
that's-
rotate onto mid anyway. basically.
Comes mid, kills you, it's really awful. Actually, it's even worse when it's a offlane
Yeah.
Night Stalker because he gets level 6 faster.
Troll's pretty good against Ursa. I'd say it is a
Yeah,
matchup wise with Farm. I think it's that's a good one. I like it. And I'm wondering if they didn't just pick the Ember because they think that's C1's best hero. You know, they were like, we're gonna just pick it this early because it's like, dude, I think we've won the most games with this. I'm just gonna pick it now.
I don't know though. Like,
I mean, that has to be the reason, right? I mean, like,
it's got to be. But like, it's like, okay, I'm going to pick my mid now, and then they have another 4 picks to like maybe
they
counter.
picked both their cores like in the first 3. I mean, who
Yeah.
used to do that? It was like one of the Chinese teams used to do that.
But that was because they're
they're just gods.
Yeah, they're just like,
they
come at
don't
us.
care. Like, we'll show you our cores. It doesn't matter.
Does Enrage dispel the Whirling Axe's miss debuff on Troll Warlord?
It does.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah. Then it's okay, you can fight with that.
The difference is Troll has that bash.
more just the
which
bash.
can,
Mm.
like,
Yeah, the bash can
completely
just, you can't
wreck
do anything,
so-
yeah. And you just die. Also, I think it was really good because Energy with Troll, they can sneak the Roshan before the Ursa can. Like, that's one of the few heroes, you hit level 6, you can actually take Rosh. Now they also have Ricky with the mistrance, so you can deny that from XTC as well.
What do you think the Energy's gonna pick here? Yeah, I think Legion's actually okay now that they have Ricky.
Yeah,
They can so like you can protect the Legion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the melee heroes can't just destroy Legion. So I
think
wonder.
do you think XTC go mid here so that they can still hide whether or not this Night Stalker is support or offlane? Like, they can still make this decision, right? Because right now, if you pick support, you pretty much locked in Night Stalker in the offlane. But then if you go mid,
I mean, they
like-
know the cause, right? They know
yeah,
the
you know the
support
cause. You
segment.
can like already set up for the
I
mid
mean,
matchup.
Maybe you can even try and abuse it so that you make the Ember go safe lane and then get him a good matchup.
Yeah. Because now you like assuming, okay, if you can pick something that's good against Troll. Yeah, that's what you should pick now. Like, I don't really know what matchups are.
What do you guys
Mid Trolls are known for. Like, I don't actually see their mid that often, but I've seen it. I mean, it's not unheard of.
SF here for XTC, I think seems really good because then
The Deppy hero.
I think they either go
Abaddon,
Abaddon.
that's
Alright,
the
so
offlane.
offlane.
Wow, this lineup is just like frustrating.
It's like a
from
scary
XTC.
duel
Yeah.
lane. Like
Yeah.
Abaddon.
This
NS
is really
running
scary.
around.
Yeah, like it's not going to be fun for
And their
Troll.
safe lane's super strong, Bane's super annoying as support, and then Ursa is also a strong laner if he's going
If he's,
safe
I think
lane.
no matter where the Ursa goes, it's going to be pretty good in this game.
Yeah.
Like Ember, he can beat Ember, can beat Troll Warlord in the 1v1.
Seems like their safe lane's
It
sorted.
really feels like this draft is things you don't want to play against generally in Dota. You know, like no one likes being Fiend's Gripped and having Enfeeble on you early on.
Sim Ricky is actually such a weak support duo.
yeah.
Like it's a very weak support duo against Nightstalker Abaddon.
And these
Yeah.
things are really tanky as well.
They-
Just in
they-
general. This is a
tanky,
tanky
hard to
team.
kill.
I'd even say Bane is tanky because it has Brain Sap. You know, like it's got an easy way to get a lot of its HP back. So it's just a really, I don't know, frustrating lineup for XTC, from
it's quite
XTC for
annoying,
Energy to deal with.
I just hope they can survive the lane somehow. Energy is going to have a tough time in lanes.
Yeah,
at
the
the
lane
moment.
phase is really rough right now. Like you can't kill any of these heroes. You can't even rotations are going to be kind of difficult because if you go middle, if either Bane, Night Stalker or Abaddon, any of these heroes TP in, and suddenly your gank is failed, Ricky can't get any kills mid.
That Sven banner, I think, is actually pretty good.
For who?
Well, I mean,
Oh,
energy
obviously,
ban
yeah.
Sven against
Yeah.
XTC. I think that would have been like a great pickup for XTC. Yeah.
What does XC do here to like wrap this up? Because I feel like they're, I don't know, like
It's
have
all
to make a
dependent on what they're
decision.
doing with the Ursa, though.
You know what's really good actually? Why don't they go Invoker? Like if you go Invoker, you can always get kill, Sunstrike kill with Bane. Like no matter where the Bane is, guaranteed kills with Ursa as well. And the mid lane, at any given point, there's not if you have at least 1 point into the queue, like you get that onto the Wex, or you have some bonus movement speed, Ricky shouldn't be able to heal you from one rotation from Bane, can save you as well.
I feel like they need Troll in the safe lane against that dual lane. Like, what's Ember going to do?
Yeah, Ember can't, like it
he's
has to
not
be Ember
strong
mid.
early. He's
Yeah.
not strong early game. Like I'm the first like 1 level or 2 level. You know, he's going to run it. So I feel like they need Troll to like stabilize the lane. I don't know. It's very difficult. And if they send Ursa mid because they know they need Troll top, you know, I feel like this could be a situation. Yeah.
This seems like a pretty strong draw from XCC. I can't imagine what last year Energy is going to get now in the
I
offlane.
mean,
like
what you
rounds
could
of
also
all
do is you could just pick something that's even better against Ember in mid lane than an Ursa.
It's like few
What's
things
better?
are. Like SF is the only thing I can think of that like makes it harder.
SF wouldn't be too bad here.
Yeah, SF wouldn't be too awful. Like,
Terrible.
Yeah, so it is Ursa mid.
Okay.
They can have issues. Magnus, there we
Oh,
go. There we
okay.
go. That's a
forgotten
good
horn.
against Ursa. It's a very good. I think it's
Yeah.
Mag. I'm not Mag. I'm Terrorblade.
Yeah,
It's amazing with the Terrorblade in the
Yeah.
lane, actually.
I'm actually really glad that they've gone to Magnus as well. Like, it's
Yeah.
been forgotten in this
There we go.
tournament.
Yeah.
And it's quite a strong-
Chelsea. Haha. There we
Really
go.
interesting.
watching
He doesn't play
international data.
Magnus. I'm surprised that he picked this. Like, I
Right,
want to see.
I recall him playing Magnus like ages ago. We were like,
There's a reason he doesn't pick it anymore.
maybe.
Bad memories.
Right, well, once more, of course, we do have Riddits and Scarpy on the casting desk. Riddits and Scarpy! How's it going over there?
Well, I was calling Terrorblade for Energy, and Terrorblade got picked up for XTC. Copy.
Yeah, you definitely did bring that one up, but I'm so glad to see a Magnus. I mean, it's why haven't they picked Magnus yet? And finally, we get to see a Magnus play in.
Like
With an
with a
Ever
he-
Spirit, it's
With the hair of Magnus, you know, the dreads coming, or the like braids coming down, it will actually fit very well with Devon's beard. What do you think, Devon?
I think that you're just overly excitable because you're going to get to scream RP very loudly at some point in the game.
Oh yes, you better believe it. You
Well,
better believe it.
I'm gonna run out of here. I'm gonna go stand outside the studio to wait to hear it. Take
get
it away,
your
boys.
plug
Have a
ready.
good one.
Well, guys, this is, of course, Energy versus XTC Game 2. Can Energy take it back and bring it to a Game 3? Of course, then PSL will be coming in and standing in there. Or is XTC going to take this 2-0? What do you think?
well, that's the real question, right? Energy, they've got their work set out for them. They down one game. They've got a nice draft. I like the idea of seeing the Magnus in here. I think it's going to be a big playmaker. The Troll Warlord is also pretty useful. So on top of that, so I like their draft. Even Ember can make use of the Empower. So laning is going to be, well, quite interesting.
Yeah. Well, if we have a look, I mean, in DAC, that was like a couple of months ago. We saw Baboka playing that pos 4 Magnus and just doing so well, comboing that up with the Juggernaut. And you can have that exact same thing coming up here with the Troll as well as with the Ember Spirit. Just doing so much damage. The reverse polarity coming in with the Troll Warlord in melee form there, or, you know, after empowered up Ember Spirit. It's just going to be doing so much damage.
Yeah. But,
Energy, they stand a chance here.
but of course, we must just say, like, RP is just one of the stronger abilities in the game, right? It just is useful continuously throughout the entire game. It probably scales stronger because it is always going to be a lockdown, even if you do have BKBs. So I think Magnus is just, it's going to be the hero to really watch as the game progresses. From the early stages, he's going to sort of enableize his team, and then after that, he's going to look to be the playmaker for them. And Chelsea is definitely one of the players that are probably best at doing that.
Well, I mean, if you have a look here, we were also busy wondering, is this going to be an Adastam Ursa or a Depi Ursa? We know that Depi does play Ursa, and that Ursa does counter the Ember Spirit quite hard. But we also have seen Adastam playing Ursa in the safe lane role, and everyone was busy thinking, should they pick up an Invoker here? Yes, no. What are your thoughts in regards with picking up the Terrorblade for the side of XTC
I think
up against 4 melee heroes,
yeah,
technically?
I think the Terrorblade's still fine. I think they surely have a plan. It works pretty well with Abaddon in the sense that if Abaddon just hits the tower once, the illusions are beating away at that building. Other than that, I think the laning is interesting. Depi should win his matchup. However, if the Ricky is making successful rotations, Depi could be under a bit of pressure. So I do expect to see at least a sort of ward trade in mid continuously, where they need to have sentries up at all times. So that's something that we'll have to keep an eye on.
So the invis tax is real here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the CM is going to be, even though they have the invis on their team, early on she's going to have to probably keep it pretty well stocked to make sure that at least they can't scout that Ricky out. Because if Ricky walks into the lane and they got a sentry, they scout him out, it's going to be a very, very tragic situation for the Ricky as he just walks into the bear.
And Fury Swipes, that's going to be like 3 or 4 attacks and the Ricky will die.
Yeah, Ricky's pretty susceptible to that. So.
Considering Ricky will probably be around level 2 by the time Ursa's level 4, level 5.
Yeah.
So it might even be less than that.
Yeah.
But we do have a pause coming up right now. Of course, I do have all the players muted so that we don't get spammed out with all of those emotes and chars and all of that coming through.
Or the colouring in of the map.
Or the colouring in. Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Luckily, you guys cannot see that. But imagine the map looking like a rainbow right now.
But, I mean, at the same time, laning stages, I think this is very essential to say. Like, Bane is not really set up with much besides the Ursa. That's why I was we were talking, I was saying Invoker could be pretty good because it's good setup with the Bane, and Bane also sets up pretty well for the Ursa to make sure he can get in a good position, get his crush off, and then Fury swipe. So that's why we were more than likely thinking, oh, okay, Ursa's probably going to go to the safe lane.
It just puts so much more pressure on the early game.
Yeah.
Now giving Adastam the Turblade, going more for the late game builds here, or for the late game, Ursa to try and control up the mid game. Oh yeah, you see all of those spams coming through on your PC.
Yep.
That's why I muted them. So it's an interesting matchup here coming through, and I don't think we're actually going to be seeing a lot of early kills during this game. I think both teams are going to be quite composed. However, Energy do have a deadline, and they do want to finish this game as quickly as possible, and they want to take this win, and then PSL is going to be coming into game 3. What do you think will happen if we get to that point?
I think it's going to be interesting, right? PSL is still a great player. He can definitely slot in pretty well here. Being down, I think it's Chelsea who's not going to be able to play if when it gets to that time. So it hurts him quite a lot. Chelsea's been quite the playmaker for the side of Energy. Even in the first game, even though they did lose, Chelsea was probably one of the more standout players with his next assassin. So that's something for us to at least be aware of if it does get to a game 3. Going back to your point where you were saying, the laning stages and going into the late game, there's a timer, but at the same time, Ecstasy can't afford to make really big mistakes. They are playing into a Magnus. If they group up, they get caught in an RP, it's very quickly going to go the other way around where, we've lost now multiple team fights continuously, and we must never underestimate late game potential with the Magnus as well as the Ember Spirit. When he does get Octarine Core up, he's going to be able to do the Slider Fist with Cleave. So even though, yes, he's probably not going to be building the physical damage build, the old build for the Ember Spirit, he's going to more than likely be going the Magic. It's still going to dish out a tremendous amount of damage. So that's something that we should also be aware of going into the late game.
Okay, so did you see on chat what the guys are saying? What's happening here? Deppy, of course, did disconnect. So let's have a quick look to see if we can... Oh, wow, that's so much spam coming through there. So we can't scroll up that far. The power that the Crystal Main is going to have here with the mana regen coming through onto the likes of the Troll. Troll can actually start spamming out his Whirling Axes a bit more. It's a very low cooldown ability with a very low mana pool, so that will literally keep those up constantly. Magnus will actually be able to he'll be able to spam Shockwave. Just having the CM allows a lot of spamming coming through here from all of the heroes, including the Ember Spirit and his chains.
Yeah, I think the most important thing there is for the Ember Spirit. Yes, he's more than likely going to have a bottle. It actually looks like he's going to go for boots, and this is the right thing. He realizes, okay, I'm going to be going up against Ursa is going to try running me down. I need movement speed. It was a problem we saw, I think, XD when they were laning with Ember versus Ursa. He got the bottle online, but it just meant that the Ursa could run him down. And unfortunately, he kept on dying.
Is that XTC or XD?
I think it was Ecstasy that ran it.
Okay.
Yeah. So they kept on. I think it was Ecstasy versus XD. I can't remember. It was definitely XD though. It was TKC that made the error of not going for boots, and it cost him quite a bit. But here we go.
Oh, let's have a look here. The game has started. 2 TPs down towards the middle lane. Mr. Pottykins getting not actually planting a ward just yet. Just trying to scout out what he can. Top lane, deep ward being planted down as well. So from the side of Energy, they want to know where the rotations are. They want to know where everyone is here.
This is so nice from Mr. Pottykins. He's standing here, so he knows, oh, my smoke is broken. Okay, I know someone's here now. And so that's why he was being so patient, just making sure that, okay, if the support's here, he's going to ward. I'll know exactly where he's warded, so I can de-ward very quickly. And now he'll just be able to scout out Deppy. I don't think they're looking to make a rotation onto him.
Mr. Pottykins, is he going to do any sneaky shenanigans to try and get this top ruin? Do you think? with maybe some body blocks coming through again.
I don't. Yeah, I want to see the body blocks. The Sancho body blocks.
Exactly.
That's always good fun. I think when you do play up against the Ricky, you should more often than not just send a support to make sure that you get a decent block off in the mid lane. But
I saw pings coming out. From where were those pings? I think it was from his own team.
Yeah.
And Mr. Pottykin's blocking up. I think Dodon actually knows now.
Yeah, I think he bumped into him there. So they didn't drop a sentry at the ruin. Deppy's still going to try and get it, but Mr. Pottykins looks like look at him cancelling the animation there.
Oh, so close.
So
but no
close.
cigar. And they're not getting the body block off either. He's just busy attacking Deppy at this point. Just trying to do a little bit of chip damage on him, but with 2 tangos up as well as a fairy fire, Deppy will be okay here in the middle lane.
Yeah, and Deppy's going to get a good block. Exactly what I said. Doden did go down there. He did block up and made sure that he will have some sort of success. Now, not very good trades from Mr. Pottykins. The Nuzlocke does hit a little bit harder than that of a Ricky.
A little bit. He said a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's, 23 damage difference, so it's not very good trades. But he's going to go rejoin the fray here. I mean, Abaddon plus Nightstalker, pretty scary matchup to go up against once they sort of get a couple of levels on hand.
Yeah, mid lane, Deppy already being pressured out a little bit here by Mr. Pottykins, but I think he'll be okay with this. I don't think Mr. Pottykins can really do that much up with Chosen One this early on. Where do you think the first blood is going to come from, though?
Oh, that's pretty difficult to say, but I think top. Either Skynet's going to have to dive too deep, or they're going to find themselves a kill because they're managing to do enough damage. So we'll see.
I mean, Dreamy can put out quite a decent amount of damage here up to this Abaddon, and they can. Oh wait, or are we going to see Dota and I? Nope, they just back off.
Yeah, again, these are 2 extremely tanky heroes for the TKC in their dual lane. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if they're going to die unless they ultra overextend. But I think, I think it's going to probably be post-laning stages that we see a kill.
However, Dreamy does take quite a bit of damage here up with Skynet as well as Dota and I. They are sort of using the Crystal Maiden to try and pull in and be very greedy and farm up as much as possible. While Ricky's still rotating through, dewarding instantly. Wait, that was a full both deward, 2 times deward.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Which is still worth it for Mr. Pottykins.
Yeah, always. As long as I think that he also got Observer Wood somewhere along the line.
Keep in mind, for those of you guys that don't follow Dota that well, Ricky goes invis, and of course you do get sentries or wards that look like this one on top, but that can see. These are Observer Wards. They give you full vision, and the sentry wards give you vision on invisible heroes. So that's why Mr. Pottykins, he's running around mid. He's actually trying to do as much as possible up against Deppy, because Deppy can't see him coming. So, they do have to be a little bit careful here. But top lane, I mean, I honestly don't know. Oh, middle lane now. Sorry, I was busy looking at top lane to see if there's anything there. I think this is going to be a very static first 10-15 minutes.
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure. I think the only potential is maybe Ricky making a rotation down to bot. Magnus could potentially be in trouble. I mean, Terrorblade does a lot of physical damage, but by that time, Chelsea's already got 1 point up into Skewer, so if he necessarily
well, Ricky is with Magnus in the same team, so Ricky plus Magnus, I don't think they can kill a Terrorblade.
Oh, no, what I meant is the Terrorblade, like, okay, I'm saying the wrong things.
I think you meant that the Terrorblade might actually be able to get a kill onto the Ricky if the Ricky tries to come back.
Yeah. So Terrorblade does a lot of physical damage, right? And Chelsea, if they do make a rotation down here, it could be pretty either go either way. But Chelsea more than likely won't go down just due to the fact that he does have Skewer, and Doombunny can't really do much about that. Does have a double damage, so he's going to harass him out, but that's going to
Strike having his boots of speed up already. He's actually busy rotating through towards the middle lane. This is something we haven't actually spoken about, is if Strike rotates around to any of the lanes, it could actually help out, and they might actually be able to get a kill with that. Especially if Strike and Chelsea gets early TP on, if anyone dives, which might actually happen here on Skynet.
Yeah, I mean, Skynet, he needs to be a bit careful. He's quite low. He's nowhere close to level 6. Shrines are going to be up in about a minute, so he's got to wait a decent amount of time. So
Deppy going in onto Chosen One right now. Is the freeze going to be there? Is this going to be the first blood coming through? Ursa taking a lot of damage right now, but is he going to turn around? Who's going to be the first person to die? It is going to be Chosen One getting the kill on Deppy, getting it up for energy, and this is the start they wanted. An unfavorable lane getting the blood.
Yeah, there was 2-man rotation onto him, and Mr. Pottikins was very close to the brink of death there. I mean, he had 10 HP when he did get out. So pretty close, but still, like you said, the unfavorable matchup, he gets a kill there, so this is definitely just good news for C1 at this current stage. And he's keeping up with CS. I suppose the only pressure there is that if he sort of gets harassed, but I think the Ricky pick is sort of evens out this matchup between the two.
Yeah, especially with the experience coming through. Ricky's been mid quite a bit as well. And now, I mean, we literally just spoke about Strike being possibly the reason that a First Blood comes in, but Strike actually getting a stack off and missing the Ancient stack. Uncharacteristic of him there.
Yeah, they're putting a bit of pressure now into C1. They know that the supports have rotated out, and they try and force him out of lane. So Deppy, he's almost level 6, and C1, he's sort of behind a little bit.
Yeah.
It's getting to that, like you said, the supports rotating and have consumed a little bit of his experience. But I mean, Deppy forced out to use his ultimate right now, so the sports, they can see that and maybe make a rotation.
That's a very short cooldown one, so...
Yeah, but they were right there. They're looking for it. They're smoked up. They're wrapping around.
Well, let's have a look how this wraparound goes through. If they're actually going to be able to get the kill once again, they're going to go long way around. And it seems like, no, they don't.
He just wanted to get the item.
Around.
Yeah. He just wanted to get the item on the courier, make sure the courier doesn't get scattered. So
let's have a look here if Deppy manages, if he does push up a little bit, this is going to be very dangerous because he's not over the river just yet. But they do decide to go in. Unfortunately, Ursa, he is silenced up right now. Ursa is going to drop for the second time. Once again, going the way of Chosen One. Chosen One setting 2 and 0.
Yeah, so the supports scouting out that he used his ultimate. They were in the close vicinity. They made an instant smoke as soon as they saw that, rotated around the back, and just a successful movement once again. And no real rotations coming out for Deppy there. So
well, XCC's busy pushing the bottom lane. That's why there's no rotations up. Oh wait, for Deppy, yeah. But XCC's pushing bottom lane now, so they could not rotate through towards the middle lane. They could not send any of the other supports in to try and help him. They got the bottom tier on tower, so knowing that, listen, even if we do TP in mid, we're not going to actually hit anything. And are we going to see any further kind of engagement here? They want to go onto the bait. The triple remnant coming through here. Chosen One might be getting an extra double kill. He does. He gets it. They want to turn around onto more. Adestam's in a lot of trouble himself. Are they going to be able to get anything? His metamorphosis form is down at this point. But still, what a kill. What a double kill coming up from Ember Spirit. Getting the triple remnants down.
Yeah. So that was really big. As well, getting both those heroes in his steering chains. And that was enough for him to sort of secure that kill for himself. So, yeah, he'll be very glad with that outcome there. So C1, his laning stages have gone far better than we personally expected it to go.
Don't die. Might be engaged upon here. Dreamy is busy targeting him. Strike, of course, did freeze him up. Don't die does have a shield on, and he wants to dive. It is nighttime right now, so his movement speed is ridiculous. There's a reason why they call him the Night Stalker, the Batman.
Yeah.
Well, we have Batman versus Goblin right here, literally.
Yeah.
It's Batman and Goblin might be in a lot of trouble right now. Dreamy does use the whirling axes. Are they actually going to be able to turn around? Batman is down. The Night Stalker drops. Underestimating the power of the whirling axes.
I think also underestimating that Ricky was in the general area. That smoke gave him a bit of trouble, yes. I don't know, the rest of his team sort of like, we don't want to take part. If Skynet got a shield down on him there when he drove in like that could have easily been a kill on Dreamy, so a bit odd that he actually dove for it knowing that Skynet wasn't going to be involved.
Yeah, well, let's have a look back here. It is 8 minutes into the game. Net worth, Chosen One leading the chart with 3,900, followed up by Adestam on 3.7, then 3.1, then 2.9. It's a very even game right now. It is Dire, Radiant, Dire, Radiant. Dire, Radiant, Radiant, Dire, Radiant, Dire. So, ever so slightly in favor of Dire, actually, because of the Ember Spirits here.
Yeah, and now they're going to look for the Ursa. They're going to look to pressure him. Pottikins is in the area, but he's scattered out here about a sentry. He knows that he's forced 3 supports down here, so they might even look towards other lanes to see if they can maybe catch out either Chelsea or whoever's in the top lane. So Chelsea, they know he's alone. It's actually daytime now, so not a very easy kill for Night Stalker.
Yeah. Just quickly having a look at all of the different heroes right now. Ursa building up towards a full Vlad, it seems. So not going up for an early blink or anything. He wants to go standard build, get the Vlads up, and then move forward from there.
Yeah, it's quite common. I think more often than not, I think a few occasions we saw Blink Dagger get picked up early. But if your team's playstyle really permits it,
And that's also more your like safe laner that could possibly go for that blink dagger when your mid's actually doing very well to just jump in and put even more pressure on the enemy team.
Yeah.
But Ricky is rotated here towards the bottom lane. Can they go onto Bane and Batman? Literally.
Yeah, on the same team. It's an alternate universe once again.
This is the Mega8 extended universe.
Yeah, there we go. And actually, Donadai, he's... I don't think they're going to kill him here. I think the Ricky's just sort of maybe going to do some scouting. But going back to the Ursa's bull, going for the Vlads, it's also going to help him farm, considering the fact that he's not really having a great laning stage. He's died a couple of times. In fact, twice, yeah. So he does need to sort of find a way to farm, and it's also going to obviously give early access to Roshan.
And Dreamy here towards the top lane. I mean, he is sitting above the Ursa currently. 3,700 net worth, building up towards a full SNY already. He has his phase boots up. He has a poor man shield up. Do you like an early SNY like this, or do you prefer any other kind of item build on the troll?
I'm personally a big SNY fan on the troll.
Especially after the buff.
Yeah, for sure. I think SNY is, even before, Skynet actually going to have his ulti popped here by Dreamy. And yeah, he's going to be forced out. I mean, Sanjay Yasha is just such a underrated item sometimes, but I suppose Manta's often the better pick. But for this year in particular, Sanjay Yasha is just great.
So you wouldn't take a Manta and then heading into a Heaven's Halberd rather?
No, I personally like the Sanjay Yasha. It just gives you those stats quickly, and then you can look for the rest of your itemization from there, whether it be Shadowblade or potentially going into BKB. Well, Skynet needs to be careful, very careful.
I mean, the thing about a like Abaddon offlaner is you want to constantly put pressure on the lane. You're like a farming offlaner, just being in the lane, pushing out the lane, being in the lane, pushing out the lane until you're ready to fight. But going up against a Troll is actually doing very well there.
Yeah.
Oh, massive stack coming through here, and Mr. Puddykins, he is going to stay right where he is. He's going to get a lot of experience and probably hit his level 6 because of this. Thank you, Adestam.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be happy about that outcome.
I will send you a big thank you letter.
In fact, they're just swarming around Adestam. Yeah, he's in trouble.
Adestam might be in a lot of trouble right now. Are they going to actually be able to choose the right one? There you go. Terrorblade is in a lot of trouble. The RP's used. Chosen one comes in, but it is going to be Chelsea getting the kill. Deppy, however, he wants to move in forward. Mr. Puddykins is scouted out. Tricks on trades actually being used. The enrage is there on Deppy. Are they going to be able to do anything? Try comes in just to give Mr. Puddykins enough space to move away. Will they be able to get anything further? There is no ultimate up on Skynet just yet. I think if they knew that, they might have actually pushed in forward.
Yeah, and I suppose it's a bit of a concern. He only had one more remnant left on the Ember Spirit. The second one's coming up right about now. So I think if he jumps in there, he doesn't really have a good answer for escape. He does have Blade Mail though, which is pretty interesting. Didn't go for a Veil up front, went straight for that Blade Mail. So yeah, it's still pretty good. I mean, it's...
Ricky also not doing badly, sitting above the Bane at this point, sitting on full phase boot up, so this will actually make him a lot more mobile, and this vision that the Ricky's giving the energy team is just tremendous. Look at that, the Remnant's coming in right now, once again onto Deppy. Deppy pops his ultimate off, the Enrage, and he should be able to get out of that. However, Chosen One and Mr. Puddykins has to be careful themselves. Strike comes in, does manage to scout out Donadai. Donadai gets frozen up. Deppy wants to go in, and the Bane Fiend's Grip was actually used there, but the smoke coming up from the Ricky, saving up Chosen One, and he's just like, my captain, my life for my captain.
Yeah, really good work there. Ooh, CM ult.
Yeah, CM attempted ult.
Poor CM.
Poor little CM.
Yeah, the poor
How
maiden.
many times do you see that? That just,
Yeah, Crystal Maiden is just pretty squishy, so if he's in a poor position, he's more than likely going to die every time. There's an Ursa on the opposing team. There's a Terrorblade. Both of these cores are just
Ursa
do tremendous amount of damage. Yeah, and I mean Terrorblade, yes, they killed him once, but he's still farming okay. Once he starts to get some more stats online, he's getting his Dragon Lance up right now. Once his stats are a little bit higher, his farming is going to increase dramatically, as his illusions will just be able to clean up the camps a lot quicker.
And Dragon Lance is such an amazing stats item. I mean, you'll even see some Meepos picking up like a couple of Dragon Launches early on because it's so cheap and it really gives good stats.
You say some, I say all Meepos get it. It's almost core now, even on a non-range hero, like you say. It's just so good. It's
Well, with SNY coming back in, you know, it does throw that a little bit, like throw that left hook in, but I would still pick it up because it's 1,900.
Yeah, it's far cheaper. It's just
you can buy 2 Dragon Launches for the price of 1 SNY and get nearly the same amount of stats. The SNY, although, gives
maim, but you don't need
maim, but you don't need
hero,
that as a Meepo. Definitely not.
But I mean, in this situation, it's
Where's
just
the Hunter Meepo when we want it?
yeah, it's a great Terrorblade game, Terrorblade pickup, of course, because his Metamorphosis just does so much damage, and he's going to look to siege buildings with the Dragon Lance, and then more than likely build into the Mantis Star, so he has this huge army. But mid lane,
Doom Bunny coming in through with an ultimate onto the Ember Spirit. He, of course, does get silence stuff. Chosen One, he is still alive, so no one has actually dropped from this. The silence on this Ricky is just causing so much chaos here from Doom for Doom Bunny.
Yeah, it's something that I suppose we should have spoke about. Mr. Potikin is actually a pretty solid counter to that of the Bane. So Bane can't really get a long channel of people. The Ricky's going to jump on him and then throw the smoke. Oh!
Well, we are going to see an engage onto Doom Bunny right now. He does get the sleep in onto the Ember Spirit, but here he goes. Mr. Potikin is actually going in. Tricks of the trade, getting the kill. Deppy, however, wants to move in forward. Are they going to be able to get the kill? The counter kill onto Mr. Potikin is there, and it's going to be Adeslam. He is just hitting like a truck already, and this is exactly what they wanted. Look at the amount of damage he can output, and they're just going to barrel down mid with this. It's a 1-for-2 trade-off in favor of XTC. All of a sudden, XTC are back in the game.
Yeah, and XTC, this is the power of the Terrorblade, right? He's going to be able to push down buildings very quickly now. Once his Metamorphosis has been used, he's got quite a long duration remaining.
Look at the chance coming through. Chelsea blinking in forward, not using his RP, but getting a good skewer off, actually trapping out the Night Stalker, taking away the vision there. Skynet, his ultimate is also popped right now. Are we going to see any kind of counter engage, or are they going to sack Skynet? They might actually decide to, Skynet draws them away. The rest of XTC decide they're not going to fight this, considering there is still an RP up. Very good blink in forward from the Magnus, getting the skewer back. And on that pos 4 Magnus, pos 3 Magnus, pos 4 Magnus.
Pos 3, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Night Stalker seems more like the pos 3 at this point, considering they both nearly have, not the Night Stalker, the Ricky. Considering they actually nearly have the same amount of farm.
Well,
actually not.
3,000 difference is quite
3,000 versus 5,500. Sorry, I was looking at the Night Stalker there. I'm a noob and I've just missed the kill onto Mr. Potikin.
Yeah, well, he just walked under a sentry and then they just knew where to dust. And he
walked under a sentry and died.
I mean, we spoke about this in one of the previous casts. Is when you cast an Ursa, it's so difficult. You sometimes miss a kill because he just kills like squishy heroes like that almost.
Yeah,
instantly.
you can't follow the HP bars that are on top here, which a lot of people like me, I use that to check what's happening in the game.
Yeah.
I don't know why I was literally thinking. I was like looking at the Night Stalker, and I'm like thinking, okay, so Night Stalker, is busy driving around.
I had the same mistake right at the beginning. I had the Terrorblade and the Ricky on the same team. So
yeah.
Whoops.
Noobing it up right there, and Chelsea this time. There you go, turning around, getting the ultimate off. Now the body blocks are coming through. The RP, of course, was used, but it was only onto the one hero. But it will be worth it. Skynet is going to drop down, and Dreamy's on a killing spree. Deppy's also on a killing spree, however. Once again, this Ursa just making us casters look very... yeah, I'm not going to say that.
Speak for yourself.
Did you catch it? Did you catch it?
Yeah, that was... Well, the two fights happened at about the same time, so...
Doom Bunny is... Are they going to turn around onto the Ember Spirit? The Ember Spirit, is the Bane ultimate going to be... used there or not? No, it's just going to be added Sam. Look at the amount of damage he does. And XTC, what is happening here? XTC is just taking control of the game.
Wow. That's absolutely brutal how much damage he does to the Crystal Maiden. But yeah, I mean, it's again, the Terrorblade really wasn't a part of much early on. And now that he's starting to join the fray every once in a while, his damage output is so high that you have to be careful. And the silence coming out from the Night Stalker.
It is a level 4 Metamorphosis with a Yasha as well as a Dragon Lance.
Yeah.
He does 265 damage per right click. And then he has illusions.
Yeah, so, I mean, and he's got Vlads on his team with the Ursa, which makes a very big impact on the amount of damage output he does and how sustainable he is in these
I wonder what happens if you put a Terrorblade up with a pos 4 Drow.
I don't think it's a good idea. I know you want it to happen.
I
know you want it to
leave
happen,
me-
but it's not going to
I
happen.
am going to continue on talking about a pause 4 round until someone in the South African scene picks it up.
Yeah, but what division?
I don't care. Open division.
I don't know. I just don't see it happening. It's cute.
After they changed the cast points of the guys, they did make a big impact. But bottom lane, Energy busy pushing it out, so trying to at least split push up and get some map control back. It's sitting on 10 and 10, still in their favor though. But XTC has brought this game back quite a bit.
Yeah.
Look at that net worth.
Yeah. But at the same time, Dreamy is pretty farmed. He went for the Blink Dagger, so he's going to have some sort of
I like
engagement.
this. I like this.
He still lacks sort of the magic resistance, the magic immunity, but then again, you're playing up against an Ursa who's just beating you up, so it's fine.
What magic do you want to immune yourself against?
I mean, Bane is going to be able to lock you down.
It's
so
Bane, but
it's a
Bane's ulti,
silence.
even if you have even if you have a BKB, it's still going to work. However, they want to turn around onto Ursa. Ursa costly and rage, so they have to try to do something. The wraparound smoke is there. Is this going to be an RP? An RP onto 2 heroes. The skewer is there. The shockwave. The Crystal Maiden is casting her ultimate as well. And very well played, Chelsea, getting the skewer onto Adestam, pushing him away. However, the Aegis was popped there as well. Dreamy is still going crazy. Dreamy is going ham. And this is Energy just dominating the side of XTC. Are we going to see? There you go. Chosen One coming in once again. Adestam's in a lot of trouble, and the control is there.
Wow.
Full 5-man team wipe.
Yeah, so that was weird coming out from Ecstasy. Adestam's Metamorphosis was about 5-second cooldown when they took that fight. I'm surprised that they didn't wait for it.
Well, they didn't really take the fight. Energy smoked up right here, so they weren't seen. And then they just went in straight, got the initiation from the Magnus, the RP, the Shockwave. And as the CM was getting her ultimate off, Adam actually tried to go onto the CM, but then Chelsea's like, that is my support. You leave my support alone. I protect my supports. I wish people in my games did that when I played support. And he skewered Adestam away.
Yeah.
Insane play coming up from Chelsea.
But again, they knew that they were there. I think they overextended, I feel. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm incorrect there. But the fact that they got caught out and then lost the fight and there was no Metamorphosis on Adestam, all he could do was sort of like make an illusion, throw out his reflect, which is pretty good. But it didn't make enough of a difference. It didn't stop the Magnus by any from blinking in or anything of that sort. So it was just a disaster, really.
From 800 net worth up to 4,700 right now. That was nearly a 4,000 net worth jump. And are we going to see Dreamy getting a kill here? The sleep is there onto Doom Bunny. And yeah, Dreamy's just like, I really don't care. Get the axes off. But Dreamy, this is... Oh, wait, here's the counter engage coming through. Energy, they want to move in forward. There's the Yules up onto the Ursa. Are they going to push in any further than this? There is no RP up, but the RP will be up in 4 seconds. So look for the side of Energy to group up once again, playing around these timing windows of their abilities, of their ultimates. Energy is looking strong.
I really like the item build coming out from the Ember, going for the Yules, knowing that there's silence against them. And easy way for them to escape at mid.
No engage just yet. Well, there was a bit of an engage, and will they actually decide to, or will they kill the Night Stalker here? The slow is there. Are they actually going to be able to get anything? Tricks on the trade. Neely getting the kill off. Chosen One wants to go in. He's undecided, moving back and forth. He does Remnant out, but this is Adestam. He is hasted up. He has his Metamorphosis up. He wants to go for more. Will he actually be able to get anything? The Roots is there onto him. And no one died. The CM actually did.
Yeah, Strike managing to get picked off pretty deep in behind enemy lines there, so a bit unfortunate.
I see.
So the Night Stalker, obviously, just it's night time. You're gonna lose that fight.
Jumping onto Adestam right now. Adestam, of course, does get healed up, does get shielded up by Abaddon, but gets blown up here. Dreamy just going crazy. The one thing we like spoke about is Adestam on the Terrorblade. Extremely well, Terrorblade as a hero is extremely well, plays very well up against melee heroes. Okay, it's a good melee hero counter, especially when you go up against 4 melee heroes, troll, semi-melee. However, you cannot cast your Sunder. Sunder is the ultimate ability of the Terrorblade, which swaps your HP. So when you're very low, you just swap it out. Why? Once again, Ricky is there.
Yeah.
Ricky on the Bane, Ricky on the Terrorblade. This Ricky is, in my opinion, actually proving why Ricky should be considered a top-tier pick.
Yeah, and again, Mr. Podikins, I think, is also just one of the best support players, I think, currently in South Africa. He's just been playing really, really good Dota. And yeah, they're gonna find themselves another tier 2 tower here. And Ricky is really close to finishing up. Okay, he's gonna finish up a diff, I assume, and then go for the Yasha. So he's really close to a diff. He's farmed. He's really, really farmed considering the position he's been playing.
Well, he's sitting on 4,900 net worth versus his counterpart is...
It's actually the Nightstalker who's done really well,
yeah,
but it's sort
that's
of
doing
switched
very
out.
well.
Yeah.
Oh, the RP was not completely whiffed. The RP was whiffed up here by Chelsea.
Oopsie.
He tried to jump in. I'm not quite sure what happened or who did he try to go on. I just saw the animation, saw it whiff, so no RPs coming up here for this next fight.
He was, you know what he was doing? He was cancelling animation. I spoke about this with you yesterday. I said, when you're playing at this level, you don't do these things and you make that mistake.
Oh, no. Oh, Radiant Courier being killed up here, 2,150 net worth. What was in the Courier?
Oh, 2,100? Sounds like a Yasha or a Sage, potentially.
That was for Radiant. Most likely because, well, the Manta style recipe. No,
oh, 2,000. It was yeah, it's completing the Manta.
Completing the Manta.
Wow. That's a long time to wait for a Manta star.
Yeah. Shame on you, Chelsea, for animate.
I think it was animation cancel.
Animation cancel, if it was.
But I mean, there was no one there, so.
I don't know if someone was maybe teeping out. I'm only caught the tail end of that.
Yeah. All I heard. All I
Production, we want replay.
I heard it, but. Yeah, Mr. Podikins. Another thing that we didn't bring up is how strong he is with Empower on the Ricky. He hits extremely hard, and it's also going to help him farm very quickly. And in fact, flying to him right now
and
is
the tricks and the tricks of the trade as well. It's having that, you know, carry style Ricky with a Battle Fury. You know what? Like a lot of people tried when Ricky came out with the new tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
Having that on, I did not even think of that. That is actually so powerful.
Yeah, so another big story here for Ecstasy is, however, that they are getting the Agnum Scepter up on Dota and Die very soon, so that they're going to have sort of their vision game in their advantage. So Dota and Die, like you say, has pretty much taken over the role of that position 3 and is farming up pretty quick. He obviously did go for the Hand of Midas, which is going to help him. There we go, he's actually got the Ags complete now, and now he's going to try and get that gem as quick as possible.
Yeah, I mean, that will give a lot of vision, especially considering you're up against a Magnus that wants to jump an RPU. You'll be able to actually scout him out, be able to scout out the Ricky and the sneaky movements of the Ricky. So Nightstalker up against a Ricky is a very good pick, especially after you get the Ags and the gem up. You should be, technically, you should be safe. But let's have a look here. Energy are busy pushing in. Roche is still not up yet. It's around 2 minutes left.
Yeah, so Roche, I think, is going to be highly contested. Both teams have very good Roche on taking heroes, the Ursa as well as the Troll Warlord.
This will be the second Roche.
Yeah, so it's going to be Cheese as well. So this should be where they would like to fight. And they both have sort of heroes that can solo take it. So either side, whoever gets in the pit first, can sort of position themselves to say, okay, if you want to come and contest us, we are prepared for it. So,
however, the side of XTC has the perfect lineup to try and counter that with the Nightstalker and assume, well, if he gets his gem up now, because he'll be able to actually scout that happening a lot easier and a lot safer.
Yeah, for sure. So we see them still like sort of moving as a unit. The side of Energy, they're going to see if they can catch something off guard, but RP is back off cooldown now. So
yeah, the smoke is there. Smoke does not get popped, but they do decide to jump onto Adestam. Adestam is down. He is dead. He was blown up. Skynet might be in a lot of trouble right now as well. Keep in mind, Troll Warlord, look at the items that he actually has. He has a full Sanjay and Yasha. He has a full Eye of Scotty. Dreamy is just so powerful at this point. Skynet is going to drop only like 1 or 2 more hits needed. The miss chances are real. Dreamy is diving extremely far, and he's the one to go in. The rest of the team, the RP onto 2 heroes right now. The Shockwave is there as well. Dreamy getting a double kill, and this is the game coming out for Energy. They will have to do something dramatic to lose this.
Well, debated. He ran up into the enemy's high ground and sort of set up for Chelsea as they grouped up all around him.
But they couldn't kill him.
Yeah, he's just so huge. He's got a Scotty like you pointed
18,000 net worth versus Adestam's 11,000. That is at 28 minutes in. He is nearly doubling, sitting around 75% extra net worth than the opponent carry.
Yeah, and they just
What is this?
they're just destroying the racks now. There's really no answer right now. I mean,
No Glyph.
oh,
No
poor Vayne.
Glyph, no nothing. Bane dead.
Yeah,
Having a look at that Chosen One, getting a Remnant down back towards the back line, and they decide to back off right now. I do like this because guess what? Rosh is up.
yeah. So this is just you couldn't have scripted it any better for Energy. They're going to be able to mop up Rush pretty quickly. They did use Glyph there just on the tier 3 tower, but I mean, it's not going to slow that down. They just didn't have, I don't think they had buybacks on anyone, which is a big problem. And now, quick Rosh.
Look at the attack speed up here on this troll. It is ridiculous. It sort of looks like that old school Alchemist build.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, the AC build, yeah.
Let's have a look if no engage coming through. XTC was busy considering it. And they have actually popped Metamorphosis, so is this going to be them fighting it? This is their last hurrah?
It seems like I don't think they feel like they're in the position where it's completely lost, but it feels sort of I wouldn't say impossible, but very unlikely for them to pull this one out of the bag right now. So they do have a nice talker with Ags and a gem, so they can sort of control the map a bit as long as they can sort of wait out that Aegis on the Troll Warlord.
Well, let's have a look here. Night Stalker sitting. I think what's going to be big coming up soon is going to be the buybacks. And there is a buyback on Adestam.
Oh.
There is a... Let's quickly... Why are you saying oh?
Oh no, I'm just looking at the item.
I'm not looking. What's happening? What's happening?
Oh no, sorry.
Yeah, so there is a buyback on Adestam, and that's the only hero on the Radiant side that has buyback at this point. This is very dangerous for the side of XTC, and Energy, they're busy pushing up bottom lane.
Yeah.
They have the Aegis up, they have the cheese. The cheese is up on the Ember Spirits, and the Aegis is up on Dreamy. How could they kill Dreamy twice?
He's got Lincolns as well.
With the Lincolns as well.
Yeah, he just picked up Lincolns. That's what I was saying. Oh, this is like 2 lanes of racks, and unless something amazing happens, I mean, they're fighting into a.
No one is here for the side of XTC. There is no glyph up. This is the game. If they don't get back in time, if they don't try and defend this, this is going to be game. Let's have a look at Adestam. He does not have Metamorphosis up for 8 seconds. They decide to jump in. They get the kill onto Doom Buddy. Another one to turn around. Abaddon's in a lot of trouble right now. He is silenced up, but his ultimate form does come up. Can they actually get anything? Deppy's coming in right now. He 3 clicks up the Ricky. Ricky did not even have the chance to get the tricks of the trade off, it seems. And they want to move in for more strike. Look at the amount of damage that's coming in. Deppy managing to get another kill there. So that's a 2-for-2 trade-off. But they still have Dreamy there. They still have Chosen One. And it seems like they're just going to be pushing up more. They really don't care. They have a cheese. They have an Aegis. This is going to be the second lane of racks. And Adestam, he wants to move in forward, but he gets now used up into the air as well. And the racks is down.
They still have RP though. I don't think they. Okay, they're giving up on this one. They say, okay, we've done enough damage. But they still had RP. RP was held
They had
pretty
RP,
well.
they had Aegis, they had cheese.
Yeah. It's interesting. I suppose it just takes too long for their supports to, or whoever died, to get back to where they are, including the Ricky. So I think they said, okay, let's just play it safe. And this is, I suppose they're playing sort of, in a sense, the way that XTC does. They don't take too big of a risk, even though they have a decent lead.
Yep. Well, Dreamy currently sitting on the top of the net worth chart, 22,000 nearly. Net worth versus 12,000 up for the Ursa. So I think I want to, when I hand it back over to the panel, I think if Energy wins this game, I'm just going to let Halbert know that I was right again, because this is going to go to a 2-1 game.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed. Quite impressed.
Energy really has actually brought in their A game.
Yeah.
And like a lot of people were saying, both of these teams are steamroll teams. And with Energy losing game number 1, they would have thought that XTC would just, completely crush them in game 2. But Energy playing literally out of their minds. They know that if they lose here, they end 3rd. But let's have a look here. They want to turn around, go to the Abaddon right now. The Abaddon, are they going to be able to do anything about this? Dreamy, he is actually Feast Gripped up right now, but very well played coming in from Chosen One. Actually getting 2 heroes up in the chains. And the tricks of the trade. Mr. Podik is actually getting the kill. Dreamy turning around, getting the kill onto Deppy as well. Skynet, he's in a lot of trouble. His ultimate's going to be off cooldown right now. And he just gets completely destroyed by Dreamy. There is the RP cancel animations coming through. And is he actually going to be able to do it? He is just having fun. He is trolling. And yes, that is Energy taking game 2. Keep in mind, guys, PSL will be back, or will be in, stand-in for game 3. Scorpy, what are your thoughts on this game, though?
Well, I think Energy definitely stepped up to the plate here. They looked a bit shaky game one. They did take a stumble there, but man, they turned this game around so well. I think Dreamy just like not dying, 12-0, 13 at the end of the game. He went for that blink dagger. He was sort of aggressive. He joined the fights pretty early on.
Are we sure Dreamy and Adestamp didn't swap places or something?
Yeah, no deaths. I mean, it's crazy. Another good point is Chelsea also sitting with 0 deaths. So he also played very well, besides throwing that one RP for no reason.
I think it was animation cancelling. It seemed like he animation cancelled himself into a whiffed RP earlier, and seeing him doing that at the end, just saying, see, I can't do this without throwing this away. But very well played here for Energy. I mean, sitting 28 up against 15. Dreamy just completely destroying the side of XTC.
Yeah.
Well, guys, Halbert, I think I was right. This is going to be a 2-1. I just had to rub it in. What are your thoughts here?
Well, I feel like I'm actually okay on this because I never made a prediction. It's behold my panel of experts.
Oh no, I'm fine. I said 2-1, so I'm cool.
Snap.
I said 0.
Come
Energy.
Come stand next to me, next to the right people. If Reddit's involved, we'll all be right over here, and we'll have some guys who
How are you right?
wrong.
You didn't even say anything.
Wasn't wrong.
That's like being in a war, not taking part and saying, guys, I contributed.
Well, I like just to simply see it as I chose not to pick a side, literally, and it worked out for me because I wasn't wrong, like you two.
Let's talk about the game a bit.
I think we should just keep going down this track. About
who would have thought,
actually,
Chelsea?
have you been right this week? You got one. What, he did get something
Called
right.
the Zeus.
I said Mag and Troll were good heroes.
You did,
And
yeah.
I was wondering why no one was picking them.
Yeah.
And then you picked them. Actually, I've spoken to Chelsea a bit, and he just refuses to play Magnus or Flynn, right? And they've always said, his teams were like, it's a great hero, Darren, just play it. Why won't you play it? He's like, no, I refuse. And he's not going to play it because he gets his way. He's a drama queen, right? So now he actually played it, and he actually played it really well, if you watch that game. I mean, I felt like there was no outstanding performance. Like, I mean, Dreamy obviously played well, but it feels like they all played well.
Yeah.
That was great. Like Ricky and Ember did. Ricky helped Ember a lot in the mid lane to make sure that he got a lot of farm. Ember played exceptionally well. I mean, he made sure like it was. I don't think it's a fair matchup, but Ember did really well. You know, you saw it. He actually got more farm, and they actually killed us twice.
Yeah.
So it was good. And Mag didn't die once. He got the RPs he needed. He filled it around his carries, gave them the cleave, and yeah, they just ran away with it.
Yeah.
How do we feel the Terrorblade worked out? I mean, it was the last pick in the drafting stage. I think we were chatting before about potentially picking up an Invoker. Think would have made a difference?
Turtle was doing fine. Like in the first 10 minutes, they took the tier 1 tower. He was getting Aerogram on the farm, was going clean into the jungle, and things were looking good. The problem for him was that Ursa wasn't really doing that well after the laning phase broke down. And because of that fact, so Terrorblade is trying to get as much money as he can, but at the same time, Troll is just getting all the money in the world thanks to Magnus is running behind Troll and Ember Spirit the whole game, giving them empower. So the Terrorblade, by the time he got into the fights after the post-laning phase, wasn't actually strong enough. Like, there was a point where he spent 3-4 minutes farming while Troll was fighting, but Troll had higher net worth than he did. So it's like, well, you come into these team fights, and Troll is the better hero versus Terrorblade. And Ember Spirit also matches up quite well against the Terrorblade as well. So it did well. I think the main problem that XCC had is we expected them to really crush their lanes, and they didn't.
Yeah.
Like, they played really passively in the laning phase. The only thing that they really did successfully was take the early tier 1 tower bottom, but beyond that, it's just the strategy didn't work out. And then when the team fights came in, Energy Esports just had a better go at it. They knew what they were doing, and Magnus Troll, just what can you do with those two heroes?
I think it also came down to the fact that the XTC supports didn't do enough to help out Depi in the mid lane. Depi had a matchup that he was favored in, and Mr. Podkins is the one arriving to help out Chosen there. And it's just like, why? Why is Depi not getting assistance there? Because they, like Donnie was saying, it's like they have dual lanes, and they were like, okay, we'll just stick with the dual lanes. We're not going to try and help out Depi. We're just going to try and win these lanes. It's like, you're not really going to win against Troll. Like, yeah, sure, you're going to annoy him with, I think it was Bane. Abaddon off lane.
Bane was the safe lane, so
Bane
Bane
was
should have been the
Nightstone
one
cover.
rotating mid. Yeah, so like he can just go mid, sleep Ember, right? Ursa puts on his stacks of damage, Earth shocks him, and then hits him to death.
Yeah.
I mean, or like just hits him to like low HP, and then Ember has to run out the lane. I mean, that kind of rotation is very easy to make.
Yeah.
But I think like he just sat bot, was harassing Mag, and I feel like, I mean, there should be a point where, like, if you rotate, maybe Terrorblade saves his metamorphosis for that moment, and then he can hold the lane until you get back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's something that should have happened.
Yeah, like the mag shouldn't have required that much attention. Like Terrorblade can actually force him out as long as you have that metamorphosis in hand.
So we mentioned as well that Energy is an emotional side, and they managed to keep their cool, come back and play a particularly strong second game.
Yeah.
And what does this mean for the third? Do you think, as an emotional side, this means they're now on an up, and maybe they're going to just sort of explode into this third match?
I think Chelsea definitely is. We
Yeah.
saw him.
He's hyped. He's
spamming.
spamming on. There's respect there. They're really hyped, I'm sure. Like, they're happy that they won that game. And not just won it, they demolished them, in my opinion. It was quite a one-sided affair. So I think he's very hyped, obviously. And I hope they can carry through. I heard now that the third game, they're going to have the substitute.
PSL,
Yeah,
instead of
so
Chosen. So.
that's kind of a blow, in my
derail,
opinion.
yeah.
That's a
C1
major
is definitely
blow.
one of their stronger players, but I'm hoping PSL can
I
carry
don't think
through.
it'll matter too much because, as we saw in game 2, like the reason why Chosen One did so well in the game was because of Mr. Pottikins rotating around with his Ricky. So as long as Strike and Pottikins play the same kind of Dota, like continually help out the mid lane, and Chelsea, then I don't think it really matters too much who's in the mid lane, as long as PSL doesn't completely feed and like throw the game. Then
I mean, there
they'll
was
be
a
okay.
reason he's not an APG anymore, right?
Yeah. But that was carry though.
But there's a lot of players that aren't in
Is it too
APG
soon?
anymore, though.
Pottikins included, right? So it's the APG rejects.
There's actually going to be 3 ex-APG players in this game. Yeah. So
That's awkward, actually.
It feels bad, man.
So, I mean, but PSL, I mean, has he actually, when last did he play mid? I mean,
He was carry for a while, right?
I feel
Yeah,
like
I
he's been
think he was
carry
most of the time.
for...
Before that, he was mid. For I don't know who. Forget.
The last time I remember him was when he was playing with you guys as a support, and then he kind
Exactly,
of like
yeah.
disappeared, and then when he came back, it was APG as the carry, and I was like, don't remember when he was, But I mean, look, he's a very, very skilled player. A little bit, I think, more passive than Chosen, but he's still going to do, like, he knows what to do in the mid lane. It's not like a completely alien concept to him. He's been playing the carry role, so he obviously does know how to farm. It's really just going to depend on what hero they give him. Like, I don't know if he's the best tempo controlling player.
I think C1 is definitely a better player than him, but like, I'm like, what I'm more scared is like, he's going to a team he does not play with, right? And now, let's say his comms aren't going to be the best because he's going to be like, he doesn't want to make the shots. Like a lot of players, you need to be a certain type of person.
I have to interject here. It seems to be wrong. It's Chelsea that's been subbed out.
that's a bigger
That's
blow.
a huge
That's a
blow.
much bigger
Yeah,
blow.
that's bigger blow
that's
than I'm actually
actually
worried.
Chelsea's
been like the best offline in this event.
Yeah.
best offlane in the event, best player on energy, like,
And he's the drafter.
and he's the drafter.
I mean,
That's-
okay, the draft, he's crazy. Like, the drafting's not that big.
that's a really big
I
blow.
mean, the thing is, because I was going to go with this with, you have your, you have your consistent lineup. You know what to expect from your teammates. But I also I've seen those guys play live. Chelsea, or let's call him who he is, Lucker. He's the guy who's sort of commanding those team fights as well. He's very vocal. He's the guy shouting back off, following, reduce deaths,
Usually,
stop
I mean,
feeding.
the offlaner is the one who initiates the fight, so he has the control spell in the fight, like act something. So he obviously makes the call, like, okay, I'm initiating now, following. You know what I mean? Like he understands where the fight's going. So I think that's why. I mean, he's also the drafter, so he understands.
I think he's kind of like, I'm going to steal a CSGO term here, but I think he's kind of like the IGL. He's the guy commanding team. So that is very concerning. If that is the case, I mean, there seems to be a little bit of confusion of who's sitting out, but I do believe it's in fact Lucker. And
So what, Odu's going to be offlane now? What?
I
I
don't
think
know.
that would be the best solution. Odu was,
He wanted to play offlane for a while.
and he has played off lane for a long time. So
I think you want the player that that you would sack completely, because I think the way that Energy has been playing really well, Chelsea, his skill had allowed them to actually draft these lineups where the supports can actually rotate. They don't have to actually take care of him at all, and they know that he's not actually going to feed. He's not going to lose too much. He's going to get the experience. He'll still be involved in the team fights. So if you have a situation where you have a player that you actually have to take care of now, it sort of changes the situation, because now suddenly the mid lane, Chosen One is now going to have to win the lane. Like both games that we saw. The matchup probably could have gone better for Chosen One just in the pure 1v1, but it went a lot better because his supports would help him out. But now if there's one less support that has to like attend to somewhere else on the map, it might change things dramatically for how they actually want to approach the game as well. So I think this makes this, of all the potential changes or all the potential subs that PSL could be replacing, Chelsea's by far the worst thing.
for Ian right now.
Ian right now,
Like it,
yeah.
So how can it affect them positively? I mean, it does obviously mean that they have, if they're moving around, let's assume they move Odie to a different position, then they effectively would be likely to have a different selection of heroes. Maybe that gives them something.
It might change up in Energy's entire play style. So if you're going to be banning or drafting against what Energy was last game, it's now an entirely different team. They might share certain heroes, but the likelihood is that they're not going to be entirely the same.
No, the offlane pool is definitely
Yeah.
different now. Like I don't know, he hasn't played Nyx for a long time. I know he plays Legion Commander. Darkseer a little bit, but I'm not really sure about Bat Riders or Nixes or maybe Bristol. Maybe we'll see Bristleback. I don't really know.
I think this will probably lead them to, they'll shift their carry focus to the mid lane. Like I think Chosen One's going to become the actual carry in the next game. Even if Odu stays in the safe lane, I think he's probably going to have to play a lot more tempo controlling and allow Chosen One to actually get all the farm in the game.
Yeah.
So either way, but like Prophecy mentioned, it does change everything about how they draft, how they're going to approach the lane. So that also might factor into XTC. Like maybe after losing, maybe they could potentially have figured out their normal energy in terms of drafting, but now they have to, like, because you change up your own mindset as well, now things might be more open for energy, which makes it worse for XTC. So it could affect them positively, actually, at the end of the day. The surprise factor. And also, none of us have seen PSL in a while, like playing Dota, so we don't know what he's actually been up to.
So last weekend?
He played last weekend, yeah.
Yeah, come on.
Not like this. Not like just plug and play into a team, replacing somebody like this. So
I mean, to be fair, APG is also a team on the sort of,
yeah. He was playing carry on APG. We don't know what role he's going to be playing here. Like, it's just, there's just a lot of unknowns, and question marks can benefit energy, like in the situation.
I mean, I hear you. Personally, I just think that it's a case of if you are, if you're going up against a side that's maybe, I don't know, like newer, like XD, right? Like a side that is still sort of finding its feet, then I kind of feel like I would agree with you. But it's XTC they're going up against, and this is a refined side at this point, and I somewhat feel that, I mean, obviously we know that they're missing a couple of tricks, but I just don't see it happening, guys.
I don't know. XTC's been playing pretty passively. Like, even the game they won, the only game we've seen them play aggressively whatsoever was yesterday's Game 2 versus WRG. So, I don't know. Like, if you have a passive game, then the problem with playing passively is that even if your opponent has changed up their style in such a way that they're not comfortable with it, you might not necessarily be able to take advantage of it immediately. It might take some time into the game before you actually get any cracks to take advantage of in the enemy team. So I don't know. Like, I feel like if it actually was XD, this would be much worse for energy, because then XD would be like, right guys, just run at them for 20 minutes, and then they'll fall apart eventually. The synergy will break. But now, because XTC plays so slowly, energy might actually have time to figure out how they want to play the game together, get that synergy going into the mid-game team fights, and then that actually might lead up being a better result than we saw, like, overall. They might actually end up winning as a result because of it.
And XTC doesn't really have very aggressive supports following on.
I'm just worried about who's going to be the rock in the early to mid game. I mean, that's been Chelsea. Like, he's been their structure, right? And I just don't know if Odu's capable of that right now. I mean, he's not. It's a mindset. He's not fresh at the role, you know. Like, I mean, he's not up to date. It's not something he's been practicing. So I mean, it's hard to just. He's a good player, but it's just like hard to just put all that responsibility on him suddenly. You know what I mean? He'll try his best, but I'm just a bit worried for that. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, let's take a moment as well to discuss the road forward, as it were. So, let's say Energy do manage to pull off this victory against XC with the sub. They're going to find themselves going up against WG. Now, already we would expect that WG are firm favourites. Do you think it could have any effect on that game?
Yeah. You definitely want Chelsea in that game if Energy wants any chance. Because, I mean, just given the way that Darren's been playing this weekend, like, he has been, I think, far and away not only the most consistent offlaner, but by far the most impactful. And if you're going to take him out of the lineup, like, about the only upgrade you could have then would be maybe putting Donny in there, and then even then you'd have synergy issues, kind of thing. So it's like it's literally that's how well Darren has been playing this weekend. So taking him out of energy is literally crippling them before they walk into a White Rabbit gaming side. They might not be hitting on full cylinders, but the thing is, Santo is doing amazing work thus far. Castaway has always been consistent, and Welp has basically had no contest aside from basically himself for making silly plays this weekend. Like, Welp has been his own worst enemy at this stage. So, like, if White Rabbit Gaming even comes close to their current potential, Energy without Chelsea has no hope, in my opinion.
What if PSL just goes ham, guys? I mean,
he could.
What if he just goes ham?
I haven't seen Liam go ham, though. That's the problem.
That's true. I haven't actually seen Liam ever go ham in any game. That he's played in as a carry.
In pubs it happens.
In pubs, SA pubs with these Wazoo stacks. I mean, come on.
I don't know if Welp isn't actually good, right? Because I just want to point this out to you, right? When I think about, because he used to play for Bravado Motion for a while as well, right?
Well,
yeah, he was the carry 2015.
Because I feel when that happened, he didn't actually have to do. I mean, back in Netherlands, he didn't actually have to do anything.
Well, I mean, I just remember most of that DGC him getting pretty much Wraith King for like something like 5 out of 6 games, and then just farming. It's like, oh, Wraith King arrived at the fight.
I just feel like whenever Welp's been in a team, like that is at the top level, he hasn't actually had to do anything. It's sort of been more like he's playing a team that's so much further ahead than everybody else that he just sort of I'll secure the late game, guys, and then
I'm the insurance policy.
And then inevitably somehow he ends up, because isn't he got like a little bit of a curse? Like, he wins a tournament and he ends up being kicked anyways.
Something like that.
Well,
I mean, if you saw him play that tournament, he was awful. Like, let's be real. Like, we all definitely flamed him. Like, he was not a good call that tournament. And I think he knows it. But I mean, could have just been an off
But
weekend.
what if
for
he's
him.
just not actually good? What if he's just this man who's
No,
just like
he's
really
definitely
good?
good. He's definitely good.
That's pretty
pretending
good.
to be good and just sitting in these teams.
And when
sort
your
of
support, he was
quietly-
carrying like WRG to a lot of victories in the support
Yeah,
capacity. So like,
definitely.
yeah, he's
Last
actually
year-
really good.
No, guys. Maybe he'll prove.
I think he's just lazy. He's just like he plays these tournaments and he's just like, should I just go 20%? Should I go to 100%? I'm just gonna chill. And then he like just chills and they win anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, like you know.
Okay, well, we are now into the draft, so enough. Don't worry, Welp. I'm not. I don't actually hate you. or
Got your
anything.
back, well.
Donnie said terrible things about you during break. Though. Just saying. I don't know why he's all nice on air.
And he's using the old tag, Ferrari.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
Ferrari 458.
458,
It's been
eh?
so long, actually. This is a throwback.
Well,
TA back.
okay.
What?
So let's just see this now that we have this up.
Jimmy
So
drafting, eh?
the energy lineup is now Odu, Ferrari or Welp, Mr. Potkins, Strike, and Chosen One.
Yes.
So yeah, we were missing.
Some
we're
quick
definitely
bans
missing
there.
Laka.
It's throwing out those bans really quickly.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're banning Deppy
they're just
heroes,
banning
yeah.
Deppy heroes.
Just notice they're leaving out all the leaving out the
supports.
usual sport like Coddle. Well, that's in the pool. What else? Are they
Coddle,
usually
Warlock,
banned?
Night Stalker,
Yeah.
Nyx. None
It's
of
all
these
in
heroes
there.
have been banned. All three still banned.
Maybe they just want to
Energy-
leave this many heroes in.
This
They
is
want
the
to get
first
Coddle.
time. Wait, Energy got Dire and first pick this game.
Yeah, seems so.
That's
Pretty good.
Mayhem occurring
pretty
here.
good.
Pretty good.
I don't know. Like the Radiant jungle is much easier to farm now, especially with the 1 minute camps being back. So
Yeah, for mid, it's definitely favorable.
yeah, so I think it's still like.
I think they
overall,
wanted
you can still
Coddle.
deal.
The energy lineup. I think they were trying to
But
like.
they
for
do also
Coddle.
get the Warlock now
Yeah,
if they
yeah.
pick it.
Warlock, also Clockwork.
Who's that for? So are we just gonna assume it's Dreamy offlane?
I don't know. I actually have no. I don't know.
It's
like-
been so long since you played offlane though. That's
I'm gonna
the
say
biggest issue.
Dreamy offlane.
But
I'm
it's-
going
I
with
think
it.
what's going to happen is they're just going to forget the offlane. But guys, we don't have an offlane player.
Just two
so
carries.
we're
Do dual
we're
lanes.
going to have a carry in the jungle and a carry in the safe lane.
Yeah, then it's fine.
Dual lanes will probably be the most. You maximize their both their abilities. You can just have a semi carry in both lanes. It's fine.
And they fuse later, become a real carry.
Yeah.
So Warlock pick obviously is this Axe or LC versus Clockwork. Axe not great, not the best versus
I don't know
Clockwork.
if you ban like TAS and then you just leave in Warlock. I mean, that seems crazy. Like, where's the they could have got Clockwork anyway.
Is
and then-
this not perhaps actually a little bit of an answer to our question? Maybe they're getting rid of the depth heroes because they're worried about their mid.
But
maybe-
C1's there. It's like why
Yeah,
are they
Chosen
worried?
One's
Maybe,
still
Maybe,
there.
maybe there's something else happening with their lineup. Like
Well,
No,
the,
C1
la-
won't
the
remove
last
mid.
time I
There's no way.
saw C1 play carry with. No, there's no way you can do that.
No, he's like the only one on the team I
Is it-
trust mid.
is it
Like,
not-
Yeah, yeah.
But I mean, it's not possible that they have because we were expecting the Chosen One was actually going to be replaced, and that that Wolf was actually going to play mid. So it's not possible. Maybe using Odu off lane, a Chosen One safe lane, and a Wolf mid.
I'd rather they have 3 supports rather than move Chosen on mid. Chosen actually has been
that is
performing really
possible.
well.
That is possible, but like I
The
don't
thing
know.
is, like, you want the least disruptions. Odu has played off lane, so, like, I mean, he was originally known as an off laner, so that'd be the most logical thing is to move Odu to off lane and then put Ferrari into the carry role, which he's been playing lately. Like, to go and swap all 3 of your cores into different positions, that's like asking for a lot of trouble.
Agreed.
Jimmy's drafting really fast. Seems like he knows what he wants to do. Like his
think-
bans are coming out really quick. His
Yeah.
picks
Safe lane
coming out quick.
DP?
Banned.
Every
It's the
time,
ban.
they ban in all 3 games in the exact same ban slot. It's
But that
been-
was actually a crazy game. Like
Yeah.
that safe lane DP did put in a lot of work. Also, it sucks when you want to play Axe, like you just get Spirit Siphon, you can't do anything. You just
Oh,
like,
Blade
this
Mail
sucks.
heroes are really good against DP in general. Like
Yeah, yeah, it
Clockwork,
is.
I played against DPs, right? As a Clockwork, as soon as you get Blade Mail, you just hook him with his spirits on, you just Blade
Yeah,
Mail, and then
and
you
he
can't do
just
anything.
dies,
He just
isn't it?
dies so
Yeah.
quickly. It's
It's the best
actually,
thing.
it's pretty sad.
They still have to
Ricky.
get the Blade Mail.
Yeah, also
Use the
have to
lane.
get
Ricky banned. What does Energy actually want here for the mid lane? So the thing as well is that after changing players, we're not necessarily sure strategically what they want to be going for. So this Clockwork, like Chelsea Clockwork, we actually didn't see any Chelsea Clockwork, right? Not his kind of hero. So this is also a change up in how Energy.
We did
We
see
have
it
seen
once,
it,
right?
yeah, we have
Did
seen
we?
it a couple of times,
Yeah.
but it's like he makes odd decisions like Clockwork.
Yeah, it
Like, he
doesn't feel like
jumps-
it's his.
Yeah, he jumps supports a lot as the Clockwork rather than like high value cores.
Oh man, this sucks for the
Razor.
off lane. Razor
Oh,
versus
feels
Clock.
sad.
Oh, can't be done.
Man, what the hell? Razor's done quite well this tournament, I'd say.
Yes.
The last few picks, the Razor's
Yeah.
done really well. In the beginning, it wasn't doing so hard. It was losing a lot of games, but now,
I think
since that wild game, I think I've just been
People have
more
had
impressed.
better understanding of what to do with the hero.
Mm.
Like no, I think that the big change is that no one's playing it just as a normal farm anymore. People are actually trying to dominate and kill in the lane, which you kind of have to do with this hero, which is
They
good.
just weren't comfortable on it. I mean, they all know it's a strong pick, but just like feel iffy about actually playing it.
It's been banned a lot as well.
Mm,
Like
that's
it's been like banned like most games in the second phase. So Energy, Magnets are still left in the pool, right? That's probably the main reason why they were able to win game 1.
I think
Game
Jimmy
2,
would.
sorry.
I think Jimmy would play Magnus. Like I think he rates there very highly as well.
Clock, CM,
Or maybe it's a
support.
clock. Support.
I mean, like if they have Magnets, I'm fine with Clockwork being support.
Maybe it's a mid mag. Like because okay, it's not where you really want your mags. You want it usually off lane, but like maybe with Ferrari they have a mag player. Is that a thing?
Doxia. Okay, yeah. So
it's
there's support clock anyway, yeah. But I'm actually fine with this. Doxia, I think this one of the things that I wanted to say, ask you earlier is that I feel if they have a change in the offlane, right, then it actually might lead to a Doxia pick more often because one of those heroes that you're like, if you're not that confident in the offlane, you don't have to have a lot of skill in offlane to play Doxia. Just like get this hero, get the early mech, you should be okay. Like if you understand how the lane plays go.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It takes skill, dude.
Like it does, but come on. Like if you're playing
Laning stage is easier. Let's just put it
laning
that
phase
way.
is much easier as Doxia. Just go to the jungle.
Offlane's hard.
Press W.
I'm gonna back you. I think Dox is one of those heroes that, like, sure, it's easy to iron shell creeps, right?
Yeah.
But it's hard to actually play the hero well. So I wouldn't want to put in the hands of someone who's like, okay, brother, just iron shell the creeps. We'll see what happens later.
Because I think the reason why is because like Energy, what we saw in game one and game 2, right? If Energy loses the game, it's going to be a game where they lose the laning phase, as we saw in game 1, right? If they come out of the laning phase relatively okay, then they can actually rush over STC. So you want a hero which won't lose the lane, like just guaranteed. You know for a fact, even the worst skill player will survive the laning phase with this. And Doxia is one of those heroes, and you just can't lose the lane with Doxia like completely. You can get like drawn a little bit less than even, but unless it's a really terrible matchup, you should be more or less okay.
You actually have to physically lose the lane. They can't really win it against the Doxia.
I do not concur.
You do
guys.
not concur?
This is Doxia is a hard hero. Like there are definitely lanes that Doxia doesn't do well, especially his Iron Shell costs a lot of money. You can cost like 3 or 4, and then what? Like
Just go to the lane with like 12 to clarities. It's
they just hit you off. They're super annoying heroes out there. Okay, whatever.
The one thing about the XC lineup here is that like they're putting a lot of faith in Skynet for control, and I like the fact that they've given Adestam a hero that like he has to be active early on.
I mean, Skynet didn't have a good axe game so far this tournament.
Yeah,
So,
like
hopefully
he's actually. I mean, we were saying earlier like he hasn't been good this tournament. Like something's just obviously off with him.
Could be
Rubik
just
pick up. We haven't seen much of that, eh?
No, at all. We saw like one Rubik.
It's for the clockwork though.
For what? Like cogs?
Cogs lift out, throw him away.
Lift out cogs. It's also kind of annoying for Doxia, right? Like when you're trying to surge away, you can just get insta lifted, then it sucks, and you can actually die if he's positioned
He
properly.
doesn't have great item like ability steals right now, apart from maybe.
Maybe they think they're gonna pick Mag.
It's actually, I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, this is kind of an interesting pickup because there's just nothing that you would almost say like, this is a good Rubik game, or oh, if he gets that, it'll be really useful. It's sort of, you know, maybe CMLT is one thing that he could get quite nicely, but even in the mana cost in that is such a
Maybe
it's abysmal.
Maybe
so
just maxes null field this game. Like if he goes high points into null field, it does debilitate a lot of the team fight potential that Energy has right now. Because all their damage is magical at the moment. So if he goes more points into null field, that might be what he's thinking about.
Or
just to try
like
and
if
short
they
the team
think
fight.
Clockwork is going to be super annoying and by roaming with Doxia into the bot lane, maybe they're thinking of a hero that can like disengage them running in. So like Clockwork tries to run in cogs, he lifts him, throws him away before he can get the cogs.
Yeah.
That's what maybe he's thinking out, but it's rough. Like also a support that can survive a Clockwork, right? So Clockwork can't just kill him, you can actually throw him out of cogs.
That's actually, this is becoming a better game for Rubik.
Yeah.
have a puck.
We should have seen Puck coming though after the Quap ban. Like normally when you ban these kind of heroes and you're like, okay, probably going to see Puck in the mid
This
lane.
is the first puck we've seen this tournament though, isn't it?
No.
No, Costa played it once.
Yeah, Castaway did play a Puck.
Oh yeah.
It's a decent hero. Weaver ban, actually. I don't know about that. Like, it feels...
If I was playing the Rubik, I'd just be like, don't ban the Weaver. No, please don't ban the Weaver. I want Sakuchi.
Sakuchi is nice. You run around, you don't die.
Maybe it's not good for energy, I don't think at least. Against Axe Razor, Warlock.
They need, like, something super hard to carry physical damage, right? Yeah.
Because Energy doesn't really have a frontliner at the moment. Everything's pretty soft, except maybe Darkseer, but even he doesn't really want to be starting fights in the front lines.
What do you guys think? Morph? Nyx? No. I don't like Nyx versus Razor, though. Or Axe. It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Not of Infest Bombs.
Is there a lot of investment on both Clockwork and Puck? Stormban, so...
It's probably one of the better against Axe. Next, not that good against Razor, I agree, but probably good against Axe. Like, he calls him, he lifesteals a lot, so he's not taking much blade mail damage.
But I'm scared of that, right? Because if you have one melee core and you're up against a Razor, the moment that Razor connects with that hero, you're in so much trouble. At least into the super late. Obviously, early on, Puck is going to be able to provide you with enough explosive damage, but
I kind of feel like, I mean, if it was me, I would probably want to look for something that's ranged, just to reduce. There we go.
Luna.
Just to
Luna's
reduce
cool,
that
yeah.
opportunity to do so.
But
You can
and
still
who
get
did
Leash,
that
though.
today? Was it
Envy, yeah.
Envy did?
Yeah.
They did
And
Luna
lost to
against
Razor
yeah, they
really
lost,
terribly.
yeah.
It was like super hard. He couldn't do anything in the team
But
fight.
they did have like a lot of different heroes. They had like support bats and
support
some
back, support
things.
Nyx.
Yeah,
It was a
it's
strange
crazy.
game.
And then offlane
No,
NS.
actually, Nate's
the
that wasn't that good because like I feel like heroes like Axe and Mag are very good against Infest bombs
Yeah.
because like you just wait for the
Yeah, just
them
wait
to
for it.
pop
Then you
out on
can't to initiate
Yeah.
immediately. Yeah.
It's true.
Also,
But
like X, I don't know. I don't know about this Luna though. I don't feel it's enough damage overall.
See,
Like it doesn't feel like it even with like a crazy amount of net worth. Like it just 1v5 doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
I really feel like through the history of Dota 2, Luna has been a hero. With the exclusion of the Shadow Demon Luna combination times, I've always felt like it's that carry that people go to when they're not sure. Like when you can't have a melee carry and you want something and you're like, cool, let's go. for it.
Oh god, mid bristleback. This is Puck can't peek. Puck
Is gonna hate
Yeah,
life
it's
in that
mid-bristle.
lane.
This is mid. Yeah, this is actually really good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I said 2-1 XCC at the beginning, right? I'm pretty happy I said that. I feel good right now.
You know what? I'm glad you said that is because I believe that if I'm not mistaken, so you weren't wrong.
Not yet.
I wasn't wrong. I think Scarpy and Riddits weren't wrong.
Okay.
So there's two odd
Okay,
ones out
guys.
here. Scarpy and Riddits, can you confirm that you are also not wrong at this point?
I can confirm that I am not wrong. But Scorpy,
I cannot confirm or deny. But yeah, I said 2-0, but I think Ecstasy with this drop looked to be the stronger side.
I'm a believer in PSL. Let's go.
Okay.
Well,
Ex-teammates.
let's see. Obviously, this is a big one, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this will go on to face White Rabbit Gaming in the grand finals. Good luck to both teams and good luck to both casters. Take it away, boys.
thanks so much. I mean, this is nearly a blue strat coming out here from Energy, though. It is a Crystal Maiden, it is Darkseer, Puck, Luna. It's like 4 blue heroes, and then the Clockwork comes in just to throw it a little bit off. But they were talking a lot about the Luna pick there and, you know, how they didn't like it. I do. You have a Darkseer, you have a Clockwork, you have a Puck that controls them all in this little circle area. And the Glaives can bounce. Sure, Razor does well against any core that they would have picked up. I just think that Luna might actually be the one core that can help there, with the Manta-style illusions, Glaives also bouncing around.
I can agree, but I think the pickup of the bristleback sort of put the spanner in the works there. I think it's just so strong. I think Puck's gonna have a terrible time in lane. I feel like actually most of the laning stage is not gonna look good, and it seems like they're actually walking very aggressively here. So they might actually look to just contest a run. Is there a smoke? Yes, there's a smoke on the Warlock, so they're more than likely gonna look to contest. But a ward has been dropped by Strike in the lane. I don't think it's gonna scout out much here. So.
Well, both teams smoked up. Top wants to go for a kill. An early kill up on Dreamy will actually put the offlane in a very good position to actually get that first creep wave up, depending, of course, on when they get the kill. But let's have a look here. Dreamy might be in a bit of trouble. He's standing in a very safe position over there. The smoke will get popped up, and Dreamy scouts this out, and he's just like, okay, I'm done. Are we going to see Energy actually contesting the bottom ruin now, though?
I think Skynet, he's also worried as soon as they see them if they're going to rotate and maybe put pressure on that. But I like the fact that they're going for an aggressive lane here into the Luna. Luna's going to have a bit of a tough time here. They also have a Clockwork who I don't think... His cogs are pretty good up against an aggressive lane. But other than that, CM is quite squishy, so if she overextends to try and do something, she can die. So it's going to be interesting. Again, Razor's pretty tanky, and set up with the Rubik, he can get a long tether off and be able to deal a huge amount of damage. And Warlock can sort of be their sustain and potentially even that harassing damage at level 1.
Well, it is going to be a 2-run for 2-run exchange here between Energy and XTC, and the typical mandatory pause coming in here for SA Dota.
Yeah. So I think another important thing for us to point out, it is going to be a it is going to be Ferrari playing on the Darkseer. They did switch him up now to the top lane, realizing, oh, they're going aggro into us and this is not favorable. So, yeah, Ferrari's going to be playing on the off lane. So, for all the questions that we had, whether or not he's going to be playing safe lane.
So,
well, technically he's playing safe lane, but he's playing position 3.
So, they're trying to cause as little disruption as possible on their lineup to just replace Chelsea up with Ferrari 458. Keep in mind, Ferrari 458 started off in a mid position, then he moved over to carry. I haven't seen him actually play off lane, really.
Yeah, I can't say I have any information about that. But like they said on the panel, Darkseer's laning is not always that difficult, although there's sort of a skill difference. But I'm sure
Well, as a
Ferrari
safe
has a
lane
good idea.
boxer, he'll be very happy with that.
Yeah.
I mean, he'll actually be able to get a lot more experience out of this than a standard off
He
lane
also
boxer.
has easy access to the jungle to work with, which is something very important for him. So yeah, they realize actually it looks like they might just go dual lanes.
Yeah. 458 actually does get scouted out, Ferrari. He tried to move in towards the jungle, got scouted out in our top lane though. Energy is trying to pick up Skynet, getting the battery assault off, trying to just draw away the creeps. So no sneaky pulls coming up here, and I mean, Skynet needs to have a big game here. He needs to be able to get those initiations off for his team, but they have two frontliners. XTC has the Bristleback, which is up mid right now. Sitting on 2-1 versus 1-2, so a very even matchup right now at the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, I think like C1's gonna have a tough time eventually, but Deppy's consumption of mana is gonna be pretty high here at the beginning, so at least C1 can contest pretty
No
evenly
Crystal
now.
Maiden up for the Bristleback. The Bristleback is going to suffer.
Yeah. So yeah, that's one of the things. Like C1's going to be using his illusionary orb to sort of farm where possible, so that he can stand back and not get any sort of stacks on him. So it's not that bad. It's still not exactly the lane that he would have liked, but quite a strong lane for Deppy, I feel.
Yep. Skynet moving into the jungle right now, just trying to get something
mid
up
lane.
there. And mid lane, are we going to see the first blood coming
Oh,
through?
no.
I don't think they have enough damage, to be honest, between Deppy and Doom Bunny, but we might see a wraparound coming in here now. Mr. Pottykins, he does have his battery assault up, and are they going to go in? There's the battery assault as well as the Crystal Maiden. This is going to be the first blood, and it is going to be onto Deppy. He does very far up. He might actually get out of this one alive. Are they going to dive in? Deppy is alive and well, and he's just like, not today, my friend, not today.
Yeah, Doom Bunny was in the right place at the right time. The Shadow Word came just off cooldown. I don't know if they would have had enough to bring him down even without it, but it also means he doesn't have to go all the way back. Obviously, Shrine's being up much later time. Deppy might want to... Oh, he's got Bottle flying at him.
And
So
the
that's good.
perks of a poor man's shield.
Yeah, the poor man shield definitely helps him out there. I think the Clockwork relies quite a lot on right-clicking you at that sort of situation. But I mean, it's a pretty decent contest, at least right now at the beginning, but once Deppy's got his bottle on hand, he's going to be maybe more of an issue for C1 to deal with.
This Razor currently sitting on 17 and 6 with the Bristol on 15 and 5. I mean, things looking quite good here from the side of XTC.
Skynet's in
Getting their
trouble. Sorry,
getting
bot
their
lane.
two cores. Yeah, this might actually going to be the first blood. Going to a Strike, though. I think maybe Strike should have left this for Dreamy if he had the option.
Yeah, so, I mean, still good rotation, though. Finds the kill. Yes, if he gave the kill over to Dreamy, that would have been far better.
Deppy.
Whoop.
Sitting on 12 HP, buddy, I think you should get back to base.
Yeah, I think he has the same idea, and I mean, it's a long walk for him, unfortunately.
Oh, there's no rocket flare on the Clockwork. He needs to get his level 2. Give him his level 2. I think they're trying to give it up right now, and nope,
Yeah, it's too late.
it's too late.
Yeah, I think even if it starts flying now, he's going to heal up more than enough to survive it, so he'll be fine. I think Skynet's actually the one having quite a difficult lane, really, surprisingly. He's got 5 last hits, but you would have expected him to be a little bit more aggressive, but he is dealing with sort of a CM. It can reduce him down, they can control him, and Dreamy does quite a decent amount of damage. And I think Dreamy's sort of been left to his own devices here. He's level 4, so he's finding quite a decent amount of XP.
Axe is moving into the jungle. I do agree with this. He's not getting anything down there. But perhaps because on the top lane, Adestam should be fine now. They need to maybe rotate a couple of the supports down to try and shut down Dreamy.
Yeah, at this time, he's hit his level 4. Is maybe just a little bit of experience behind the Luna because his supports had to sit him for a little while. But he's not going to have a problem with a Darkseer. As long as they know what sort of rotations are coming up towards him, he should be fine. He's a very quick hero. I think one of the fastest heroes.
Skynet might be in quite a bit of trouble right now. This is going to be the second kill up here for Energy. Skynet busy juking around. He might actually survive this. Don't and I coming in to help. And now Deppy wants to go in. The slow is there. They're trying to do as much as possible. Strike is in a lot of trouble, and this is going to be the death of Strike. One more hit needed. Deppy will get it. They actually do manage to lift up the Clockwork, but there's no control further. No call up on the axe just yet, and getting a 1-for-1 trade-off, actually Skynet surviving.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really good for the Bristleback, especially seeing that he had to walk all the way back to lane, managing to find a kill there. He's going to be quite happy. Deppy, he's going to get his trades up pretty quickly. And I mean, Chosen One, he's still finding his CS and so on, so he's not going to be too bothered. I mean, it's not a favorable lane for him, so the more he can get space created is fine for him. But obviously losing the CM there, that was maybe a bad loss, but not terrible, because the Clockwork managed to get himself on out there.
True, very true. Although they did decide to engage and they lost someone, but, you know, mitigating casualties, so to speak. Adestando stealing 42 damage, using that to form up a nice little triple stack that was here.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he does go on, Mr. Pottykins. There's the freeze, and Adestam. Oh, no, that was nearly so bad. Nearly pushing him out. Mr. Pottykins, luckily getting the last hit there.
Yeah, his cogs just did enough damage there. That could have been pretty close, but yeah, Mr. Pottykins making decent rotations. Yes, there was a failed one sort of in mid, but he got out alive, and now he makes a successful one onto what I believe is probably the most farmed hero, was the most farmed hero for his opponent. So
Adestam has actually moved towards the bottom lane, going up against Dreamy now. Dreamy is level 6, does have his Eclipse. Razor will hit his level 6 now after the next creep that dies, I think. But Adestam trying to go in, he has to be very careful here, and there you go. Dreamy just decides to turn around. Lucid Beam, oh, very close, the Eclipse, nearly getting it. Adestam has to heal up right now, and are they going to be able to get anything? Are they going to be able to actually turn around and go for Dreamy right now?
Oh, Dreamy
but
not in
Dreamy
trouble.
wants to move it forward. Unfortunately, Adestam has healed up too much. Dreamy is still all the way alone. Is he going to be lifted up? Here comes Adestam, and Dreamy, this might be very problematic for him. There is the lift coming through right now, and there's Adestam. Can they do anything? The 5-minute mark is there, the slow is there. Unfortunately, you guys do not want to actually chase onto the high ground here. Dreamy's busy healing up, but it's not going to be enough. The TPs are coming in. Adestam getting that kill, and Mr. Pottykins, you do not want to be here with 80 damage stolen up on the Razor.
Yeah, and while that was all happening, it was a 1-for-1 exchange. The two supports rotated on the mid lane onto the Bristleback, and he just did enough damage to kill the puck. They managed to kill him off eventually, but the trade was
in his favor then.
Yeah, it wasn't good for them really, because they had two supports rotating, and then the support rotated up and died instantly. And I'm not so sure what Mr. Pottykins had in mind there when he went into that shrine after the Luna had already died.
Yeah. Maybe underestimating the Razor and how much damage he saw, but you should be able to click on the Razor and actually have a look and see.
Yeah, I think actually even if it wasn't that, it was just the field. I mean, he's maxed out the plasma field to 3 points. It's just more than enough damage to kill him. So I think maybe assuming that he only had 1 point in plasma field, maybe.
Oh, let's have a look here. Strike being slowed up once again. He is surged up, but there's the lift coming in from the Rubik. This Rubik actually paying off. There's a lot of concerns in regards to this Rubik pick, but looking at the way that Rubik's currently playing, it's actually been paying off, and getting those lifts off every time that the surge is there.
Yeah,
is big difference.
I don't think I should have any concern with that. I think it's such a good lane. Rubik and Razor, they synergize very well. There's good potential for kill in that lane, and Rubik scales really well into the late game up against his opponents. He's got a lot to steal. So I like the Rubik pick here. I definitely think it was actually really nice. I thought they might have been going for something else, but when they picked it up, I thought, this actually is quite nice. The Null is also very good up against
opponents. Let's have a look
opponents.
here on Ferrari. Ferrari uses the surge, and there he gets lifted up, and oh no, Razor. Adestam actually attacked the creep there, not Ferrari.
Oh!
But he'll be able to chase him down with the phase boot activated.
Yeah, so we must keep in mind that Razor's really, really quick. He's a really fast hero, so it's very difficult to sort of run away from him.
353 movement speed without the phase boots up.
Yeah, once the phase boots get triggered, it's a very, very different story. So, yeah, I mean, Adestam, he's having a good time now. He's found himself 4 kills. He died once, yes, but I mean, it's now really meaningless to him, the fact that he's found himself 4 kills. And it's sort of made his opponent's supports sort of dismal. They've Strike and Mr. Pottykins looked like they were making good rotations at a time, but now they really just not sure where to go. The lanes have been switching up constantly. It's not looking very favorable, but they might be looking to try and do something here to Adestam. But Adestam's now got to point his unstable concoction, so not an easy kill.
Yeah, Dewbuddy dropping towards the top lane. Dreamy actually getting that kill with the glaive bounce. And towards the bottom lane, they are jumping in onto Adestam, but Adestam, he has stolen 50 damage, he's stolen 60, 70. Is he going to turn around? He can possibly do this. With the rest of the team not being able to do anything, Adestam does have a lot of damage. He's going to be able to farm up. He gets healed up now by Doombuddy as well. Mid lane, we do see some kind of engagement coming through there. It is going to be a silence onto the Bristleback. Bristleback does get eaten alive here by Dreamy's Eclipse.
Yeah. So something that he has to be aware of. He does have a cloak, but it was just not enough to really negate all that magical damage. Once he does get his hood up, I think it's going to be a bit more of a difficult kill. But Deppy's died twice now in lane, so...
With his hood and then possibly moving into an early pipe, how big of an impact does that have on the Luna's Eclipse?
I think he just wants to get the hood right. He's going to be able to block 325 damage of the Eclipse, so it's quite significant. I think it's like one extra beam that's lost. And top lane, they're looking...
Oh, Skynet not being able to get the call off. Dreamy is just a little bit too fast right now. Actually, there's the lift coming up, waiting for it, and there's going to be the call. And is this going to be the first dunk? It is. They did, however, manage to pick up Dota and die. And they might want to go in for more. Mr. Pottykins is in a lot of trouble. The freezes there coming through. Mr. Pottykins does trap him and strike in. But is the next... Oh, unfortunately, the Nasal Goose stacks was just off cooldown. Let's have a look here quickly. The Axe might be in a bit of trouble himself. Is he going to turn around and go on to Strike? Strike might be in a lot of trouble. Mr. Pottykins is in a lot of trouble. They're all in a lot of trouble, but can they do enough? Unfortunately, no one has died just yet, except for the Clockwork.
Skynet's still in trouble here. He's TPing out. Oh, the lift! It's just too good. He gets that. I can't believe it. I can't believe he managed. But, two-man Dream Coil.
Chosen comes in, gets a two-man Dream Coil up right now. He manages to go and blow up the Rubik as well. Deppy is still there. Deppy's still alive. I have no idea how this man is still alive, but he is. He's busy spamming out. He's not going to, though, survive much longer, going in for the front side and getting that kill. So a lot happened during that fight. Currently 8-8. Looking at the fight recap, it's a 2-for-2 trade-off, but going heavily with 500 gold in favor of Energy.
It was actually a 3-for-2 trade-off. Rubik died twice in that fight. He came back and just died again.
So that's even more in favor of Energy then.
Yeah. So,
Rubik,
I mean...
why you feed?
Yeah. Well, he did make a huge save on Skynet, though. He really put his life on the line to save Skynet there, so...
Then that is worth it, in my opinion.
To be fair.
Skynet nearly has his Blink Dagger up, 12 minutes in. He was safe lane, but he was pressured extremely in that lane. He does not have... He has boots up and a little stout shield.
Yeah, he's going to meet his peak at a really good timing. And once he has that Blink Dagger online, I think his opponents are going to be under sort of some sort of pressure, knowing, okay, we need to not group up, we need to not overextend now, we know there's an Axe potentially who could just jump on us at any minute. And that's the Blink Dagger up on him now. So I expect him to make use of this and potentially find a kill or two. And
possibly pushing up towards the middle lane, get this middle lane, then go in towards mid, and then make use of that Blink. So let's have a look and see. We do see two supports here for the side of Energy. Mr. Pottykins as well as Chosen One. They are busy trying to scout this out. Doom Buddy gets hooked on. Good vision coming up there, of course. He does have the battery assault, and it's just doing... I mean, the Warlock just kept on trying to do something, but he just kept on getting bashed. The top tier 1 was taken however, so it's a tier 1 tower for support. I honestly feel that trade is worth it, though.
Yeah. So battery assault's so good up against Axe. Axe couldn't jump in there because the battery assault was up. He's going to now ping out onto Mr. Pottykins, but...
Is he going to move in? Is he going to go in? Is the Blink Dagger actually scouted out now because of this?
I believe it. I believe he might have had an opportunity to scout that one out, so...
All standing on the high ground, trying to keep himself just a little bit away. But the side of Energy, yeah, I think they might have scouted this out because they decide to back off. And now Ecstasy, it's up to them again. What do they do? Moving up from here, 1,000 in their favor. It's dropped between, like, of the past 8 minutes from 1,000 Energy to 1,000 in Ecstasy's favor itself. But still a very close game, and it's still anyone's game at this point. Deppy does have a Hood of Defiance up, and building into the Ring of Health as well as the Vitality booster after that. So that will, of course, be his Vanguard.
Yeah, so the Vanguard is going to be a pretty decent pickup for him.
Oh, there's Chosen One going in, getting a one-man Dream Coil, two-man Dream Coil coming in right there. But the Cogs also managed to block person off. The wall is there, the vacuum's there. Crystal Maze getting a full duration ultimate off as well. Can they actually get the kill onto the Luna? Adam stabs on him, killing spree right now. Chosen One's in a lot of trouble himself. He has to get away, but Mr. Pottykins, there's not much he can do. Do they have any kind of disable? One more hit needed. Can they do it? Unfortunately not. It was so close. But Adestam is still here, going in onto Ferrari. He manages to get that kill. Now he wants to turn around onto Strike. How can they all TP away and not die? Adestam is hitting like a truck.
Yeah, so that was pretty lucky that he got away there. That could have been an extra kill for them. They still have the Golem though, so that's something that we can keep an eye on. And Adestam must be careful about walking through the wall. But I suppose it's extra farm for them. But yeah, I mean, Adestam,
Illusions, more form.
yeah, Adestam stealing so much damage then. Another thing that I want to talk about later on his talent tree here at level 15, he's going to get 175 cast range. That is just so good, especially when you got heroes like that maybe might be building force off, such as the Luna, the Clockwork. You can still sort of keep that tether going.
Potikins, he gets surged right now. He manages to get his cogs. They want to go in further. Who are they actually going to focus on? It is going to be the dunk onto Mr. Potikins. Are they going to go down or up? So they decide to turn around. They want to move on to Ferrari, and Ferrari surged in the clock. Clock just could not actually get anything done right there. The Eclipse is down. They don't really have much. Chosen One does have a double damage rune going in with his illusory orb, trying to do as much damage as possible. But there's the call onto 2 heroes. The spin is there, and here comes Adestam. The rock gets dropped onto energy. 2 heroes down. They get blown up. The tier 2 tower is going to drop as well. And this is just looking like XTC is walking over energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Great play from Skynet, finding himself in a good position there. So something else I want to talk about here is the synergy Axe has with a lot of his team with his Quelling Blade. Whenever he dunks someone, you got high movement speed on both Razor as well as the Bristleback. Yeah. So as soon as he uses that ultimate, they move very quickly, and those are 2 heroes that get a lot out of it.
You don't want to give Razor more movement speed, because then what can you do up against him?
Yeah. So it's very, very nice synergy there. That's something we probably didn't talk about earlier. And now they're going to pick up Roshan for themselves, and I think there shouldn't be much of a contest here because, okay, Clockwork is up, he does have a hookshot, but they've got to push his lanes out before they even consider contesting this one. So this should be a nice and easy Roshan here for Ecstasy.
Yeah, giving the rush probably onto the Bristleback or the Razor. I would put it on the Bristleback so that he can just tank it up.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, there's one hood of Defiance up on the Bristleback. There's another hood of Defiance up on the Razor as well.
Yeah.
These heroes are itemizing exactly the way they need to up against the Luna.
Yeah, the Luna as well as the Puck. I mean, both high magic damage.
And the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, so they've definitely sort of scattered out a weakness now. Oh, Axe caught someone in the tree line here. That's going to be a CM.
Nah, poor little CM. Oh, he's like, there's a dunk. Nope. Now it's a dunk.
Yeah, that was still nice kill for them. They're catching out the CM. That's pretty costly. I mean, especially after you lose Rax, this gives them a good opportunity to find a tier 2 tower here. So they might want to look to see if they can push out lanes and maybe trade. I see Ferrari's doing a decent job at that, but I think they might have to come and defend either the tier 2 tower or look for some sort of other trade here.
Well, let's have a look. 14 to 11, 4,000 net worth in favor of XTC. Okay, so if you're energy right now, do you split push? What do you do? Because they can't take a team fight right now.
Yeah, I think Ferrari's doing the right thing here. He's going to put some chip damage. I don't think they're going to be able to make much of a trade, but I also don't think they want to fight into that Aegis. So do whatever chip damage they can do, keep the lanes pushed out as much as possible, make sure that, okay, even if they get this tier 2 tower, they can't get more objectives while the Aegis is online. But they are going to sort of maybe force them to rotate back here to the tier 3 and then farm up the rest of the map. So I think Ecstasy still have a pretty big advantage with this Aegis on hand.
Okay, Aegis was recently taken. I mean, they're busy pushing up high ground now. Can Energy defend this? Can Energy actually do something about this? Because the Puck is there, sure. Illusory Orb caught up by Rubik. That's always awesome. That's always fun. The Puck can get a good Dream Coil off. But can they do anything further, or what do you think Energy should do right now? They do go to the Bristleback. Bristleback gets pushed up. Unfortunately, with Potikins missing it. Or do they sack this and just try and delay this as much as possible?
Well, if they can keep on doing that sort of chip damage, that is more than enough. Good D-Wall coming at you, identifying. This is actually something, when you watch XTC play, they often place that ward up in the top corner there, so really good D-Wall coming out there, knowing that that was something that they could be looking at. But again, Deppy's just going to walk onto this high ground. He's pretty damn tanky, and he's trade
switching. It's just like right-clicking once or twice. The thing is, Energy has a lot of wave clear. And without this Aegis up, I don't think XTC can break high ground as easily as they would like if they don't manage to get a pick off or two.
Yeah, Deppy does like pretty quick trade switches every time he throws out his Quill Spray, so he keeps his mana pool pretty high, and then as soon as he turns his back, he goes straight back onto strength, so they have to do so much work to get through that hero. So he's going to farm up a little sack that the enemy have made up for themselves here, and won't take any damage. He's in fact going for Sanjin Yasha.
A little ancient stack, there you go.
Yeah, I like what he's building. The Sanjin Yasha, I think it's really a nice item on him. It helps with the movement speed that we spoke about. Obviously, a really good item for this
Vanguard up, SNY up, Hood up. Basically itemizing for everything to a certain degree.
I think they're just lacking the Solar Crest. I think Solar Crest is still quite a good item on Bristleback most of the time, so I suppose. But I think for this sort of game, they've got a pretty decent lead right now, so if they want to hold on to it, he's just going to look to have sort of items to help tank him up and help him run down the opponents.
Well, let's look at Puck's itemization. Puck queuing up a Hand of Midas.
This is actually something Energy have done quite a bit, like queue up very, very late Hand of Midases. I am not sure if there's anything in it, maybe that, I don't know, but I think it's just weird. It's not even greedy anymore because it's just, I can't see the value in it at such a late stage.
You want to then try and take this late, you want to try and delay this, but XTC doesn't want to delay this.
Yeah,
So if you know the enemy team, if you can delay the enemy team long enough, it will be worth it. But XTC, they're definitely going to push up, split push you, and they want to end this game within the next 10 minutes.
But I mean, like, you want to sort of itemize to spike when your hero is in a good position to do so. And you losing objective after objective, you're losing control of your map at quite a high rate. This is just, even if you get a Hand of Midas, are you going to close that gap? It seems very unlikely in my opinion.
Well, the Aegis is up. Unfortunately, Bristleback now gets frozen up. Can they actually do enough to him while he still has the Aegis to burst him down? Deppy, seriously, he's just turning his back on everyone. He's like, I'm okay, guys. You can't touch me. You can't touch this. He has to be careful, though, because the Aegis is going to expire quite soon. But he decides to back off and not blow his Aegis. Are they going to move across? I mean, XTC is farming out pretty nicely right now. It's 4,500 net worth in their favor. 14 and 11 kill in their favor. But is there an item that the Luna can actually pick up right now, or that the Puck or the Darkseid can pick up that can change this game for them?
Well,
for the side of Energy?
The Luna's Mansa is going to be good, but I mean, it's not going to be sort of that item that makes a dramatic difference. I think the Puck, he's got his Blink Dagger, getting a Hand of Midas, it's just not going to make a change. I mean, he's going to get buffed attack speed, and that's about it.
On the Luna, picking up the Mask of Madness, is that going to be farm, or why? Because a Mask of Madness up on a Luna, I get why you could pick it up, but the problem is you lose a lot of armor. Well, not lose armor, but you become very squishy. And Luna, at this point, does not have a lot of armor and is squishy already.
Yeah, so it reduces your armor by 5, which is fine. She's an agility hero, so she's already sitting with like a solid 19 armor. Yeah. It's quite a common item these days because, of course, you can break it up later on. But
and it helps escalate her farm. I get that.
Yeah.
I'm just, if she pops that Mask of Madness just as the initiation starts, it's going to be really problematic for her, considering she's up against the likes of a Bristleback that gives even more minus armor.
Yeah, and he also distributes physical damage, right? So his quills are physical damage, and then the Razor also hits with right clicks, which are also physical damage. So when you do reduce your armor, you sort of put yourself at a bit of risk. But,
no Aegis up right now, but the side of XCC is smoked up. Are we going to see any kind of further engagement? There you
Ferrari.
go. The engagement onto Ferrari, but Ferrari surged up right now. Can they actually jump in onto him? They will not have enough. Oh, the Rubik coming in with a stolen illusory orb and a blink. Manages to lift the Darkseid, but Darkseid gets out of that one. So a smoke there did not really go their way. And Energy just sitting in their base. Once again, they can't really do anything much they can't defend this outside of their base. They can only stay in their base and try and farm up and push up a little bit, but then they'll have to retreat. Do you think Luna should save for buyback or just buy up the Manta?
Like I say, the Mansa is going to make a bit of difference at clearing the wave, but I think he just buys it right now. If he dies and he has to buy back, it's pretty much sort of lost. So at that stage, if that happens, they're still potentially going to take 2 lanes of racks. Yeah. At least now you can have some sort of wave clear to say, okay, they can't do that.
Yes, he bought it. I do agree with this because if they, as you stated, if he had to buy back, the amount of gold lost there would have just been astronomical.
Yeah, he might as well have bought it, right? Even if he died because he bought it.
But even though Energy is being kept in their base most of the time, they aren't losing any more net worth than what they were at. It's still sitting around the 4.5 to 5,000.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a decent job. Then again, we got Hannah Marston's on Chosen One now. We'll see if that's going to really turn into something later on.
Pay off, yep.
Yeah.
Well, Rosh is still going to be down for a while. The top lane there is just going to be harassing out again. Just 1 or 2 right clicks onto this tier 3 tower. That's all that they need to constantly do. But with Dreamy there, he could just keep out all of the creeps. You can't really rely on your creeps to do any chip damage here because Dreamy will clear through all of it.
Yeah. So one of the big things XSC have, right, they're going to wait for Roshan, and that's going to be the main goal. It's going to be quite a long respawn, about
maximum.
2. Yeah. But they did a lot of high ground chip damage in that time, so...
Oh, Ubik does get scouted out right now, but... Oh, what did he steal going on there? That was actually a... I don't know.
I'm not sure what he said.
They're actually jumping in right now. Skynet goes in, he gets a call, but unfortunately, the cooldown or the Lunar Lucent beams are just way too much with the Eclipse. Why did Skynet jump in when he had no team there?
I think they called back maybe after he had jumped in, realizing, okay, wait, we're a little bit out of position.
Sorry about that. I wasn't even like really casting that. I was just like saying, but why?
Yeah, I agree. I was just sort of like, why? But yes. So, I mean, he had to sort of, I suppose he jumped in with just the moment and then realized, oh, they're a little bit too far. Rather back, guys, I'm dead. Let's,
well, it's not
reset.
about rather back guys. No one was there to help him.
Yeah, well, Razor was close, but just walked away. He just saw him jump and said, nope.
Nope.
Yep, you're an idiot kind of thing. Not really.
But XTC, by doing this, they're allowing energy back into this game.
Yeah.
They're stopping, or they're not putting enough pressure onto all the lanes. Bottom lane's being pushed out very nicely. Middle lane, at least, being pushed out. The Crystal Maiden's getting a little bit more experience and gold. Sure, they have to wait for Rosh, but they should be more proactive on this map. Putting down deep wards, they have 1 deep ward. They have 1 deep ward here.
Yeah, and they're playing up against the Luna, right? So Luna is just one of those heroes that scale pretty well into the later stages of the game. He's going to have his BKB up soon. He's going to be pretty difficult to kill. And, I mean, he's been doing pretty well. Dreamy's 5-3 and 4. He's, considering his team is a bit behind, they've taken a lot of chip damage on the high ground, which they're taking a little bit more of here. So
with a double damage drain up here on the Bristleback, are we going to see any further engagement? This might be perfect for them. They do manage to get the tier 3. So now they can fall back and actually go onto the shrines as well. But still, Deppy onto this Bristleback. Oh, the call there by Scarlet. Unfortunately missing. And now we might just see the engagement coming through. Ferrari getting a 3-man back wall. Is this the fight that they needed? There's the Warlock Rock getting dropped onto Mr. Pottykins. He just gets demolished and destroyed. Unfortunately, Adestam, he's just going crazy. He's going ham. There was a wall stolen by the Rubik. You see a big X on this map. And is this the X to mark the spot where XTC is gonna win this game?
Oh, they get a kill onto Skynet though on the backlines. They didn't get much more done though. So at the end of the day, they got a tier 3 tower, yes, so now they got access to dealing damage to at least the shrines. So it's a decent amount of gold. But
and
more,
Roche, and
yeah,
Roche
I was just about to say that at the very second Roche did spawn. So
and this is at the maximum respawn time. So the side of XTC should actually know there is no way that Roche is not up right now.
XSC will be happy with this trade. I think Skynet made a bit of a poor play there with his jump. He didn't really catch anything, and he also died. But the rest of the team, I mean, a great Golem to follow up. A good steal from the Rubik meant that the Luna can't really afford to run through that wall. Because if he does and you have a Luna Illusion beating up your own team, it's absolutely chaotic. It just deals such a tremendous amount of damage.
Luna Illusions are probably, Luna Illusions and Anti-Mage Illusions are probably the 2 best illusions to have.
Especially when you got a level 2 Replicate Wall, because they're dealing 120% damage. So it's even dealing more damage than the actual hero. Replicate Wall is like just one of those abilities that make those illusions even more scary. So something that's...
and now at level 3 it might even be like a...
yeah.
140% Illuna... Illuna, lol. 140% Luna Glaives?
Yeah. Just beating up at you, for sure. It's something that PSL needs to be careful of, or Ferrari.
Very true.
I'm not sure if he wants to be called by Ferrari.
Let's call it Ferrari because it's a throwback.
Yeah.
But let's have a look here. There you go. Blink forward. The call is there. The lift is there onto the axe, from the axe, and the Crystal Maiden gets dunked. Yes, no? Yeah,
yes.
Leaving it. I think they were like asking, do you want it? No, do you want it? No, do you want it?
Fine, I'll take it.
It's fine. I'll take it.
But,
and this opens up Rosh, of course, for the side of XTC. Energy will scout this out, but without the Crystal Maiden there, I don't think they can take this. And with this Aegis as well as Cheese,
Mr. Pottykins like standing there looking like, can I steal this one, guys? Like, do you mind if I go for the shot here?
Well, I honestly think he has to try.
It's pretty high risk though.
Skynet busy roaming up and down, trying to stop anything from happening. Are we going to see the call or the hook shot coming through? It's going to be very close. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for it?
Oh!
He goes for it. Deppy picked up the ages, unfortunately. It was so close. He had to have tried for that. He had to have gone for that. Clockwork picked up the cheese, boys.
Cheeky. Okay, you got the... Oh, the poor guy. He picked up the cheese by mistake. I thought he was in there first.
He picked up the cheese, not the ages. But it's still a cheese that the side of XCC does not have.
I suppose, but imagine if it was the Aegis. That would have been far...
Okay, well, if you want to go down that way, imagine if it was the ages and the cheese.
Well, nah,
okay.
the hook shot's only that good, you know. It's only that long. But yeah, now they're going to be able to deal a lot of damage on the high ground. We can already see the Bristleback saying, okay, well, I'm just going to go for racks, guys.
Okay, so how do you kill the Bristleback that has SNY up, a 10-second BKB up, Aegis, Hood of Defiance, and Vanguard up?
Yeah, the Bristleback's in a very comfortable position here to sort of not be afraid of anything, by all means. And they don't even need creep here. They're just going to mop up racks. I mean, the cogs get dropped. They're going to be a little bit of
still
a
sitting on full HP thanks to the Warlock. Warlock, of course, does have his rock. Let's have a look. Let's zoom out and see what can the side of Energy actually do from this. The cheese is there. The call is there onto the Luna. Bringing them back in 4-man back wall. But countered up with a 4-man rock drop being on there. The Luna ultimate is going off onto anyone as well. But Adestam is getting a double kill. The hook shot onto Scarnet manages to actually pick him off. Adestam, how much damage has he stolen? 217. He's just going ham. He's killing off everyone in the team. But he finally drops Ferrari though. Is busy running away. It's a 2-for-2 trade-off at this point. It's actually going quite well here for the side of Energy. The Eclipse did a lot of damage there during that fight. And let's see, will they be able to pick up anything further? Deppy still has the Aegis.
I think they're back. Dreamy bought back, yeah. Dreamy bought back, so they'll be like, okay, he still does a lot of damage, especially his illusions.
But Scarnet jumping in, getting that call, bringing them back, that actually did a lot. But the 4-man back wall, but then it was also a 4-man golem drop.
Yeah, so the Eclipse did a lot of damage because of the cheese. So he actually had the cheese on Dreamy and he ate it, so he had full HP, so he got a couple more beams down before he met his demise. So
wow,
that was a pretty nice pickup of the cheese, I suppose, for Mr. Potikins, but maybe not good enough as they have lost the lane of racks.
I wanted to say the Luna Lucent Eclipse, and I'm just like, why am I saying that?
Yeah, the Eclipse is just... It is pretty strong, but I mean, like we said earlier, there's...
I remember calling it the Sanity's Eclipse, but that's the OD's ulti.
Yeah.
When I started casting.
There's actually a Basher now picked up by the Bristleback, so he actually bit in his backpack the Hood of Defiance. Something that we must be aware of. Obviously, he's going to switch that in as soon as he dies with his Aegis spot, but for now, his first death can be somewhat quick. Not really, though. He's still pretty tanky.
Getting the first lane of racks down as well. I do think that we will probably see XCC moving in towards the Shrines of Energy, trying to get a little bit more control of. They did drop a high ground ward over here and a ward up towards their top shrine as well. So this is the aggressive warding that I was speaking about that I honestly thought they were going to do a lot earlier.
Yeah, Rubik's got Ags.
The thing is, the people on the panel that have been getting it wrong today so far have been saying Rubik does not have a lot to steal. I am sorry, I do not agree with that. Rubik has a lot to steal.
The wall is just so big.
The wall, the Clockwork Hook, the Battery Assault, the CM, anything.
But now, I think the biggest thing for him to steal is Dream Coil, because that goes through BKB, because he's got Ags. So I think even the Crystal Maiden's ultimate is huge. The Ags upgrade
the Crystal
on that
Maiden ultimate, in my opinion, is more important than the Puck's ultimate.
I think the Puck ultimate instantly sets up. Oh. Okay, yeah, never mind. I thought they were gonna... They smoked up here. They're gonna look for some sort of...
Let's see if Chosen One jumps in, goes onto the Rubik. Rubik, unfortunately, the back wall is only onto one hero, but the call is there. The Golem gets dropped, and it's also once again onto one hero. Dreamy gets a good Eclipse off. This might actually go very bad here for the side of XCC. Are they going to actually try and counter-engage? Adestam wants to go in. Will he actually be able to get anything here done? Unfortunately, not a very scrappy fight with everyone for the side of XCC being trapped on this side.
Yeah.
They could not move in forward.
That was a sort of weird fight. Good wall placement, I suppose. Maybe they knew where the rest of the opponents were, but it made it very difficult for them to deal with. So, Korea gets brought down. Gem gets picked up. They don't... What?
Oh, wait.
XCC making mistakes here. Gem was on the ground there the whole time, and they didn't pick it up. He killed the Korea, and he got the gem.
That had 3,000 net worth in. What was that? That was something, I think, from the Bristleback, because Bristleback only has 400 gold right now. with no buyback. They're actually taking a big chance here pushing up. I would not do this if I was XTC.
Still got Aegis though, so that's...
He still has Aegis, but there you go. Clockwork actually goes in, manages to get 2 here. Dreamcall. Dreamy goes in with his BKB. He manages to get the 1 pick off onto Doom Bunny. They want to go in for more. It is going to be Razor. Razor is stunned up. Razor's taking a lot of damage here. Yeah, they're actually going to be able to kill him. Meanwhile, to the backlines, the dunk is there. The double kill here is up by Skynet. Skynet will be able to blink up for it. He manages to get a call. It's just going to be a triple kill up for Skynet. And let's have a look. They did manage to pick off the Razor towards the top end of that fight. And Adestam brought back.
Yeah, they want to end. They did this in the previous game, and Energy instantly called GG. They just knew what was going to happen.
There's no buyback up on the Luna.
Yeah, he already bought back, so that's why
he's
just said there's no way for us to really do anything to stop them.
Let's have a look here. They do jump in for it. They want to go in onto the little old park. They're waiting for it, but unfortunately the Axe call is not there in time. Is this going to be the second lane of Rax? I think this might just be game coming up here. Energy, they played well. They tried to fight this out as long as possible. Strike, though, is going to die, and it's going to be Skynet getting another kill. Going up towards the bottom side or the bottom Rax. 40 seconds still. I think this is game. XTC are going to push up forward. There is nothing left for them. The hookshot comes in, though, onto the Bristleback. Bristleback does not have Aegis this time, but he's still tanking it up. They do push back strike. And the Razor, he's going ham. He has 182 damage stolen. A 3-man, 4-man back coming in. A wall. Energy is trying to fight this out. They're trying to do what they can, but it's still going to be Adestam's show at this point, doing so much damage. They are backing up. Chosen One is on a killing spree. And they have to be careful that Adestam actually doesn't drop from this because he, of course, did buy back.
Yeah. So they haven't managed to actually close the game out. I don't think that would have been the intent when Adestam did buy back. But, yeah, it's pretty interesting. They're playing very aggressive here. Warlock's in trouble. He'll go down. Doom Bunny will find himself that kill.
I wasn't focusing on that one. I was busy looking here towards the TPs that are going out. But, okay, getting a kill onto the Warlock, it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah,
but it is a good pick-off. It's a good retreat pick-off.
It's something, though, for them.
Ooh, Dire uses scan, and it narrowly misses Adestam. If Dire managed to scan Adestam here, Energy might just have won this game.
Yeah, they're going. They said, okay, well, now we got to go for it. Let's go high ground.
Adestam doesn't have TP for 10 seconds. Let's see if Energy, no, they decide to back off on him.
They need to defend these lanes. Look at the 2 lanes, how hard it's pushed in, and you sort of leaving a Clockwork to do it. It's just, he's going to struggle. So, yeah, I don't see a way for Energy to end this.
If only Blade Mail worked on creeps.
Yeah, there's no way that Energy's going to do this right now. They need to try and defend at least their last standing racks, which is already looking quite unlikely. But Dreamy, he's still pretty farm. They can be a bit concerned about his damage output, and he's actually going for a Silver's Edge here. I want to see how much use he's going to get out of that.
Well, I do like the Silver's Edge. It is, you know, it gives you a little bit more stats. It allows you to use your Shadow Blade a lot more, or your Invis a lot more, and going up against the Bristleback specifically as well, it does remove that, what do you call it? The Warpath coming through, or the Bristleback itself.
Yeah, the Bristleback on Bristleback. It also removes Counter Helix. The Counter Helix on Axe, potentially, I mean, that's pure damage, so pure damage is always relevant. So
always relevant?
Yeah, so that's something that they could be considering, but I mean, yeah, Adestam...
Well, all I'm saying is Bristleback has this Abyssal Blade up, and he's not afraid to use it.
Adestam's bought Ags here, so like buildings are dead. Buildings are... This is really... They need to make sure Adestam doesn't get on the high ground.
Max duration rush. Is
Pretty
this rigged?
Bad luck, I suppose, for, I don't know, Ecstasy, I suppose. It's bad luck for them. But, I mean, it's not the end of the world. We can see the Clockwork already trying to scatter it out, but it's going to be a while. But they're going to take Shrines, get a decent net worth, and like I said, Ags up on the Razor. If they just get on the high ground, Razor can really take care of the buildings.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look here. They seem to be just farming up a little bit. I think both teams are waiting for Rush. But no, it's XCC. They're actually moving up forward. I honestly think they have to wait for Rush. They have to get the Aegis up on the Razor. Because if Razor dies here, it might just be good game for XCC.
So I think this is the second time we're going to see a potential Ags on an Axe. I know this is a bit late into the game. That is something we can keep an eye on. Actually, I'm still in 2 minds about the Ags pickup on Axe. I don't know if it's all that good or if it's...
What is the buff that it has again?
Okay, so when you do dunk someone, you get battle hunger on everyone within a 750 AoE. So it's a pretty interesting buff that you get out of it now. So it also slows people, so it slows in an AoE. I suppose they got a
the
warlock.
slow, I get it, but the damage, it's...
So at level 25, Axe has the option of putting plus 100 battle hunger DPS, damage per second. So it does scale.
That's
okay.
100, that's 1,000 damage that
Yeah.
you can actually do with a dunk.
But that's assuming
Per
they don't get a
person.
last hit. Like, if they last hit a creep, then the battle hunger is gone, right? So
True.
so it's not exactly 1,000 damage,
It's
but
kind of one of those theory crafting ones where you're busy wondering.
I think it's more useful for the slow that you get out of it. Sort of because when you dunk, you're gonna speed up your whole team, and they've got Razor and Bristleback.
Scepter damage reduction. So there's a 30% damage reduction for everyone that has it on.
Yeah. Oh yes, as well that. So yeah.
That is actually big.
I think for the Luna especially, if you can shut down, sort of make sure the Luna doesn't get extra damage, you can dunk someone with it. But you must also keep in mind 750 AoE is quite small. It's less than a blink range, so it's
Well, it's not that small, but so your Berserker's Call is around 300, so it's like just over 2 times your Berserker's Call range.
So it's sort of, if you look where he's standing now, maybe if I can draw a line, I think it's about. Oh, I can't draw a line.
Not when you're paused.
Oh, okay.
You can. It is on the mini map. Look.
Okay, exactly. I think it's as long of a range as his actual battle hunger is. So
Battle Hunger's range. It does not say. But
I think it's as. It doesn't say. Yeah, I think it's about the same range as his battle hunger. So it is okay, but I mean, a Luna can definitely just see. Oh, he's gonna dunk. Let me run this way, because Luna is not a slow hero by any means. Pretty quick, in fact. So.
yeah, 750 range is actually quite big. It's more. It's like a bigger range than some people have like attack.
I know, but I mean, it's a whole item just for that. So I don't know. We'll see.
And the damage reduction. I'm not saying it's a good item at all. I'm just like it's going to be interesting to see it at play, if at all.
Yeah, it's an expensive item, and I've heard lots of like pros and cons of it. So
Mostly cons.
yeah, I
Yeah.
suppose. But then again, maybe they sort of calculate
Well,
something
let's
that
have
I'm not
a
sure.
look. Are we going to see a wraparound movement coming in there? There's a backbone onto 3 heroes on top, but the rock gets dropped instantly. Another one to turn around. Unfortunately, Mr. Bodykiss actually has the Warlock trapped up, but the call in onto 2 heroes. It is onto the Luna. The Lucid Beams are there. The Eclipse is there as well. Dota and Die actually getting a triple kill up here. And that was because of his ultimate, his Eclipse, his Aghanims up here on the Rubik. And that is the power of the carry Rubik here.
Yeah,
But he's going to die.
Oh.
He manages to drop there because of the illusions coming through from the docks here, of course. The buyback is up. Puck's trying to go in. The bash is there. Not the Abyssal just yet, but Abyssal is ready. The Dark Share back walls in again. The axe does drop, but this is mega creeps coming up. And as long as they don't lose the Razor, they will be okay.
Yeah, I saw that Eclipse and I was like, what? Does Luna have Ags? And then I realized, oh, it's the Rubik.
Yeah.
Just destroying
I
everyone.
saw the Eclipse, but she was already stunned up. And I was just like, well, she has Eclipse up.
Yeah.
But that's Rubik Ags Eclipse.
That Ags Eclipse is so strong. I feel stupid for not actually thinking about it. The Ags on the Rubik is actually so insane right now.
We've been
because
talking about the Crystal Maiden, the this, the
even
that.
the
but
wall gets buffed by it. Hookshot gets buffed. Every single ultimate on the opponent's team gets buffed by that Ags pickup. So that's it's quite tremendous. If he doesn't get any ultimate, it's going to have some sort of dramatic impact. But I mean, now that they've got Mega Creep, I just don't see a way for Energy to do much. They're not going to give up, of course, because if they lose here, they're out.
This Rubik sitting on 5, 6, and 19, being part of 24 out of their 30 kills.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rubik has really been playing out of his mind.
Yeah, Dota and Die is just he's just been playing very well especially in recent time. Yeah, just really, really strong. So now I suppose it's pretty much that sort of tower defense game.
Aegis is up, boy.
Yeah. So if they get Roche, there's no real way for them to slow this down.
Energy has said he's trying to defend this, or at least try and go for an Aegis steal again.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
And it gets scouted out that XCC is going to be going in.
Oh, what a nice item for Bristleback. It's the Arcane Rune. So he gets...
That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Every 2 seconds, every like 1 second he has Nasal Goo. Every 2 seconds a Core Spray. 2.1 seconds and 1.05 seconds.
It's
Probably the best rune for Bristle, definitely.
Yeah, and his war cry, his war path goes up to 9, It's just so much damage. So much physical damage, in fact.
2
Like
plus
300.
240 extra damage.
300.
Oh,
Oh!
the hookshot comes in. Deppy, unfortunately, has already picked up the Aegis. Is there another cheese steal coming in here? I don't think there was. Let's quickly have a look at it. Clockwork stole the cheese again.
Oh, the poor guy. The
He keeps
poor
on
guy.
hookshotting in and stealing the cheeses. Come on.
Jesus.
The Aegis, pick up the big shield. Don't go for the little piece of cheese.
Yeah. Yeah, cheese is a plural.
The cheeses.
They're going to go for the high ground now, see if they... I mean, there's just... I can't see a way for them to defend it. Yes, they got Ags on the puck, which is quite okay, but do they have enough damage to really get through all of this?
Oh, there's the puck going in, managing to actually go onto the Razor right now. Razor, a back wall onto 2 heroes, but towards the back line, the Rock has dropped. Chosen One's in a lot of trouble, but he does actually manage to get out of that one. Right now, though, at his time, he does have his Aghanim Scepter up. He's literally just focusing on the tier 4s. Meanwhile, though, they want to go towards the back lines. They do manage to pick off Dreamy, and this is going to be game. The GGs are called, and XTC move forward to the finals. It is going to be WRG versus XTC. Energy bringing in a stand-in, a very good stand-in in the likes of PSL.
Yeah.
It just was not enough.
Yeah, so I think that was just really good play coming out from XTC. I have to say something. Dota and Dai played really well. He found a substantial amount of farm in a very short space of time, and he did a lot with it. He stole Eclipse again in that last fight there, so it just does so much damage once he has those Ags up. Other than that, I think their draft again looked really good. Adestam and Razor, I think, is just a natural fit for him. The hero suits him very well. And, I mean, Energy sort of in shambles. Yes, they had a stand-in, but PSL is not sort of a weak stand-in by any means, or Ferrari 458, sorry. But, yeah.
Why do we just call him Ferrari 854 now?
854, yeah, why not? But, I mean, they did okay. I feel like the Luna pick was good, but they just didn't get enough out of it. His farm was sort of hindered just because of laning
there was
stages.
no extra damage dealers other than the Luna. That is where Energy lacked. They started coming back a little bit. They tried to come back, but if you have a look at the graphs there and just purely look at the net worth graph specifically, it just started going one way and it did not stop.
Yeah. So I mean, there were like a couple of hiccups here and there where Energy like had sort of moments where it looked okay for them, and Dreamy was farming quite well. But I mean, overall, the XC sort of outplayed them, controlled the map much better than them, and I think a lot to say about the Warlock pickup once again being victorious.
Deppy sitting on 25,000 net worth versus his counterpart in the Dogs here sitting on roughly half of that, 14,000. What a game, taking all 3 games, the loser bracket finals. This was insane. Panel, what did you guys think of this? And can XTC actually take on WRG? They're looking strong.
Thanks very much, Reddit. Yeah, I mean, it was a fantastic series. Glad to see one go all the way to the BO3. Of course, this does mean we have to say goodbye to Energy, but what a fantastic run they've had. Low bracket, the specialists in this one. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have to chat about this alone. I'm joined once again by my panel, Donnie Snare, and this time around Sloan, of course, the Mega8 tournament director and spokesperson. Great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me. It's been a great tournament so far, and I'm really looking forward to the grand final. I actually can't wait to see what happens.
I think we'd all agree with that one. But James, before we get carried away with the grand final, let's chat about this one. How do you guys feel this went down?
I'm just a little... It's like a bit of a shame that they didn't have their full lineup. Chelsea, I feel like he's been a big component in their success this tournament. I mean, PSL played okay, but obviously he's just not a Chelsea, right? He's not their original offlaner, and it's just a shame that they had to go out that way.
I think what we were talking about earlier in the panel, we were talking about like the synergy and how Chelsea seems to be the rock controlling most of the team fights. We saw in this game that whenever a fight would initiate, right, it never necessarily felt like they were taking fights as well as they could have. Up until this one, I would have actually said Energy is the best team at taking fights all across the map. And they normally when they commit, they go all in and they will win a fight, or they'll all die and they'll commit like that. This game, you'd see like half initiation. So you see a situation where like Ferrari would jump in, get a 3-man vacuum, but then there's no follow-up. And then the coil comes afterwards, but then the timing wasn't necessarily there. So it was a loss. We said like the question marks, we'll see what happens when they have a substitute. And unfortunately, it wasn't the best situation. Also, I think, well, like Reddit's mentioned, just the lack of damage. It was very clear, like a lot of the fights, they'd win the fight, right? Or like draw relatively even, but then the longer the fight goes, the less able they are to continue it. Or worse yet, they can win a fight, but then all the fights that ended up happening in this game took place on the energy side of the map, so they could never actually go to the opposite side and actually utilize the Luna to push. It was just like, you win, but then the win only allows you to just wait until the next fight comes at your base again, so it was just really difficult to do anything there.
I mean, all their damage was spell damage, right?
Yeah.
So it was quite difficult, I think, once they went through the early nukes, right? And they got hoods. They had hoods up
Yeah,
pretty early, so
double
you saw
hoods.
it was pretty tough. Really tanky cores like Razor and Bristleback. So they're just standing in front, they're throwing out nukes. It was very difficult. And then when they started getting BKBs, then what? You know,
Yeah.
like Axe just has to call Luna and he ends up killing himself, as you saw. And then Rubik, if you actually saw, he had 8k less damage, hero damage, than his carry Razor, which is actually insane, right? Like, for a support Rubik, right? I was just seeing the support Rubik stealing Eclipse. I'm like, is that Luna's Eclipse? And then I just
Axe
see the
Eclipse.
whole of energy die, and now he gets a triple kill. I'm like, okay, that's cool. Yeah, some nice plays by him, I think.
Yeah.
Great. Well, yeah, it was certainly quite a. I'm always glad to see Rubik do well. I'm a big Rubik fan, so it was a lot of fun. But yeah, of course, once again, that doesn't mean we have to say goodbye to Energy. Great run from them all the same. Got hurt losing to XTC again, but yeah, you know, there were some extenuating circumstances.
At
That
least
you
they
blame.
can say it went 1-1, right, with their full lineup. They're not gonna like. They're gonna feel sad, but it's like they'll be like, we could have won. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but also,
needed a
I mean, to fight through the lower bracket the way they did, I thought, you know, it was hell of impressive. To go down, losing out the first game, to fight all the way up till here, I mean, they can be proud of themselves. They've done themselves justice.
Right. Well, I think obviously just for the grand finals, there's in fact a good opportunity to chat a little bit more about Mega8. And I introduced this tournament directly. We more like the operations head or
Yeah, I guess my title at the company is head of operations.
head of operations.
Yeah, that would be it.
Right, good. And obviously, yeah, spokesperson. So now we've grabbed you, and we're going to put you in the literally the spotlight
Exactly.
to have an opportunity to chat about Mega8 itself. So I mean, I guess the obvious thing to ask is, how have you felt about this one?
I think the tournament's been great. Just a shout out to UBS. First of all, I think the production has been absolutely amazing. The cameramen, the audio guys, and again to Nav TV for sorting us out with amazing talent like Donnie and Snare, Prophecy.
Not so much, Donnie.
But I mean, the tournament itself's been great. The Dota's been fantastic. There's been some really good games. The standout game for me was Energy Bravado. I thought it was an epic best of one. But otherwise, it's been great. I mean, I can't complain. As a tournament organizer, it's been perfect.
I mean, I can certainly say that we have all definitely enjoyed it here. It has been a very fantastically well-run event as well, so kudos to that.
Thanks.
I guess that means that we kind of want a little bit more. So what I heard a mystery about some leagues potentially.
Yes. So in July, we will be setting up our platform, the Mega8 platform. It'll be at mega8.com, and we'll be running 3 leagues 3 game title leagues with 3 divisions each. So it'll be Dota, Dota 2, Counter-Strike Go, and FIFA. There'll be a Premier Division, a Second Division, and then a Ladder Division for Dota 2 and CS. And FIFA, we're still trying to figure it out, but we're thinking we're going to do the same, although we may implement a ladder. But it's going to be open to the public. Everyone can join. But for the first 2 divisions in Dota and CS, we're probably going to have to hold the qualifiers, and we'll put out information that in the future.
That's pretty cool. I mean, I think maybe a certain team in power might have to join.
Maybe. That would be great. I mean, maybe. We'll see how good we go.
Yeah, we'll see how that happens. I think we definitely need to work a little bit harder.
I think a lot more practice is
We'll
needed.
get Donnie to coach us.
Yeah,
or
maybe
something.
Donnie can come coach us.
I'm not going
for
near
sure.
your team.
Right. So, I mean, I think there's nothing about this particular event, and I mean, it touches on what you just said that I think is quite important. We've got to see some sides we don't often see in the spotlight. Sinister 5 obviously comes to mind. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, to be honest, I was hell of impressed with Sinister 5. I mean, the Dota that they put on was great. Mythic as well. Shout out to Mythic. I mean, great MGO, well run, coming through this tournament. I mean, in working with them as a tournament organizer has been easy as anything. So shout out to all the teams, but specifically Sinister 5 and Mythic. They have been great. They've given us great Dota. I look forward to seeing them in future tournaments.
Great. And then I think the last thing I really wanted to pick your brain about is you guys obviously use the Swiss system, which is, I mean, I love it, right? But I'm curious how you guys came about using. What are your thoughts on it?
So to be honest, the way the Swiss system actually got implemented is we, in the beginning, before the first CS tournament we had, which was the Autumn Cup back in March, we decided to actually get all the teams together, all the MGOs, and ask them what qualification system would work best. And I think this speaks to Mega8's culture. We always want to include the teams, figure out what's best for the guys, figure out what's best for the community, and everyone came together and thought the Swiss system would be the best. I think it was used in a couple of overseas CS tournaments. We took it, we implemented it ourselves, and it worked fantastically for the CS. Did it for the Dota, worked as well, got some great matchups, got some great seedings as well, which has been a big testament to this tournament. And in the end of the day, I think we're going to keep using it. The funny thing is, Kiev then implemented Swiss system right after us.
You beat them to it.
I know, we beat them to it. That we did.
Yeah. But well, it's actually interesting you mentioned that, because I think one of the interesting ones to me was Sinister 5 getting. I mean, they were placed one higher than Bravado.
Yeah, they seeded fourth. And I mean, they lost their first game to Bravado in the Swiss system, but then they beat out 3 Masters teams. I think it was 3 Masters teams to get to the 4th seed. So.
I mean, they kind of proved that they should have been there. I mean, they played against Bravado. They had tight games against them and took a game off them. So it's kind of like, these guys might have been relegated to a sort of very low seed without the Swiss system.
Sure.
So
yeah, and what's great about the Swiss system as well is that because it's best of ones and you don't know who your next opponent is, you can't prepare. So you can prepare to a point on your own side, but you can never prepare for an opponent. So it's always coming up against a random team, and it's really just who is best on the day and who has the better skill set.
Personally, I like it. As an entertainer, it's a lot of fun seeing those games. But obviously, I think it's about time we wrap up this panel. We're going to be back in we'll be back in about 10 minutes actually with the panel again to lead up into our grand finals. And of course, the grand finals here at the Mega8 Winter Cup between White Rabbit Gaming and XTC. Can XTC pull this one back, or will WG just continue their reign as champions here? On that note, we'll see you in a bit. Don't miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mega 8. Of course, the Dota 2 Winter Cup, almost at its ultimate part of it, I guess you could say. Grand Finals, WG versus XTC. If you missed out so far this weekend, it's been really some fantastic Dota, some interesting upsets, and of course, some really great Dota all around. I'm joined once more with my faithful panel, this time Prophecy rejoining the fray. Welcome back. Of course, Snare and Donny, always a pleasure. Gents, before we go into this grand final, I thought it would be proper that we talk a little bit about those who did not make it here. Some of the sides that we did have the privilege to see, but unfortunately weren't able to make it to this point of the game. But that's just how it is. So, of course, the guys I want to start with first are the guys who got knocked out in the first, well, as soon as possible. And the first one of that would be Mythic Gaming. What do you gentlemen think about this team and how they got here?
Oh, that's the Kutrin, right?
Yeah.
That's how he said
Yeah.
his name. He was the mid player. I think he actually played kind of well in those games, I would say, like considering he was against White Rabbits. So I think he showed some potential there. I guess they had a poor matchup. I mean, you could arguably say they're the worst team this tournament. In skill, I mean, there's a lot of good teams. That's why it's not like necessarily they're bad. It's just there's tons of good teams, and they still have a long way to go. And they played against the best team opening, right? So it's a very difficult matchup for them. They tried their best. I mean, they can only go up from here. It's nothing to go further down, right?
Yeah, I think their biggest issue is like it's almost that they were so overwhelmed by the White Rabbit reputation that like they had lanes that like Donny was specifically mentioning the Timbersaw. Like they could have killed the Timbersaw if they'd just gotten more aggressive, but it was almost like they're just sitting and like so scared of his reputation that they don't want to do anything. It's like guys,
They
just
did it once. They killed him once, I
Yeah,
think,
but
but
it's like-
only later.
yeah, but it's like they don't have confidence in themselves, and I think if they develop confidence, like they might actually be able to get into the situations where their players can look a little bit better.
I'm not sure if it's a confidence issue. I think it has a lot more to do with just experience. Like all the really top teams, all the top 6 teams, like play each other over pretty often, so they get a better understanding of what Tier 1 Dota is like. I think just Mythic, when you're never in that situation ever, like they're not even in the Masters. I think they may be in first div.
They basically regularly qualify from Prem to the Masters competitions through that Inception tournament that they have going.
But like they never really get to play against any of
Yeah.
the really top sides very often. So that level of Dota, once you approach it, it really does change the game a lot. Like the play is a lot faster. You have to be really good about your warding, and punishment. Not being aggressive in the early game gets punished much harder.
Yeah.
So I think I think the confidence became an issue because they lacked the experience and the knowledge of how to play the game. But I think once that gets better, if they consistently keep being at these tournaments and maybe get matched up against different teams next time, you get like a greater scope of idea of what to do in this kind of Dota. And then that like directly increases your confidence as well when coming up against these big teams.
They just have to try and grow individually. Obviously they're lacking experience, but they obviously, like as we saw, they have a lot of growth still to do on each of their players, and they just need to go put in the work. And then let's say in a year or two, I know it's a long time, but that's how long it takes. Unless you're some prodigy like in the Chinese scene, like Wings who came out of nowhere in 1TI, or Kezu that just rocked up into the scene from Han and then suddenly on Secret a year later. Yeah. I mean, there's very few of those players, but I think the majority have to put in the hard work, put in all the efforts, and then just give it time. And I'm sure if they stay with it and stay disciplined, I think they can reach the top.
They'll do damage, I think, but like Donny says, they need a little bit of time to get used to the rarefied air of the top level.
Quick question, slightly off tangent. You mentioned a kind of like swear word, Hon.
Hon was the best. It was better than Dota 1.
It was better than Dota 1.
Are you Hon trash, Donny?
I was Hon trash.
Who else in this panel was Hon trash?
I was on trash too. I was on trash for
trash?
like... the only reason I was
wait.
on trash, my internet was too bad for me to be better on trash. But yeah.
So you told me that all 4 of us are 2 cultured
Only one of us
individuals.
is proud of it, and that's you, though.
So
I'm definitely proud of Hon trash.
Yeah. There was okay. It started out a great game and then just sort of hit the decline.
Dota, if you played Dota 1 and then you played Hon and then you try to play Dota 1 again, you were just like, what the hell is this garbage?
I don't know about you, but I literally just when people try to justify like, oh no, Dota 1, there is just a better game. I literally say that I can reconnect.
There's a reason a lot of the top Hon players are top Dota 2 players, right?
Yeah.
And there's a reason a lot of the Dota 1 pros aren't Dota 2 pros.
Because Hon was better.
Because Hon was better. It's faster paced. It matches up with what Dota 2 is now. Dota 1 is like an alien of a game compared to Dota 2.
Oh, it's actually okay. Sorry, we were going in this mass. It's worth it, right? But like, if you play Dota 1 again, it's like the weirdest mechanics. Like the thing that always that sort of messed me around was that you can't like sprout with Furon. If you like, I don't know, there's something about it. I'm not sure. Like now, I can't just sprout around a hero, right? But before it was like if you click on the hero, something you try to like almost like a targeted spell, like follow him, and I don't know. Anyways.
Who knows?
Yeah.
It's weird. It's an alien game.
Yeah,
It's an alien
it's
game.
in the past.
Anyways, so okay, so of course, back on track. Mythic Gaming getting knocked out. I kind of feel like they need to. If they're going to be around now, it's time for them to almost like up the level, and hopefully they'll come with in time. But
Just don't lose faith. Don't be disappointed now. I'm not good today. I mean, like just think of where you want to be and focus on that.
And Sargon memes are life, so
I mean,
keep them
Sargon
around for
flamed me in
that.
an article.
Yeah.
He's lucky I didn't flame him.
I feel like you should. This
On
is your chance.
camera.
This is your chance. Like, I mean, we're all expecting it now.
I'm just gonna let him go this time. He's at a half time this tournament. He came last. Give it to him.
That was like a mini flame. Okay, cool. Right, so then, of course, next one that bit the dust was, of course, APG, which I think is almost surprising to see APG as effectively a 7th and 8th finisher.
It's surprising to see the team name there, but it's not surprising given how they actually played the game. Like I can't think of any team that finished above them where I'm like, I feel confident APG could beat them in a best of 3. So I think they finished appropriately given the level of Dota we've seen them play, and also especially given how tumultuous the team is right now. I think perhaps if they had finished higher, they might have like committed less effort to try and fixing some of their mistakes. I think it might be a good thing that they finished last, because now it's like a super wake-up call. Like you can't leave things the way they are. They have to change something dramatically in order to get better now.
That is a team also in real trouble. Like what we've seen from them in the last month or two has not been a good showing in any way, shape or form. Like they've been swapping out players the whole time. So that's something that needs to be fixed. Maybe more player changes might be the requirement, but I think there's some major issues with APG.
They went 2-1 against XTC, right? Who should you think of the Zeus pick? When was this? It was against
but I mean,
XTC. Sorry.
I think we were all like,
I mean,
those games like were not good Dota. Like,
I know, but
neither
it's just
team
like
was having
it
great
just makes me
games.
think like, then are they really worthy of some place to take a game of XTC? The people that are in the grand finals, it's just like
that was also the last draft that Adestam was given.
That is true. That's true. Okay, fine. I'll give it to them. I think if they actually had I don't want to flame Muzzy, but a better carry player, right? I'm one of the top carry. I think they could have gotten actually further in this tournament for sure.
Yeah, I think it's just like also Muzzy coming in at the last minute almost for PSL, who'd been there for, what is it, month and a half, something like that. So like Muzzy coming in now makes it's hard to judge exactly what their level is, but we do know that currently APG is not, they descending very much.
Well, moving along, the next one out was, of course, Sinister 5, who, that's actually pretty interesting because they took on Bravado Gaming in the first matchup, and they actually managed to take a game off Bravado, which I think we're all pretty impressed by.
What are some notable players in Sinister 5 that? Because I don't think many players even know many people even know the players.
And basically, like the one that sort of sticks out to me is Fearbender.
Yeah.
Precious Petunia?
Fearbender.
No. Precious
Nabi.
is Mythic.
Yeah.
That's all right.
So they are somewhat unknown. I think there's a
we didn't actually get to see any of them on the mainstream, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So it's difficult for us to say. But from what they seem to be a pretty solid team. I mean, obviously through the qualifiers, they I think beat 3 straight Masters teams. So those guys are on the up and up. I'd say they're probably about maybe a year, 6 months further down the line than Mythic.
I mean, the fact that that I'm even wondering like who their players are now is a big step up, right? Like before, I didn't even I was like, who is
but I mean,
5?
it's like you were saying, it's like
so modest.
About a year ago, 6 months to a year ago, they were Mythic. Mythic is at that stage. So like, if Mythic can continue growing, then we'll see performances perhaps like Sinister 5. But I mean, Sinister 5 has done fantastically well here, doing some pretty big damage against Bravado. I think there was 2 games that were actually relatively close. One that they won, the other one they ended up losing. And I mean, BVD gave Ian quite a troublesome time with a full Ian lineup as well. So I think Sinister 5 is a team to watch, and certainly a team for the upper team, or like the Masters guys to start keeping an eye on, because you don't want to be caught with your pants down against a Mythic side that is looking very, very dangerous of late.
I mean, it's great that we're just seeing players that are like unknown to the top players just joining the scene. Because the past 3-4 years, it's always the same set of players in the top 8 teams, right? So it's nice to see like players that I've never heard of actually coming out of the woodworks and now saying, okay, I'm actually now good at the game, so I'm gonna fight you.
I mean, like cool. This is the next generation.
Yeah.
And it's good to see from the Sinister 5 guys.
Well, running a little bit short on time, so I'm just going to jump Bravado and XD into one little spot here. Obviously, the next 2 knocked out. Bravado, I think, finishing a little bit lower than we expect to, after, in fact, being knocked out by NG Esports. But XD doing pretty well. I think probably punching a little bit higher than the weight class, but a sign of things to come?
Yeah, I think so. Like, XT is actually one of the, I think, the success stories of South African Dota recently, because when they formed as, I think they were called Constant, I think, a while ago, when they initially
they
formed.
were
they were
Constant
Constant
and
or
they
something like
joined DC
Yeah.
and now they're with Ecstasy.
Yeah, but when they first formed Constant, right, they looked sort of like you were like, I think the basic idea was that Rock Lee was just going to tutor the players and then send them off to like better pastures. But then it just seemed to work, right? And it kept working. And then I initially had the feeling that once they start playing against better teams, it's not going to really work out as well. But then I think I saw them, what the first proving ground, like Emerald or something? But there was an online tournament and I saw them play against really good teams and win. And not win like with flukes, like win convincingly. And then I was like, oh, okay, like given enough time and tutelage, this team can get really good. And we've seen just improvement. This is not a team that's regressed in any way, shape, size, or form. They've just gotten better each and each tournament that we see them. And perhaps the one question mark would be Hunter on the carry position. I feel like everybody, when the team first started, Hunter was the best player on the team. I think now he's the worst. Everyone's just gotten,
The views and opinions expressed by Snare on
everyone has
this
just
panel.
gotten so
I
much
mean,
better.
I agree with him. Hunter has been a bit lackluster.
Yeah, everyone's just gotten so much better on the team, and I think if they can continue that trajectory. This is an extremely dangerous team to watch out for.
Yeah. So as mentioned as well, obviously we'll just tip our hat to Bravado as well, running a little bit short on time. But obviously Bravado Gaming probably not where they wanted to finish.
No.
They were one of the sides we were hoping would do quite well, but unfortunately...
They actually got a pretty tough bracket, if I remember.
I mean, the fact that they even have motivation anymore, really, like the fact that they're excluded from all these major tournaments and leagues, it's like, that's kind of disheartening for a competitive player, right? The fact that they're even like trying to win these tournaments, I mean,
it's not in-game play that's deciding whether they go to these tournaments. It's like background events, and unfortunately, like it's a horrible feeling, especially for those guys. They have been such a good team for so long, and
they just kind of get overlooked.
It's like it's horrible because it's got nothing to do with their skills.
And then of course the last one we have to mention, I guess, and we'll just go over this very quickly because we've spoken about them quite a bit. Is Energy Esports, obviously PSL subbing for them in place of Kez Lucka, if you will. And we all agreed that was probably a big deal, and perhaps we would have seen a different outcome here had he not been there. So, and that's definitely the excuse they will use, and we'll give it to you guys. It certainly isn't great playing these games without your full lineup.
Yeah, great recovery after the first day's terrible showing.
But anyways, to move things along, I think we are in fact going to chat a little bit about XTC in particular before this first game one between WOG and XTC. I think the best way we could start that out is hearing once again from the Crep Master, Adistan.
My name is Adam Adasta Moore. I live in Cape Town. I play for Ecstasy, and I'm the position 1 carry. I'm the guy who hits the crepes in the safe lane. My top 3 heroes currently, I would say, is Juggernaut, Ursa, and Lifestealer. If I could remove a hero from the hero pool in Dota 2, it would be the Axeman. Because once that thing gets Blade Mail plus Blink, it doesn't matter how farmed you are, you're dead. In my opinion, the best Dota 2 player, I'd say, is Donny. Ecstasy is going to win the Dota 2 Mega8 Winter Cup because we can.
Awesome. I can never get enough of these interviews as my panelists and casters and everyone has completely lost it and they're all laughing in the background.
It's just, I don't know. It's hilarious. He is like the best thing ever.
That deadpan expression of everything, it's so great.
The Axeman, come on.
I think we also agree he's a man who's born without the ability to express his emotions.
He expresses his emotions through GPM. That's how he gets his feels out there.
Just, you can tell how happy or sad he is by high or low the number. But yeah, so he's been an interesting character because we seem to have been full of praise for him or basically blamed him for the losses in the nicest way possible. So do you guys feel like he's currently on a good track, or do you think that he's going to have to pick it up? I mean, we all think everyone XD has to pick up their play to beat WG, but where does he sit right
I feel
now?
like he's playing better.
Yeah, he got way better over
the drafts have been helping him.
Okay, yeah,
but
that's
like
true.
it's also, I think it's like a small mindset change that like the heroes he's been given, like he realizes that he has to be more active. And I think that's been the thing.
Do you think that's Deppy's doing? Because now he's drafting?
Could be.
After that silencer Wraith King shenanigans that he created.
Like, nah, dude.
He was like, I understand, just stop what you're doing.
Yeah. No, but definitely I think Prophecy's right that as soon as we saw him playing heroes that you can't just sit and farm with, like the team actually performed better, he performed better. It's just, over the weekend he's gotten a lot better. His improvement has been there. So that's the way I think you have to, you can't stop. You have to just get better and better and better all the time. So he's been doing that, and we'll see if that continues into the finals as well.
I was going to say, be very careful, because you said the words pick a hero that you can't just farm with. And I feel like he's the kind of guy like, I'll show you. You can, you can just farm on this hero. Sam, what on earth happened to your fluffy little thing?
Which fluffy little thing? Oh, I have
monkey?
no idea, actually. Like, I just picked up
Are you destroying the studio here, friend?
I'm trying my best
He's
to.
eating things, I
Like-
guess.
Yeah, it's we'll be fed well. I don't know why you're eating the microphones. Sorry, I was staring at it, I was like, well, something's wrong with this picture. Like, huh. Anyways, so yeah, okay, so back on track. I think you know what's happened is Adestam has killed them. We were serious, everything was good,
And then
and
just
then
Adam.
Adestam.
Yeah.
And then Snare laughed so much he just ate
It's
his.
similar to what's going on in the games, right? They're doing well, and then Adestam
Then
rocks up, and
Adestam-
then everyone's like, I guess we didn't want to win anyway. And then the game just goes out the window.
Yeah. Right, so I mean, okay, so you also mentioned Deppy now drafting. I'm curious to know if you change drafters. I mean, obviously it's a team dynamic, so most teams at least you'll have pretty much everyone engaging and saying, okay, let's not do this, or I'm not comfortable playing mid with this particular hero. But how much of a big of a change do you think it has when you swap drafters around during a competition?
I mean, it's obviously had a better a change for the good,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
For the better. So I mean, yeah, I guess it's kind of like who you would think understands the game better, right? And if you think that's Deppy, then he's the better drafter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also depends on the team. Like
Yeah.
we saw with Energy, they also changed drafters from Chosen One to Chelsea, got much better, like as a
Yeah.
result. So some teams we see them change drafters in the middle of a tournament and then it goes like to absolute trash. But for the most part, it seems to have been working out for them. And I also think like when you change your draft, that does change your strategic output of the game.
Yeah.
So that actually might also invigorate the team to play better, or to play,
Yeah.
to think about the game in a new light, because now you have to consider different ways about approaching it from the onset.
Yeah, like drafting is a team activity. So you're always going to have similar drafts, but because the drafter is like basically the final say, like if there's a choice between, like let's ban Sven or let's ban a Wraith King type nonsense.
You get to click the button.
It's like he's like, okay, well I'm choosing this,
Yeah.
and that can decide things. So yeah, Adestam's last draft, I think he's probably not going to be allowed to draft for a while. That was
The drafting dog box, you
I
say.
mean,
Yeah,
I
that was
think Deppy's doing a good job though. Like,
Yeah, no,
it's-
he has
like
been.
the games against WG, the early game was okay. Like, I actually think it was okay, and then they just need to concentrate as the game goes later and just stay disciplined and not. I think once they get more experience, not losing the early game, they'll get better at not losing the mid to late game.
Yeah.
So obviously this is a rematch as well. We've seen these two sides play quite a bit lately.
Yeah.
WG must. I mean, what have they won in a row against XT now? I'm just thinking.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
They won.
3 in a row, plus I would assume that they won the online in the league as well.
Yeah, most likely.
They've beaten everyone, so
So-
everything in a row.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
WG's lost like one game in the last like month or something.
And
Yeah,
lost
like
to
it's-
DP.
Well, I mean, I think it would probably be safe to assume somewhere in the region of about 5 best of 3s. So
Wow.
it's the monkey's becoming a gorilla, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I just it's quite an alarming statistic. I mean, WG at the moment just don't seem to lose. I mean, they've lost one game to Energy in recent times. And when I say one game, I don't mean one series. I mean,
Single
one
game, yeah.
one single game. And I actually spoke to Castaway. I'm trying to remember, what's it Castaway? He's the Castaway Shadawi I spoke to about it. And he literally just said...
Did he say so?
Well,
It's
if it
then
was-
it'd be
if-
Shadawi.
yeah, I think it must have been Shadawi then, just so... But he did basically just say it was just the cheese strat.
Yeah.
It was cheese. And if we recall, there was something like horrific about that game. And I think we can say a lot of that is because of Castaway.
ODDP, I think, was the
Yeah.
carry in that
was
game.
going to say it's probably a lot down to the fact that we had a Castaway Tinker that was just creating the Great Wall of White Rabbit Gaming, and no one could get up the high ground. But they were at, I think, a 20,000 gold deficit and still managed to win a team fight.
I mean, Tinker things.
Just Tinker things,
Tinker
yeah.
things.
Yeah.
Like,
It's really awful when you're playing against Tinker and you have some 12,000, like 16,000 net worth carry, and then you get lasered 1Q, and then
Yeah.
your contribution is 0 in the team fight. It's awful. It's
So why don't
really
we see
annoying.
more Tinker then? If it's that...
a lot of heroes kind of like Storm.
Yeah.
Storm is a hard pick, and it just seems like I don't think he like provides that much into the early game
Yeah.
with pushing towers and stuff like that. I mean, he ride cover march and stuff, but I don't know if that's really a reason to pick him.
Yeah.
That's how I play Tinker.
very, very
I just basically
situational.
blink
The
into
problem
the
with-
jungle and
I
just
think the problem
create
with
a
Tinker-
field that people don't want to walk through.
I think with the problem with Tinker in that game is that they also had Whelp like farming pretty much. So like you already have Tinker who's not going to be contributing a hell of a lot early. Whelp's not doing a hell of a lot, and it all sort of fell onto Chidawi. And with the cheese strat that Ian was running that game, it became very difficult. Like Chidawi can only control that much
Yeah.
if he doesn't have any actual killing power behind him, and they kind of got run over. Still, it took a lot of time for Energy to win that game. But I mean, White Rabbit Gaming have shown the ability to think critically in team fights. And at the moment, that is winning them just about everything in South Africa. They really are the current kings of South Africa. They had a hard road to get there, and they look to be making, inroads to building a dynasty of their own at the moment.
Right. Well, let's see if we get a tinker pick after all. I personally hope for another Naga.
I really hope not.
no,
No Nagas.
No Nagas, no
no
Tinkers.
Terrorblades.
Yeah.
No
Nagas.
Tinkers.
Oh, what else would you? Maybe Alchemist. Why not?
No,
Same sort of thing.
please.
Just
Anyway.
no boring Dota.
No, I just want to see people brawl and have
Yeah.
just strategy Dota. That'll be cool.
Strategy
I
like
don't want to see
Naga
some
Siren.
ratty.
And we are in fact
things.
into the drafts now. I can almost guarantee that. Well, I kind
If
of
they
want to
pick
cast this.
Naga,
I want to
I'm
cast this
done.
curse this right. So there's absolutely no way we'll see a Naga Siren in this one, lads.
I don't think they'll pick Naga
Do you think they were listening, right, the pre-game, and they were like, I'm going to piss them off right now. Like, I'm going to go pick all the annoying heroes
Like-
just so they're upset.
Well, you see, the
First
thing
pick
is,
Naga.
I think that they are a quite a fascinating team in the sense that they seem to appreciate the audience and they give them what they want. And what they want is Naga Siren.
No one wants Naga Siren. No one wants it.
That's not true. I want Naga Siren.
I'll tell you guys a story about WRG, right? Why they are why they're the best team for the spectators, right? I remember one game, this was like a year and a half
They also
ago,
picked Naga Siren,
in
yeah.
some qualifier. And then I was talking to Chidawi just before the game, right? And I was like, dude, you know what would be really funny if you went 5 Midases? And then he's like, I want to pick Lone Judah. I'm like, to get 6 Midases. And then he did it. And then they won the game. And I was like, I'm happy. I'm happy forever. This is the best thing ever.
I'm
that could
not
ever
happy about
happen.
this at all because I was suggesting to them they pick up a support Viper not too long ago, and they just looked at me funny.
Well, they should, because the Support Viper is trash, even though the hero is very fun to play. It's great. You just press R, and then suddenly the enemy carry is not having any fun whatsoever. It's amazing.
Battle of the 2K panelists.
You know what? How many times have you been right?
Sorry.
You are the least right person on this panel.
I'm going to just walk away now after that.
Let's see if he's going to be right. So WG always picks offlane first, right? At the first
Yeah,
place.
Hold, don't give Donnie help you.
So no, I
Donnie,
wanna see what
let
he's
me
gonna
out
say.
here.
yeah. Donnie, you put your foot in it
I'm
now.
sorry.
You put your foot in now.
You guys
Who's getting picked first?
You guys are great.
That is not
Shadow Shaman.
No, that is
Come on.
now. Who's getting picked first?
Do you think them Legion, maybe? Like, I've been wrong too many times.
Axe, maybe?
I think Axe is a bit better than taking Legion.
CM Axe, perhaps?
Don't help him.
like,
This is on Donnie now.
What about Rubik?
Come on, guys.
We could see an early game Rubik here.
I mean, Rubik, it's nice you get to steal the Rasta rewards. Like, you get to actually have some level of push. But I don't know.
Rubik as an opening pick seems good.
Yeah, as an opening pick, it just doesn't feel like it does enough to
Yeah.
justify picking it up early. Like, if you're going to pick a hero like Rubik first, you might as well just get CM.
Clockwork's in. Oh,
wow.
I'm out. I'm done.
Wow.
Get me out of here.
Prophecy
Is
God.
it just
Okay,
correct?
okay.
Is Donnie wrong again?
Yeah,
Please
yeah, yes.
go show me stats of Rubik being
Please.
picked up in the first 2
so
picks.
the only reason why I think they picked it up here is because Dota and Dai actually did well in the last game. Like, it's not a good first pick. I was just like,
Can't deal.
that's the only reason that they would pick it up.
Like, they're just playing with, they're
Don't
just messing
save
with
him.
me.
Don't save him. Stop being right. Stop being right
Okay.
immediately. What's the next pick going to be, Donnie?
I'm gonna go look at the normal meta, right?
No,
And then I'm gonna do a
I just wanna
180,
know,
and then
you're
that's
running
what
out
they're
of
gonna
time.
pick.
What are they picking?
I don't know. I don't think Bristleback.
I love
I feel like it's like I like Legion.
Pudge.
Okay.
Oh,
They're gonna do it. Like
I might
feel
know.
okay. Listen, they picked a strategy, right? In the previous one, they picked normal heroes, and it didn't work. So now maybe they're doing something else.
Yeah.
They want to try something completely different.
Pudge was picked in the White the
Mikasa.
Winter Wyvern game.
Mikasa played it,
Yeah.
but that was Bravado, I think.
I actually really like the fact that they went for Pudge. I'm not sure how I feel about the hero in general, but I like what it's like suggests about this grand final. That it's not going to be exactly like last week or the previous games that they actually played against WRG. They're going to try new things. Like you're saying, like they've kept losing with normal Dota, right? You play 5-6 games against a team, they beat you every single time with the same draft. So you're like, fine, try something crazy. If it doesn't work, what's the difference between losing with a crazy draft and like a regular draft? So
I mean, it's a best of five, right? They've got
Yeah.
a lot of games to work with. I mean,
Yeah.
if this
Got
doesn't
time.
work, then try something else, and then if that doesn't work, quit.
you know. WRG now have to decide between Axe LC or Nyx Assassin, I think, for Chidawi. I think Nyx is probably a bit better versus, like, you need
It's
something to be
Pudge.
able to chase Pudge. Yeah, like,
it's
so I think they
against
probably go for something like that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he played it yesterday, right? So,
Yeah.
so it's like we have seen him play it. Do you see with their bans? They ban out Abaddon. They don't want any of that dual lane rubbish.
Yeah.
Legion Commander's still in the pool for White Rubber. They picked
Yeah.
that up a lot
Yeah.
for Chidawi. I wonder if they'll do that.
Like, remember yesterday we thought that once you ban a Baron, WRG wouldn't pick Lich, but then they pick Lich anyway. Like, I think Santo plays... Okay, so Tusk, yeah.
Okay,
so-
yeah. Santo Tusk.
Santo Tusk, Schlink, Switch, Rasta. Okay.
Actually, Santo's played both of those heroes.
I think
Yeah,
he's...
actually.
Okay, so I think... So you put Santo on the hero that will want to roam more, right? And then you put
Didn't
Schlink on the...
Shrinks played Tusk the time
Yeah.
that they had both?
Yeah.
Yes.
he did.
Yeah, okay, all right, that makes sense then.
So
I feel like Senso's a bit better on Shadow Shaman though. Like his positioning is really good with those Rasta wards, and he has a very good understanding of when to push around the map. I think it helps that he's like an ex-carry player, so he can sort of like as a carry player, you only have to know when you can actually push a tower like while the enemy team is fighting. So I think it helps a lot if he's got that mentality on his mind.
it's true. They're banning out Ember there.
Please tell me they're banning
Castaway,
Voka.
I mean, they're banning out Razor. Okay, that's they banned out Razor. I was surprised XT, after that time that Razor like demolished them. I'd be scared ever since then. Yeah, that was pretty.
It's a good hero.
It is really good hero. I mean, it's been doing well. It's been doing well.
So does this mean WRG, normally when they ban Razor, they either pick Troll or Nyx, or Nyx, sorry, Lifestealer. Lifestealer's decent here. It's okay.
Yeah.
So
Destroy is
far,
Pudge.
the problem is we've only seen the 2 supports though.
Yeah.
Like I think you'd want at least one of the cores before you go with the next.
Like, yeah, just to know the
Yeah.
matchup at least, so you don't get like end up picking Nyx into a really awful situation.
Is Dodo and I, he played Rubik last game, so is Doombani a Pudge player?
I
Are they going to swap?
absolutely no idea.
Are they going to swap? I mean, like, Dodo and I is their 4th position, right?
Yeah.
So,
I think Doom Bunny does play Pudge. For some reason, it feels like I've seen him play Pudge somewhere. I might have just lost in a pub.
That's
in a
success
pub.
with Juggernaut yesterday for the early game.
Yeah.
So, that's cool.
I just want to point something out again. We've discussed this time and time again, right? But there still isn't anything that has addressed Invoker here.
I mean,
it's kind of harder to play Invoker versus Pudge though. Like you very often you can just get like hooked and die in the lane. It's like kind of it's annoying, but he can get away with it. I don't think they actually have the tools. If he does pick it up, they can probably protect him with the tuck being around.
They could still pick it.
Yeah, they could.
They've got setup for it. It's terrible.
Terrorblade, okay.
That's really good against Juggernaut. Like, what is Juggernaut meant to do? So I would actually like XT to pick like Magnus here or something like that. Magnus would be pretty cool, right?
Magnus is it's amazing versus Terrorblade in the lane.
And then like Jug and Mag is definitely a thing.
Yeah.
Like, that is a very strong combo. Ricky, like the Magnus, Ricky's also very strong combo. Obviously they won't pick it up because they've got 2 supports, but Magnus Jug is very strong in my opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Maybe a full pubby, 2-position Pudge.
The mid Pudge. Yeah.
It could still be mid Jug though. Like
That's
it's not
also
necessarily
possible.
a safe lane Jug. So we could see them go for something else in the safe lane as well. That might match up because we don't know what Chidao is going to be playing yet. And I think you genuinely when you play against WRG, you have the best chance if you shut him down.
Nature's Prophet.
I don't see that every day.
You do not. Who would have predicted that?
I'm
Definitely not.
Have they been watching EG? Because I know EG just picked this in game 3.
I'm actually
Did they
okay.
win?
It's still ongoing when I last checked.
I'm actually
hope
okay
they
with this
lose.
Nature's Prophet. Like right now, WRG, so with Terrorblade, right, most of the time you're really scared about just outright, flat out losing the lane. Nature's Prophet doesn't necessarily have that problem.
They've got a lot of
Like-
catch for him though. Like Tuskar can just like.
Like they do, but
Once he gets level 25, though, instant TP.
Okay. Once level 25 comes around.
But like I think for XTC, the main thing we were talking about it yesterday is you have to avoid losing the lanes. Like and Nature's Prophet is not a hero that generally gets crushed in the laning phase.
Yeah, you can be everywhere. You can help all the lanes. So like, say now they gang bottom, he can be there and help.
Yeah, this might be like your guys' old strat when Flares was playing, and I know that Doms would also do this. Like they would just be super aggressive on any sort of gank Nature's Prophet
They
is
used to
there.
send 4 heroes to the offlane, which is great.
That's kind of, I mean, that's what we've been asking for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what XTC need, the kind of Dota they need to play. They play the best, I think, when they're very aggressive. As well, like it makes it a bit riskier now to pick up the Invoker because you can just pitch mid.
Because any fight basically becomes like a +1 when the Nature's Prophet is there.
What do you think they're going to respond to that with their own offlaner, which is... You don't think it's Tuskar's obviously support Invoker?
Oh, they get Invoker anyway.
I mean, Invoker's good against Furion, right?
Yeah.
So they can, like, I think it's actually
It's like Invoker's still good against XCC here because if you can just arrive half a second late to a fight and throw out a tornado, like half of XCC is then stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so we all agree on this though, right? If you're going to let that man's Invoker go through, then you have to wreck it.
I mean, don't have to wreck it, just to wreck other things.
Yeah.
And then win the game. Try and win the game.
I think maybe actually the key to beating this Castaway Invoker is not to focus on the Castaway Invoker because every game like we see like they'll send 3-4 heroes like mid all the time to try to kill him. Then everyone else gets farmed and Castaway get 20-minute ags anyway. So if you just destroy everybody else, don't allow him to actually have that global impact.
I mean, don't like forget about him. Just like play how you'd play against any other Invoker. I mean, like, just because it's Castaway. I mean, like he's obviously good at it, but I mean, don't ruin your other lanes to focus on something you don't. That's not such a huge deal.
We saw many teams lose to BVD when Donya and them were playing, just like trying to deal with Seam. They're like, oh crap, send 4 or 5 heroes versus Seam, and then everyone else was farming too.
That was a pretty amazing Invoker. It was quite interesting because I used to love to draw the parallels between Seam and Castaway, and that Seam was always like that. I don't know. So like
Seam is the general, though.
Yeah,
that's how Seam would play. It's like he would play as the general, whereas Castaway is more like the gung ho. Like the guy who's going to win you the whole fight, whereas Seam is like the guy that's going to win you the whole game because he's just laying everything.
Shots fired.
It's different. It's like a different style of play. Like Seam wasn't like the primary player on BVD.
Seam like gave you what like gave you what you needed consistently.
Yeah.
Whilst Castaway
He
will
just didn't
sometimes
die.
give you more things than you need.
That's
And you know, it's kind of like a
seems sucked at mid, guys. Let's be real. like he knows it. Let's not praise
So
him.
LC banned
Batrider.
Batrider.
Also
Also first
against
bans.
Finally.
They also get really good in Furion. They've got a lot
Yeah.
of good heroes against Furion, Pudge,
Yes.
and against Jug that can
They
catch
do,
him.
yeah.
Dude, I don't know.
This is
They've
a
got,
this
they've
is
got
rough.
issues. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like White Rabbit's draft way more than XTC.
XTC need like the most crazy mid hero ever. That's just gonna destroy
They
the
just
entire
need to
game.
put so much pressure on. They just got to like run around killing things with Pudge, and Furion needs to be everywhere. And White Rabbit just needs to never feel confident that they can go for lots of picks.
So I think they maybe probably angling to get like something like Quap or Storm Spirit or something that's just highly mobile because all the other heroes are kind of static right now from XTC with the exception of Furion who can TP and everywhere. But they don't get in there, right, in terms of how they deal with damage. And they need some way to do that. But all those heroes are now bad because of the Batrider and the Invoker. Like there's so much catch right now across the map. Like you can just die instantly no matter where you get caught out. So maybe a Lina Lincoln Sphere carrier?
If they like didn't pick Furion, they could have had a Nyx Assassin, which is so good against Invoker and Batrider. OD.
OD.
All right. He's done really well in OD in the past. I think he's nearly like carried some games that I've seen like crazy solo.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And he's about the best you can get against Invoker in the mid lane
Yeah.
as well. So
It's pretty interesting actually because I've been looking. I've seen quite a few OD bans this tournament, but we haven't actually seen any picks. I don't think. I think this is the first OD, at least on the A stream.
And it's okay versus Terrorblade as well. Like the
And they
damage
can save against
distributions.
Batrider
Yeah.
if they need to. Yeah.
That's a good pick. You said they needed a crazy one. Maybe not so crazy, just a fairly good one.
I'm just kind of iffy about the Furion pick. That's
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
only one I'm a bit iffy about.
Yeah.
It's the Furion and Pudge I'm worried about, but OD I'm happy with. I think it's great.
Right.
yeah.
Well, I think there are two gentlemen who might want to share their opinion on the draft as well. Wilson, Triple XL, and Demonic. Gentlemen, what's your thoughts on the draft?
I don't actually mind all that much for the draft. I'm just happy to be here for the grand final, and it's been keeping me up for quite some time. Then again, there are some notes on the draft. Demonic?
Yeah, I was actually really expecting a Magnus to come out.
Yep.
Instead of
Excuse
that,
me, a what?
A Magnus.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you.
Sorry, terribly sorry.
Yes,
Magnus to come
Right.
out.
Just need to correct that,
Instead of
and now we'll throw it to you guys. So enjoy, gents.
Well, here we are at last. The journey is eventually come to this point. And the two last men standing, WRG and XTC. They have a bit of a history. They've been at it for a while. Last weekend, in fact, they banged heads at the grand final. We'll see what they can do this time round.
Yeah, and really interesting drafts coming out from both sides. I think we're going to see a lot of action this game, especially after the 5 to 10 minute mark. Things will start going to get pretty wild here, I imagine, Wilson. We've definitely got a game on our hands.
Yep, and speaking of a game, and Schlinks is already dealing a bit of damage, making sure he can get on that scoreboard as quickly as possible. So, without any further ado, I'm going to take you through the side of XTC, playing on the Radiant side of the map. That's the pretty green side. XTC Skynet is going to be picking up that Nature's Prophet towards the mid there. That's going to be Deppy on his Outworld Devourer. Over here in the jungle, Dota and Die on his Fat Man Purge. Dastum is going to be picking up that Juggernaut. And last but certainly not least, leading the charge on the support, Rubik, will be Doom Bunny.
And on the side of White Rabbit Gaming, looking to take another final win here, we've got Chidawi, who's roaming. This is not his side of the bush, but he seems to be here anyway, taking the role of that off-lane Batrider. We're going to have Castaway on his signature Invoker, looking to do a lot of work this game.
Might be in quite a bit of trouble since the smoke is right there. So just hold the introductions for one moment, because I have a funny feeling Doom Bunny is going to try and lift into something tasty. Yep, there's the lift, there's the slow. The spin is there as well. This is going to be your first blood, almost assuredly. Beautiful body block from Dota and Die. First blood secured for the boys of XTC, taking it immediately to them.
It's a disaster coming out from Toby 1, as well as a bad manner. Good luck coming out from Dota and Die as we see the rest of the game. Just to quickly finish the introductions, we're going to have Santo taking the role of that Shadow Shaman in the top lane. Schlinks, as expected, is going to be playing that Tusk, and Whelp, one of the premier carry players in the South African Dota scene, going to be taking up the role of that Terrorblade.
Well, we've always said it, WRG, very scary name at the moment, and that tends to have a psychological effect on its opponents. But it looks like XTC are very, very happy to take the fight to them. Chidawi, yes, he's in a spot of trouble towards bottom. He's actually going to get slowed up as well. Picks up the stun from the Centaur Conqueror as well. And Chidawi's hoping for a deny, but XTC are now going to put 2 kills on the board before the first minute is even done.
What is he doing down there, Wilson? I'm not...
He believes this is his side of the map. And he's going to power ahead, I guess.
I feel like he needs to realize that he's dire. Like, White Rabbit Gaming are currently the dire side. This is not the jungle place, especially with a Pudge and a Doom Bunny and Dota and Die have had brilliant starts this game. I mean, Pudge has already got his boots. He's on his way to his Tranquil boots. And Doom Bunny,
net worth.
yeah, sitting beautifully. And this may be almost another kill there. Things are
Towards
getting
the mid lane,
exciting.
though, Deppy might find himself in a spot of trouble as Schlinks rolls on in. No, doesn't look like there's all that much interest from Castaway or the Ice Shards to follow it on up.
Yeah, that's just a level. That level 2 Tusk now, but unfortunately no shards as of yet. Deppy.
Oh, the Shards do miss. What a shame.
And I expect Skynet to be just trying to get experience here in the offlane when he can. Not too much exciting coming with this Nature's Prophet too soon. I'm surprised that he actually didn't TP into the gank. Obviously, deciding to go for the Treant's first level, but once this Nature's Prophet actually gets more levels, we should see even more ganks coming. So this is beautiful play coming out of XTC.
Yep, it's just the kind of game I look for. It's one packed with action, packed with excitement, and with a whole lot on the line. So much prestige to be won here at the Mega 8 Winter Cup. And I promise you both sides are going to look for it. So top of the last hits and denies is going to be Whelp. That's on his Terrorblade, and right behind him, Adastum. So all is well with the world. The world, for now, is in balance.
Yeah, and
speaking of balance, Deppy, and he always will have that disengage in the form of the Astral Imprisonment. But if he sticks around too long, Schlinks is going to make sure he sticks around too long himself. And yeah, Castaway, as soon as he's ready, he will be able to take advantage of that. We are talking about one of the very best Invoker players in South Africa.
Yeah, I mean, the Electri combined up with Cold Snap into Sunstrike will eventually be able to take down Deppy once Schlinks makes a rotation in a couple of levels' time. So that's something that we definitely have to watch out for. Deppy's not going to be safe in this lane forever, let's put it that way. There's definitely going to be a chance to gank. That's one of the sort of weaknesses of OD is the fact that he's not the most mobile hero. You know, if he gets ganked, and he has to use his Astral Imprisonment, especially if he has to use his Astral Imprisonment defensively. That can obviously be bad.
So they're rolling in on the top lane. Looks like Scarnet is going to go down as Whelp deals a massive amount of damage thanks to the Metamorphosis. And that's pretty stock standard stuff, although Schlinks, you've got a hefty pair on you, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, diving T1 tower, that's going to get some good damage onto this tower as well with Whelp. Using his first Metamorphosis, he's going to be happy with that. Picking up a kill generally, Metamorphosis, since it has such a long cooldown, you want to be able to get value out of that spell since it has. So he's going to be really happy with that. Manages to get a few more creep kills in the bank and doing well.
So let's talk about this combination here, because I feel like from the draft we saw that this was the roaming ganking combo in the form of the Pudge and the Rubik. How does it work, and what will you do with it right now?
I mean, at the moment they're pretty much doing what's expected. Is Chidoe can't really do much in this lane. He's only level 2, currently sitting lower XP than that of the Pudge in the support lane. So not able to really get into the jungle as of yet. And Doom Bunny's actually in trouble here.
He's in serious trouble. He will be going down as Chidoe burns him away. And there is no slow to follow up. Schlinks is also there. There's the Sunstrike. It's good. And Castaway takes away yet another kill. Dota and Die trying to TP on out. Gets stopped by Santo. And that is the end of that. Suddenly, it went from 2-0 to 2-4.
Beautiful rotation coming out from the supports of WRG. Santo and Tuskar getting in there. I'm not sure what Dota and Die was doing going underneath that tower. He only had 100 HP, so even if he was going to lift up, I mean, one accidental tower hit in terms of aggro, and he was toast anyway. So perhaps a little bit over-aggressive from the side. Perhaps they were thinking maybe the Nature's Prophet was going to TP in and help out as well, add a 4th number to that gank in order to get things into the advantage. But perhaps a little bit of miscommunication there. Doom Bunny just a little bit too aggressive.
Take a look what's happening here. Doom Bunny popping down some ward vision just in time, and Deppy is immediately warned by Doom Bunny there. That was very, very close, and Doom Bunny, I believe, just saved the mid of his team.
Yeah, and that was Santo with a double damage, hitting for 156 damage at the moment. So that's quite a truck, actually, if he can get up to you. And with the help of Schlinks, he would have been able to get there just fine. So Deppy managing to stay safe for the meantime. It looks like I would love to see a rotation come out from the XTC supports, actually. A smoke, maybe try get a kill on this TB if they can, especially if the Juggernaut hits 6. Maybe do a little sneaky smoke rotation to the top, because I feel like that's the hero that they actually need to be focusing on. Not so much on the Castaway middle. He's pretty much going to get what he's going to get out of this lane. But if they can shut down that TB, that will be huge for the side of Ecstasy and bring them put them in good stead for the mid game.
Yeah, because Terrorblade is a kind of character that does require a few items to really get going. And the more you can delay that, the better.
Yeah, and Castaway's going to get found out by smoke rotation, but
Slinks
actually
rolls in. It's good. Doom Bunny dropping very low. I don't think he's got any life left in him as Slinks takes away his life with the ice shards. He will be paying for his sins though. And oh, doesn't quite get the deny, but Toad and Die is now trying to make a hasty escape. He's dropping very low. Goes for the deny, gets it. Nicely done. Skynet now trying to get on out of there. I don't think there's any hope of that as he is being burnt away to a crisp by the combination of Chidawi and Castaway.
again, slightly over-aggression coming out from the side of XTC. I mean, Skynet TP to the low ground, which was also quite interesting. I suspected that he actually would have stopped that TP to the high ground. But unfortunately, just getting caught out, and with only his TP being level 1, he was pretty much stuck there and already taking a lot of damage just entering this top lane.
Yep, so Welp using the cover of illusions to confuse Dota and Die, make sure he does not land the right target. He has split up from them now, but that's because Schlinks and Santo are here, so they do want a piece of this fight if they can get it. Oh, but the shards are just a little bit off. That's a damn shame. Turning for the hook doesn't quite connect, but that was damn close indeed.
Yeah, and that's going to be a free T1 going the way of Welp. He's got more money in the coffers as we take a first look at the network. He is definitely sitting on top there at the moment. He's gotten the exact early game that he wants. This TP is going to get huge if he continues like this. And it's going to reach the point that Alistam is going to begin to struggle to keep up with him a little bit, I feel, especially with the illusions. You know, being able to farm neutral camps with those illusions is significant and can get him a good advantage. Chidowi may be in trouble in the bot lane here.
Yeah, he does get lifted. There's the spin. It's good, but they've got no other stun, so he just says, well, I'm just going to go home. With a quiet little TP and without a stun or an interrupt, you guys can rage all you like.
Yeah, and at least on sort of the positive notes, with the T1 gone in this top lane, it is going to give Skynet a little bit more space to farm here. He is managed to get his phase boost so far, doesn't have anything else. Quite interested to see what build he's going to go this game. If he's going to go into a ratty sort of Shadowblade build, is he going to go into a Argon of Scepter kind of build? The
panel was hoping that he would get involved early.
Yeah.
Could we be as nuts to say as Dagon? Oh, Chidawi in a spot of trouble towards the bottom lane. He's actually going to go, well, that's fine. I'm going to turn around and lock you down before you can do anything else, Dota and Die. And that is actually the perfect decision with Slinks right in the front lines, throwing out the ice shards to allow the Bat Rider to fly on over unobstructed.
Yeah, beautiful little play coming out there. I would actually say the old school sort of fighting Nature's Prophet build was, I believe it was either Ice or Mushi who just first started going the mechanism on him. That might be a viable option. They don't really have an early game mechanism carrier, and against the amounts of spam and damage coming out of WRG, that may not be the worst idea. Armor is also always very good against high physical damage heroes like Terrorblade.
So for all of those who play Nature's Prophet at home in public games,
you should feel bad about yourself.
Dagon?
Why not Dagon? Dagon adds almost nothing to this hero. He is he's a right-click hero. Unfortunately, he might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yep. Santo's there. He's locked down for an Age of Man. There comes the Sunstrike. There is no hope of survival for him. Doom Bunny on in very ill-advisedly, maybe trying to make something happen. Adastam coming through from the bottom there. He's going to go after Santo. In the meantime, Dota and Die taking a world of damage from Welp towards the top there. Santo getting a last-second shackle to keep himself alive a little bit longer. Deppy now in his sights of this metamorphosed Welp, and he's in serious trouble as he's being chased by the Frozen Sigil. It does slow him down. Deppy with a key little astral imprisonment. Yeah. It's going to secure himself the runaway. But Welp is now finding himself in a bit of trouble as Scarnet does manage to trap him in. There's the spin. They manage to take him down. And it's 9-5 at this point with a 1,000 net worth lead. Sorry, please continue on the reasons why Dagon is a terrible idea on Nature's Prophet.
It adds nothing to his team. Nature's Prophet is one of those split-pushing heroes. He's one of those heroes that is not generally... You have two decisions, right? You can either get involved in fights, use your TP offensively to do the sprout, and get in there, use your ultimates to try and deal as much damage in a team fight as possible, or you split push. You don't want to fight, you want to be wherever the other team is not, example, and Dagon doesn't really help you with that. Dagon is a burst damage item. It gives him no health. It gives him a little bit of intelligence, but other than that, the only instance that it would actually be useful is to actually Dagon down Whelp before he manages to get his Sunder off, which is not the best. It's just not the best item for Nature's Prophet at all. Whelp may be in a bit of trouble here, no?
No, he's got plenty of backup, all smoked up, and they're actually going to run into Doom Bunny and Don't and Die. The roll is good. Shadawi's on them. They do have a Flaming Lasso if they need to use it. It has them going on in, well spun. And, oh, nice cast away. Sunstrike is going to secure himself another kill there. Oh, the hook just missing because Adastum went for the healing ward. Oh, a little bit of miscommunication. Don't and Die was actually on target if he carried on running and didn't stop to put down his healing ward.
Yeah, Don't Die just giving out a my bad in the chat as unfortunately that healing ward. Oh, shame. What a tiny little miscommunication ended up making a huge difference there. Adastam being able to go down and falling a little bit behind in terms of the other cores, but still doing okay. I would like to see actually Deppy getting involved in these fights a little bit earlier. Adam is actually, compared to yesterday where Adam felt a little bit slow getting into these fights, today it feels like Deppy is perhaps a little bit slow. But he did decide to go for that Midas though, so he's not really ready to fight yet.
Is it not just the nature of an Outworld Devourer?
I mean, it
How
is
early
that.
can an Outworld Devourer really get involved?
Well, I mean, he is quite a high intelligence hero, and against non-intelligence heroes, again like Terrorblade, I mean, dropping the hammer is going to be a whack ton of damage at any point in the game, especially with getting rid of illusions and that kind of thing. So Deppy can definitely get involved in these fights. I mean, he does have 4 levels in the Arcane Orb as well, which is also just disgusting amounts of true damage, which ignores armor. So that's, you know, can really burst down this TB. But unfortunately, it just seems a little bit haphazard here from XTC. I'm not sure if their game plan is solidified as of yet.
Yeah, but I think they were definitely agreeing that a little bit of early game aggression was the way to go. But not quite sure how to take it on from this 13-minute mark. Santo stepping on the wrong side of life. Does get spotted out by that ward on the high ground there. There is Skynet nearby. Santo, it's definitely a warding expedition, but it's going to be a very, very big warding expedition as he does drop those wards. They're going to book themselves a kill, but at what price? As Santo does hit the deck as well.
Yeah, expending his first wards on a tower instead of a kill instead of a tower. That's going to be good for XTC. Every time wards don't get used to push an early tower, that's a big advantage towards XTC, and they're going to be really happy with that. And plus, Santo didn't get down the ward, so his mission ultimately was to feed some wards and die, which is in favor of XTC, that's for sure.
Yep, certainly. So, as Terrorblade, what are we looking out for here? What is the key item or the key point in the game where he gets absolutely unstoppable? Because this hero really does become unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he's most likely going to go...
Slight engagement towards the top lane. Don't die. Skirting with death here. Out come the trees. It's good. It's going to lock him down, but there's a snowball coming, baby. And Shadawi's actually getting lifted and spun down as well. In the front lines, Schlinks goes down. Shadawi now pulling on. Adastum, who says, that's fine, baby. I'm coming with you. I don't mind. And throws out the Omni Slash to finish him off. Santo, with nothing left to do, runs straight into the brick wall of Adastum and then hits the deck. That's another 3 kills. And this is looking pretty damn pretty for XTC
bottom lane,
at the moment.
Whelp may be in trouble here.
Yep. Well,
oh, yes!
Oh, and that's exactly what you were talking about. Drop the hammer onto Whelp. Make him pay for his sins. And Deppy walks away with that kill.
You got it, Wilson. It's maybe a Sunday afternoon, but there's always time for a little DIY as Deppy drops that hammer firmly on the face of Whelp and gives him the sort of knocking that he deserves. And that's exactly what I was talking about. It does huge damage to an agility hero. I mean, he's not the most intelligent man, is the Terrorblade. Sure, he hits things very hard, but don't ask him to do a maths problem.
And don't ask him also to tank. He certainly can't tank, unlike a strength hero, which obviously isn't as intelligent as the Outworld Devourer, but at very least has the health to back it up. Agility heroes being those who gain the most agility per level. They therefore are softer, generally speaking.
Oh, Santo in the top. Doom Bunny's so dead here. This poor man.
Nothing he can really do. He's going to tank the world and hit the deck. There's really nothing he could do there. Skynet, though. Are they going to reinitiate? Schlinks. Yeah, the chase is good.
Oh,
Daston,
Schlinks.
can he actually catch him? Schlenks, cheeky play, goes for a corner and says bye-bye, even waves to them as he goes. Anyways, as I was saying, the agility heroes are the most vulnerable to that spell, particularly because they don't have the strength gain that is associated to a strength hero to back up the HP.
Yeah, ooh, Hook just missing out on Jadawi here. That would have been a huge kill. He's 30 gold off of his Blink Dagger, so pretty good timing here considering he went Tranquils and Boots to get that. It's not the best timing, but it's by far not the worst as well. And Terrorblade is working, he's going to be working towards his Manta style. We sometimes see a Dragon Lance as well for the Metamorphosis, just to help with that tankiness, as you mentioned. Dragon Lance being one of the best stats item per gold in the game. So generally, we see TBs going that. Well deciding this time to not go for that. He's working straight towards a Manta style, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes something like a Skadi after that, just to try get not only his intelligence up, but just try get as tanky as possible as well.
Absolutely. The way to beat the hammer, as it were, from the Outworld Devourer, that Sanity's Eclipse, is either to be as intelligent or, of course, just be so very tank. So stack up on stats, and that's the way to go. So, Stolen Die throws out the hook. It's good. It's going to connect, and good night, Sweet Prince. Quickest kill I've ever casted there.
Yeah, that's the power of Pudge on a 700 HP hero. Hook dealing 400 damage and a quick little ulti. They do get Santo does get the tier 1, so he's not going to be too upset that he died doing that. And his wards, as you can see, used for the exact right thing. But oh my
yes,
goodness.
They managed to steal the wards. And that's going to book themselves a counter push on that tier 1 tower in the mid lane. My, oh my, Doom Bunny, you are glorious on this Rubik.
I stand corrected. Santo is not going to be happy about that at all.
Things have backfired slightly.
Yeah, that's when a good plan goes horribly wrong. And the wards take down a T1. Doom Bunny with some gold, extra gold in his pocket. Not quite as rich as he was in the last game, but he played a disgusting Rubik against the previous series in Energy Esports. So I expect him to do exactly the same here as well.
He's doing an excellent job yet again, so maybe this is going to become one of his signatures.
And someone that we actually haven't spoken about and we haven't really seen besides some Sunstrikes is Castaway. And looking at him, he is massive. He's got an 18-minute Midas. He's already got the Argonum Scepter up and running. This man is pretty much at his build, ready to go when his team wants to, working towards those boots of travel, so he'll be able to get around the map, do some split pushing himself, maybe even start to catch out people like the Nature's Prophet, which Castaway is going to be able to do with his set of spells.
You know, for someone who did die first and die very hard before the horn even sounded, he's doing damn well.
Yeah, I mean, both WOG cores are still sitting on top, despite the fact that they've actually managed to, die once or twice. So Manta style is now up on the Terrorblade. This is going to be one of the timings that you can actually start to put a little bit of pressure on the other side of the map with that Manta style and start looking to take those T2s with some Metamorphosis, just because of the amount of illusions that you have are disgusting.
Right, so Chidawi in the bottom lane might be the bait they were looking for. No, they reveal Skynet. Doesn't look like the rest of the side of WOG are really interested in taking that fight. They've decided discretion being the better part of valor. Now, Batrider, he's got himself his blink. He's happy and ready to rock and roll. What's the next step for WRG? When do they get aggressive here?
It's a good question. I thought they might want to get aggressive now. I mean, they've almost got all the pieces of the puzzle that they need at the moment. I think they might be a little bit scared of Deppy dropping that hammer. I mean, he's had a really good game so far, sitting at 1-0-3, hasn't died yet, does have that Midas in the bank as well. We're now beginning to work towards his BKB, which is going to nullify a lot of what Castaway has to bring to the team fights and allowing him just to deal that insane amounts of physical damage that they can do. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see WOG perhaps go for a smoke in the next 2 to 3 minutes, try to get a pick off and begin to push their advantage.
Deppy does also have himself the Hurricane Pike, which buys him the mobility he usually requires as an Outworld Devourer.
Yeah.
And of course the stats, which we mentioned before. Now, the question really is, if they are afraid of Sanity's Eclipse, shouldn't the side of XTC try to capitalize on that as much as possible and go for a push now?
I feel like they know that they are a little bit behind at the moment, so forcing things can sometimes, as you saw yesterday in the last series against WOG, XTC, forcing things can sometimes put things in. That is a very exciting graph that we're looking at. Turn things in the opposite direction. So for now, they're just remaining calm, continue to get farmed. They scale well into the late game. They've got the Nature's Prophet, they've got Odie, they've got Juggernaut, they've got Pudge. So it's not like they're going to be able to... there's not like there's too much of a time limit on this draft. So they have just relaxed. You know, take things, farm it out.
Like that poster says, keep calm and keep carrying.
Yeah, keep calm and keep farming. That's exactly it. And it looks like Castaway might be in a little bit of trouble here. Skynet looks like he does have the Shadow Blade. Oh, Rock is just used. That's huge as well.
Yeah, dropping the meatball.
Oh, he knows.
Yeah, he knows that something's up. And obviously, having dropped the meatball, he's a little bit out of options besides QQW and get the hell out of there. It's not worth the risk. That would have been a key pickoff and possibly the call to push on very, very securely, but it looks like they're grouping up to push anyway, the side of XTC.
And, oh dear, Skynet, you have...
You stepped in the wrong place. Santo's there. They're going to find him. He immediately gets sheeped up, but oh, it does get the chance to get the Shadow Blade off. There's the dust, though, from Chidawi. They planned for it. It gets pulled, and good night, Sweet Prince. Deppy makes an appearance, but it's just too damn late.
Yeah, and meanwhile, TB is just styling all over this bottom T2 tower. So that's exactly what he wants to do. Manta style up, illusions, and look how quickly that tower drops, Wilson.
It's absolutely disgusting. And the same side of the map, sorry, on the opposite side of the map, Adaston was trying to do the same, but he just doesn't hit that damn hard.
Yeah, unfortunately. And they're going to be able to deny that tower. So ultimately, this is in WRG's favor, taking a T2, denying the top T1, and getting a kill on the Nature's Prophet. It's exactly what they needed to do in that instance. And once Metamorphosis is up again, I wouldn't be surprised if they push down the middle or Whelp switches to top, maybe WRG smoke to the other side of the bush and do exactly the same thing. Let your TB split push, while the other four heroes, you know, Castaway, Santo, the Tusk, and the Bat Rider, allow them to cause chaos amongst the XTC side.
Yeah, speaking of chaos, Santo finding himself behind him in
oh no, he's been
enemy lines. He does reveal, and he immediately goes for the TP out. Oh. Wow, that was very, very close indeed. Nonetheless, he does manage to get on out of there. Eagle Song up and running on Terrorblade. That's going to up his agility even further. He's going to start hitting like a truck very, very soon. And I think the intention there is to have it do good work there. Oh, Castaway is actually going to get caught there by Skynet. They do manage to take him down, and they've spent quite a lot to do it. So they're going to enjoy every last bit of gold they get. That was 384 for Adaston.
Yeah, and a killing streak ended, so Chidawi is going to find the Pudge. Whelp is going to be there, so unfortunately, this Pudge is going to be biting the deck and going back to base in a body bag. So counter kill coming out. Obviously, Invoker is the more important target.
Deppy walking into Whelp. He misses his first strike because the evasion is up and running on the form of the butterfly. Alacrity stolen. That's pretty damn good too, especially on Deppy, who requires a fair amount of attack speed. Is this the call to push or not? It could be. The Sanity's Eclipses there. It is level 2. There is no lasso available on the Bat Rider either.
Yeah, this is the call to push. You've got your Castaway dead, who's going to be the Tornado and the Meatballs. Pretty much some of your only anti-push. Oh my gosh, Adam is taking so much damage.
He's dead. He's very, very dead. As soon as Whelp goes into that Metamorphosis, you got to get out of there. And speaking of getting out of there, Doom Bunny doing what he can. Skynet trying to get out. He's dusted up as well. Oh, Schlinks comes on in, rolls, and helps himself to the kill on Doom Bunny. It suddenly is a 3-for-0 exchange.
Again, that seems like miscommunication to me, Wilson. Why? I mean, Deppy...
Yes and no. It's like every move XTC go for, WG has a slightly better move to counter it.
But Deppy and Dota and Dai had already left. There were only 3 heroes left there on the side of XTC. Obviously, some back call was made, but the team not replying in a unit. Instead, Deppy just walking away, leaving the rest of his team to die, and then WG get 3 kills
and a rush.
And a rush. So I mean, just small. That to me says a communication error that turned into a massive disadvantage for XTC. And those are the small things that can lose you a video game.
All right, if that's the case, and you were sitting on the team speak of the side of XTC, what would you be saying to your boys?
Stick as a flippin' teammates. I think would be my saying, especially now with the 25-minute mark. You know, it's the play is either let one of your supports die while the rest of the team backs out, or leave together and try disengage as a group. Because if Deppy was there and managed to drop a hammer, that could make a huge difference. And it looks like they're finally trying to... Are they going for Castaway? Oh, well, Welp is
They might
right
find
here.
Welp. Welp is a problem,
They
though.
do
He
have the
does have
ward.
Aegis. They spot him, and they pull him in. There goes the Aegis. But the re-engage could be coming very soon as Shadawi's already fireflied up. There's the Lasso who's going to pull the Pudge all the way up to the top. Welp now is going to try and get on out of there. Castaway picking up nothing there. He does what he can, and the hammers drop from Deppy. Does a fair amount of damage, but Welp still stands, importantly. He's going to turn around with the rest of his friends, take down Skynet. Adastum hits the deck towards the left-hand side of that screen. And now Deppy, the last man standing, stuck in a hole. Now a chicken, almost dead, and there he goes. Full team wipe.
Wow, what a huge fight coming out from WRG. Welp looked like he was in a lot of trouble. They did have the Aegis, luckily.
That was the one person they shouldn't have gone for.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Aegis bide enough time for Castaway to TP into, or at least get himself to the shrine and be in a beautiful position for that ulti. And even though they threw everything on Welp, all that Welp did was sunder Adam and just hit him twice, and he was dead. The evasion, this butterfly just doing massive amounts of work in terms of the evasion 25 minutes into the game. Adam and the Nature's Prophet and Odie, who rely on hitting you, are just not able to hit this hero enough to kill him.
Dodandai actually does manage to pick up the Shadow Shaman on the sidelines, but look at that damage from Welp as he melts away at poor Doom Bunny, then takes a bite out of Adastum, now goes for a second helping, a Biss if you'd prefer, of Scarnet. Scarnet, though, managing to retreat all the way to the Pudge. Pudge getting lassoed up, and Shadawi trying to get that kill anyway, cheekily on the way out. Oh, and with the Schlenks comes on in as a distractionary effect by the looks of things. Gets lifted, he will be going down, but it's all for naught as the bottom racks is gone.
Yeah, the power of TB. He's got his Manta style. He got an early butterfly, so the evasion doing huge work, and now that just gives him incredible amounts of right-click physical damage, and his illusions are hitting for significant amounts as well, and that's just an easy racks for the side of WOG, and now he's got an Eye of Scotty.
Yep. So he's now very, very difficult to take down. Has a whole lot of slow to add to his right clicks, which obviously when Metamorphosis is up, will slow absolutely everyone.
Yeah.
Essentially, because, I mean, he's got 600 illusions of himself. The illusions do it too. It's an absolute bloody mess.
I don't know. I'm not sure that they are actually capable of killing this hero unless they drop everything and the kitchen sink on him before he gets off his Sunder. If he can get off his Sunder,
Then
that is
just
pretty
go
much
home.
a team fight lost at this point. I don't feel like you're going to be able to bring that HP down a second time.
If that's the case, we have seen Outworld Devourers pick up Silence before. Pick up an Orchid Malevolence, then build it into a Bloodthorn. We have seen a similar build out on the Nature's Prophet. Is that the option here?
Absolutely. You have to get some form of silence to be able to stop him from doing that Sunder. Unfortunately, he does have the Manta style, so it's always going to be an option to just Manta style out of that silence. And obviously, once Welp realizes that the other team has a silence, he's not going to be using his Manta style so freely, right? So the best situation in that case is to get two silences. I would say get a silence on both. You know, force out with the Nature's Prophet, then get Deppy to count, follow up with the second once he's Manta style, and then get the kill.
Well, here we are. Well, going for the Metamorphosis. Deppy immediately BKBing up, trying to avoid getting locked down. There he drops the hammer, but it's not on Welp. He's trying to kill off the supports, and Santa supports by the skin of his teeth. He survives. Deppy hits the deck. Adastum spinning in the middle of it all, trying to do what he can. Cannot take down Welp. He's doing everything he can, but hits the deck before he gets a chance to do anything more. Skynet, the last man standing, only standing by the very, very tightest definition as he TPs out back to base. And that surely is another push for the side of WRG. These guys are unstoppable, I tell you.
Yeah, Welp is just too huge at this point. I mean, he's sitting at 21k, and let's not forget that 2k behind him is sitting, the Invoker now has a Lincoln Sphere and is well on his way to an Octarine core. So WRG just looking so strong here. Terrorblade turns out to be quite a good pick, especially when you give it a free lane and free farm for the first 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think that butterfly did so much work. That really was the tipping point. And we'll check it against the graphs later when we do get the stats. If XTC managed to bring this back, it would be beyond miraculous. It would really take the hand of God to help them out here, but they're going to suffer on anyway. They're going to try their very best to take their first game. Not likely to happen with a 26,000 net worth advantage for WRG.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking quite dire here to use a Dota pun, because I'm always ready for a pun, Wilson. So you're going to see the shrines taken out here, and WRG just pretty much waiting to finish this game. I would imagine they're just going to wait for Metamorphosis to be up again in 30 seconds. And once that is done, he has got his MKB, which is going to be coming out on the courier.
And he's no longer missing.
And he will no longer be missing at all.
Anything. Yeah.
So, oh man.
Even these illusions are starting to get annoying. Did you see that? The Terrorblade illusion denying the bounty rune at such a late stage when it, to be honest, the carry, it's an extra 100 gold. It's always nice, but it's not that valuable. It's not that much of a game changer, and he's still denying away.
Luckily, it's never too late to be cheeky, Wilson, in a game of Dota 2.
That is absolutely true.
So Whelp just showing off those bad manners there by denying that bounty rune, and WOG looks like they're going to head towards the middle, maybe waiting for Roshan. Roshan's not going to be up for a while.
Castaway is going to find the Juggernaut. He's going to burn away his mana. Nope, the spinner's there just in time. He's going to start heading on out. Schlinks now takes a world of damage, but immediately lassoed will he be. And down goes Deppy. And that pretty much was the hope for them. Out comes the hook. It's going to be a savior hook as Castaway jumps on ahead, slows down Doom Buddy to the point where he cannot run away. The mischances are favorable, though. It keeps him alive for a little bit longer. In comes an Astum. The Omni Slash, enough to take down Schlinks, but not enough to take down anything else. He's now spinning on out towards the back lines. Nature's Prophet getting cheeked up, and he's going to go down to Castaway yet again. In comes the hook. Dota and Die doing whatever he can. He takes down Santo before he gets a chance to throw down his Serpent Wards. Castaway blinking ahead, going off to Dota and Die, and even with the healing of the Shrine, there is nothing he can do. Adastum now spinning away, taking a world of right-click damage. Is it enough? He dodges that last one. Is it going to be enough? No, because he gets lifted, and good night. It's all done and dusted as the big boy comes to play and melt away at the base of XTC.
And that is called Castaway styling, everyone. Just styling.
I was wondering when he was going to start playing this game.
Well, he saved it for the end, but he saved a good one. So White Rabbit Gaming taking the first game in the best of 5 here in a very convincing display. Things looked good for the opening 2 minutes, you know, opening start of XTC, but the Nature's Prophet pick to me just felt meh. It didn't do anything, you know. He wasn't there for the early gangs, so I'm just, why did they pick that hero, Wilson? I'm not sure.
I am not sure either, but I have a funny feeling that it's got to do with that timing on the good old little butterfly there. If we take a look, it's just after 20 minutes. Let's take a look at that net worth to graph to give you a general idea. There you go. Just after 20 minutes, you can see that graph starting to dip, and then suddenly fights are being lost, and there's nothing that they could do.
Yeah, as you can see, you know, it remains fairly even. It remains fairly even, but then once you have the Manta Cell, once you have the Butterfly, you just can't kill that TB anymore. Suddenly, frantic dip, they take all your towers, you lose all your map space. Suddenly, you don't have anywhere to be able to play a game of Dota, and before you know it, things are done, and game one is done.
All done and dusted. Well, let's see if the panel agrees that the critical item pickup is the responsible candidate for the victory of WRG.
Right, thanks very much, guys. I don't know if the butterfly alone was enough, but certainly I agree with you about the timing. Seemed to be where things went a little bit pear-shaped. Gentlemen, it just feels like they're doing well in like the laning to mid stage, and then it just all falls apart.
Feels like Furin just wasn't a good hero. Yeah. Like that game, or like the way he played it was just, he went phase boot Shadowblade. It just seemed like, I don't think he did anything useful that game, to be honest. Like every time he TP'd into up, he would just die. And I feel like probably like if they think Furin was some sort of good hero that game, which I don't, right? Then maybe his item should have been way different. It should have been like a drums Atos. I think Atos is actually an insane item that game. For Invoker and in Batrider, they can actually just hold the hero still, because Sprout's not actually that useful against Batrider. But, I mean, I don't think Furin was actually the pick. I think Nyx would have probably been a better pick there.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, a lot of other things went wrong. There's some of the fights they casted alties in the odd times, like Deppy threw down his ults trying to kill TB at their jungle there after they took away the Aegis. He didn't have enough stacks on. Jug omni-slashed illusions, included like he manted and then cast an illusion and then he omni-slashed, and obviously it wasn't enough.
Yeah. And I think we saw yesterday, game number 2, when they played against WRG, things were looking magnificent for the XCC up until they took one fight, lost it like horrifically, and then everything went downhill from there. The exact same thing happened in this game. And things I think were looking, it wasn't perfect, but things were actually looking like good in the first 20 minutes of the game. Then after WRG got Aegis onto the Terrorblade and they were farming on the Ancients, they went into their jungle to try and fight them with a 4 or 5 man gank, and they killed the Terrorblade almost instantly, burst his Aegis. And I thought, okay, great, this is actually amazing. Like, but then they stuck around. They saw some TPs coming. They had vision of Batrider coming in with a Blink Dagger, but then they stuck around for the fight and lost every single hero. And that's actually what allowed Welp to get that 24-minute butterfly. Immediately after the fight, they got like 1,000 gold after that, like a triple kill or something. So then after that, you're like, well, you made the game much more difficult for yourself than it needed to be. So, and I think this game we saw what can happen when you... Like, Terrorblade as a pick was just fantastic. There was nothing to deal with him. He was really good up against pretty much every hero on the enemy side. And Welp carried this game tremendously. Put the whole team on his back and was just like, guys, relax. I've got TB. We've got this.
Yeah. Welp did a fantastic job at farming. He knew that like he wasn't being pressured on his lane, especially because they were going to keep trying to gank Castaway and all the rest. So he basically just farmed up there. And it just feels to me as though XTC does like the first half of every plan that they formulate goes perfectly, and then something happens, and then it's just catastrophe after that. It's just like, it seems like it's like one small fight or one small decision by one of the players, and then everybody just becomes like a complete potato after that, and then, you know, and it just snowballs. And White Rabbit Gaming just they use that to get themselves back, you know, on an even keel, and then they just never let control of the game go again.
Do you know what's scary? I was just thinking about this whilst this game was going on. This was a team that we're watching now, just completely dominant, right? That used to struggle to find a sponsor.
Which team is this? WRG?
WRG, when they were playing as Noob, they literally were in a position where they could not find an MGO or a sponsor to take them on.
I mean, they were probably just in an unlucky time where all the MGOs had teams, right? It's not more on them, or just they were just in an unlucky, awkward time.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. It just seems like like WRG, like the actual MGO.
Not like it's no one wanted to sponsor them, it's just because there weren't any available, you know.
But anyways, yeah, I mean, to me, it's like the actual organization, White Rabbit Gaming, like picked up the side that was a hopeful, you know, and wasn't really high up on the radar. And they've just come to this point where they're the single most dominant force in South African Dota at the moment. But I mean, there's glimpses of hope from XTC, but it does feel like it's kind of we're watching the same story play out over and over again. Snake, you mentioned something about timing, 80 minutes in a previous.
Yeah. So it was game 1 yesterday. I think the fight that definitively lost in the game happened at 16 minutes, something like that. It was really early on. Game 2, it was like around 18, 19 minutes. Axe jumped in, like Mr. Cole and Razor, they all die. This one, it was 22 minutes in the jungle, killed Terrorblade. But the glimmer of hope is that time seems to be getting later and later and later, right? So if they keep this trajectory going, yeah, eventually, right, you're going to be at the stage where you do this catastrophe, but then you at least have farm on your heroes, and you can at least take the next fight somewhat evenly. Because most of the time that's been happening, it's been happening in situations where WRG is actually slightly ahead already, and then it just makes it much worse. It exacerbates the situation. So hopefully if that kind of critical fight happens when the game is more or less even, then it might be a little bit better overall for XTC.
I mean, what happened in the safe lane? What kind of rubbish happened there where they were trying to take the tower at 4 minutes and then all 3 of the heroes just died. Doom Money dies to the tower solely, and then Bat ended up denying the tower eventually. Oh. That was like,
that was so sick from
I
Chidawi.
felt really like that was just like, come on guys, this can't happen.
Can we give props to Chidawi on this Batrider? Like,
what do you? He has 50 damage. How are they letting this happen?
Not for the deny, but we wanted to see Batrider, right? The whole tournament, right? Yeah. And then we saw it, and you're like, this is why I want to see Batrider. This is the kind of game. I think you can do this like to most safe laners now with this hero. Like, and I don't understand why more people haven't been doing it. But then we got to see the opportunity why this hero is good. And Chidawi, thanks. You know, Batrider, good hero.
It was a good bad game.
What else aren't we seeing? I mean, we spoke about the
not a lot of mag.
The mag. We spoke with Sven recently, and I mean it's kind of been a little bit better. Nyx probably needs a little bit more love.
I mean, this was a great mag game. Let's be real. XCC, this would have been great. I would have just sacked the whole Furin, don't pick him, and then mag.
Yeah.
Well, I just had Demonic in my ear, of all people. Apparently, they don't have a Magnus player. from
Well,
XCC.
come on. Then he's not this patch player.
Then you need to learn Magnus. Like that's
like,
what
I
else
mean,
is he supposed to
he's
do?
had the whole of 7.0 to learn Magnus.
Yeah.
Come on.
This hero's been broken since the new patch
I was
came
going
out.
to say,
So
what do you mean new patch came out? Like, Magnus has been a big deal for ages now.
Yeah, for quite a few months.
Yeah,
but I say this, but I don't play Mag either, right, guys? Like, if I was playing in a team, I'd be like, guys, I don't play Mag. Come on. Like,
you gotta play Mag. Like,
Yeah, but, like you should have a player that's like at least willing to try, because
yeah.
like Mag, maybe you don't have a Mag player, but Nature's Prophet right now is like,
bad.
yeah, it's
Just bad. honestly,
yeah,
like,
just bad. There is no other word
No,
for him
it's
right
like
now.
it's very again situational. Mag seems to be good in a lot of situations, Furin obviously in a lot fewer situations. So rather just be good at the heroes that are good in many situations instead of being good at niche heroes.
Basically, you want to pick up Furin when you're playing against Ortiz.
I mean,
even then, like we know, I think the idea of the hero like NP, right? You're supposed to have that global presence. You can do a lot of stuff. You know, keep your lanes relatively solid. Why not pick Spirit Breaker as one of your supports, and then you have Darkseer, then does the same thing. Then but you don't die like instantly when you TP to it. I don't think we actually saw a single gank that Skynet went to that he didn't die. Like the only time that Skynet survived were the fights that it was WRG engaging into XCC, then he can come in at the very end of it and help the team out. But if he was involved in actually starting the fight off, he died every single time.
Yeah,
So
or they just ignored him in the fights. Like
Yeah.
that was he was either dying or just being ignored until the end, and then he could like basically run out in Shadowblade. But yeah, it was,
Pudge was actually also pretty uneventful that game. I wasn't too impressed about his early game. Like he hit maybe his first hook at like what? 10 minutes, 15
after,
minutes.
as they lost the tier 1 tower.
I mean, that's not good, right? I
Yeah.
mean, he's running around, he's not finding any hooks. I mean, you like try to save, who was it, Addison trying to run away, and the hook just goes wide, like it wasn't even
no,
close.
what actually happened there, I think, was Adam was running and then he dropped
Yeah,
dropped the ward in
to
front
drop
of
the
him,
ward.
and then the hook was like, guys,
He's like, sorry, dude.
So Adam got himself killed, actually.
No, it's Adam's fault.
This kind of Pudge is one of those heroes, I guess we can say, almost like the old school Mirana, like hit arrow win game, hit hook win game.
Yeah, I guess you got to be really good at the skill shot to be, to like make the hero good.
it's like you have those players like Welp was obviously, I mean, he made his name on the Mirana, but that is the kind of hero that like you need to have a lot of practice with, because it's ironically harder to hit a person in a pubby than it is in like a competitive match, because you have some idea of what he's actually going to be trying to do. So it just seemed as though Dota and I mean, I don't know, maybe he just never plays Pudge, but like that wasn't a good support Pudge performance at all.
Maybe just a bit of an off game, also possible.
Could be.
Yeah, he's been actually
I
pretty
just
good.
don't want you guys to speak ill of the Pudge.
I mean, I
but
could
maybe
like
he'll
give
come back.
him the benefit of the doubt. It could just be off game.
Yeah.
Maybe
Also,
he's
like, I don't know, like...
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I don't,
We'll
that
see.
came out of nowhere. like
Yeah,
like,
suddenly
like an
there's a draft.
RKO, there's a draft. Let's get stuck into it, guys. So, okay, so we've spoken a lot about the mag, so hopefully we will see a mag just for the sake of
We
seeing a
won't.
mag.
I don't think these
We,
other
we won't see a mag, but they should pick a mag, but we probably won't see it.
Yeah,
I mean, Shadow's not a mag player either, right?
No.
Yeah, so
Chidao will never play mag.
yeah, no mag players in this game, boys.
So
I don't feel like that should be.
Though,
That
which
feels
seems
dirty.
It does
Doom
feel
gets
dirty.
money. That's any hero that can get easy money is heroes should always happy to play.
It doesn't matter, right? WRG don't need learn heroes; they win anyway. If I was XT, learn as many heroes as you can.
So Tree still banned, Abaddon still
No,
banned.
this is the exact same.
Is there anything from game 1 that actually requires banning or like addressing draft-wise? I think like XCC ran a very unconventional draft with the expectation that if they should lose, they probably know why that the draft in and
Not
of
the big
itself
Rubik Pudge
needs
is their
something
first
else.
2 picks.
Yeah. So I don't think they actually did. I don't think I saw anything banned
Rasta.
worthy. Rasta first, okay. Kind of deny picky, right?
Both these guys, both these teams value Rasta pretty highly. It seems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, I guess. I mean, he has been doing like the way Sun's been playing is pretty annoying. Like he sits in the trees and he like waits to pick off one hero, even though he dies.
Yeah.
And he just chucks wards for it and seems to create space for his team.
Yeah. He did that like he kept doing that to Skynet
Yeah.
last game as well. It was pretty annoying. Every time you see Prophet TP somewhere, try to get some farm, and then he's just shackled and soon Sunstrike, and he just dies.
I mean, people think
Really
it's
annoying.
bad because he gives up the ward goal and stuff, but he shows where 2 or 3 heroes are on the
Yeah.
map right there. And then his cores are just rising. You saw
actually, you're
the
right.
TB was just doing whatever he wanted. He was like, I know where they are. They killed my supports. Who cares?
Yeah.
So Rasta,
White Rabbit. Do we see maybe the clock SF?
They could, but I don't know. I don't think Chirawi wants to play clock. Nor do I think like Santo and Schlinks are players that really want to play that hero.
Do you think they're going to pick their draft?
that would
Guys,
be so bad mannered? They
guys,
lead with Rubik, right?
guys,
That would be so
guys.
bad mannered if they do that.
They have to pick Pudge now.
They have to pick Pudge, yeah.
Guys.
I mean,
this is like the level of BM you start getting to. Like this is like quite BM, honestly.
That would be very BF if that happened.
I mean, it would be hilarious to watch, but just to see them get beaten
like
with
they
their own
say,
draft.
it's always nice to have a bad guy at the top, and White Rabbit certainly.
I mean, it just makes it entertaining for White Rabbit, I guess. They maybe they're a little bit bored just winning all the time, so they want to make it a little hard.
Sure.
So
Yeah, so, they're taking way too long. I think if this was going to be a troll pick...
I mean, maybe they're just like making them like they're making
like, think
XC
about
are
it,
like,
guys.
guys, are you really gonna do this?
Okay,
And
they
then-
can pick Jug now, right? Jug's not necessarily a bad matchup unless XCC like insta pick the Razor. If they pick Jug, then WRG can ban Razor second phase.
Jug,
Right?
the Soleon's pretty weird.
I mean, it's weird, but if we're talking about BM, right? What's the most logical way they could possibly BM? Then I think
I'll
that's
pick
probably how
like
they started
the
off.
cores early.
Yeah.
Right, Nature's Prophet now.
Not
That would be
Pick all your
ultra
opponent's
BMs, though.
signature heroes, you know?
Um,
I actually think that's probably worse. Like, worse than
No.
picking your opponent's draft is picking all their signature heroes and beating them with it.
but real talk though, I think Tusk is pretty
Okay,
good. Oh, that's
okay, guys.
Right. This is still
We avoided the BM.
Tusky, right? This is
Who
probably
picked the Earthshaker?
Or was Bravado?
no,
one
it
of
was
the
APG.
One of the offlaners.
It was APG, remember?
Was it?
Oh, yeah, O'Malley played it.
Yeah,
And
O'Malley.
they had
Yeah.
weird support duo
Yeah,
there,
one.
if I'm not mistaken.
I'm not surprised
Yeah.
Razor came in.
It was like Earthshaking, something
Yeah, it was
underwhelming.
Earthshaker was playing offlane, and
Yeah.
then they had Clockwork
Yeah.
was one of
Oh,
the
yeah.
supports.
They
and then
picked up
something
Clock
else.
first, and then I remember because Donnie was like, "Yeah, this is not a good matchup for Clock," and then
Yeah,
they picked
then they picked
Earthshaker, and he's
Earthshaker, it
like,
got
"So you
worse."
dodged the lane, and
Yeah.
then got a worse sub matchup anyway."
So even though WRG didn't go for the Juggernaut, I'm still glad XCC picked Razor. I think they've been seeing that every game, second phase, it will get banned out. So if you're going to get this hero, and I think Addistan probably had his best performance overall on this hero.
Yeah.
But no, his slot was actually, I think, better than his Razor. But I think Razor is just the safer pick overall.
Yeah.
Let's check as a good pick. I've seen some teams do it. Mind Control and Liquid plays
Yeah.
it often. I see not often, but sometimes. And
And Universe plays it sometimes.
really, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a while. Yeah, it's,
We
I mean,
played that
Universe
last
playing
week.
like Void. I'm surprised we haven't seen many Voids this tournament. Void seems like a cool pick against a lot of these heroes that are being picked up,
It doesn't
like
seem-
Razor and things like that.
It doesn't seem to suit how like a lot of SA teams want to play. Because like if you pick Void, you can't just like
I mean,
split up across the map. You actually have to
Chidawi
do
might
stuff.
be the best Void in SA. That's the thing. Like last year, like his Void was beastly.
I think his Void was a little bit better last year.
I was like, are you just gonna leave me on to dry there? I was like, come on,
Donnie's
dude.
Void was pretty good.
I'm like,
Yes.
come on, dude. Nah.
It was the only time, like when they were playing WRG, BVD beat WRG. If they picked Donnie Void, that was the only time I was confident that BVD would definitely win. Every
Wow.
other time, I was like,
Semi shots fired. No, I'm just why I was thinking Void pick is because White Rabbit's been picking a lot of Invoker. So I
Yeah.
thought maybe like why isn't it being
Sunstrike.
picked up? It's quite a good combo. And like Jakiras are being picked up, and I just thought like the heroes.
Phoenix. Okay,
Wish
White
Drop.
Rabbit going a bit of.
Ooh.
They've been watching
First time
some
we've seen
international-
Phoenix this tournament, really?
Yeah.
Second time maybe.
Offlane
First-
Phoenix,
first
or
time.
is this offlane Earthshaker? though?
offlane Earthshaker and support
Yeah,
Phoenix. Yeah.
Does Chidawi play offlane Earthshaker?
I mean, I think
Apparently
so. I
he
mean, it's not
should.
that hard.
He should, yeah.
I would say to do the laning part. This is like not a dark seer. This is like you block the creeps with your fissure, and then that's it. Like it's not hard.
I kind of feel like also suits his like dunk mechanic, you know, like he likes his axe as well, so he kind of has a dunk, right?
Yeah, he does.
true.
Earthshaker's dunk is the
I
best.
mean, if Exton wants to take advantage of that, like Earthshaker's clearly going to try to pull the creeps towards his tower. Shouldn't you just maybe get aggressive and start pushing these towers?
Yeah, I mean, he can't do anything.
Yeah.
It's Earthshaker.
And
Dirge, they're going to be
Yeah.
aggro.
That's
That's
the
good.
aggro, yeah,
I
aggro lane,
like
right,
this.
yeah.
Gotta be.
Actually,
You
like
take
this.
advantage of the weak lanes, yeah,
Yeah.
because Earthshaker is not a strong offlaner in the conventional way, so he can't really do much to save. Gyro, there we go.
So this
They got a
hero's-
lot of AoE damage.
Yeah.
this hero's been banned 2 or 3 times versus WRG.
Yeah.
They're the only team that really picked it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's a pretty aggressive XTC lineup there.
So Jaro Razor, as I think
White Rabbit's
Jaro-
trying to respond to the aggression with their own aggression.
Yeah.
Just albeit it's a bit weaker heroes, like HP wise, but
Isn't Jaro really bad versus Razor? Don't you just get constantly unstable currented
Yeah.
and then all your damage stolen forever?
Yeah.
but I think
No,
like
Gyro's
level
like-
1 or 2, it's okay.
Didn't
Like,
they increase Gyro's move speed this last patch?
yeah, he's
by
pretty
like
fast.
5 or
He's
something?
a fast man.
He's pretty like
And-
320 or something.
Yeah,
It's
and
pretty quick.
Yasha has also been increased or decreased in price. He was one of the few heroes that actually picked
But
it
I think
up
he'll just be
regularly.
barraging anyway, so like they'll try and kill him with the damage they have in the spells.
Is Gyro still like? So I'm thinking back to sort of an age gone by where Gyro was like the carry. And
It was like
Undying-
Gyro vs Sven's, you saw a lot
Yeah.
of that. That
Yeah.
was like every game.
Every
Yeah, but
single
also at the same time, Undying was like a super popular pick, and I remember Gyro was the answer to
But Barrage doesn't work against his zombies anymore, as far as
No,
I
the
remember.
the flak.
The flag.
Oh, yeah.
The flag doesn't. Because he used to just farm that stuff.
Yeah, that was so
So,
great.
That and
Plus
down.
5 gold, plus 5 gold.
Just rise through that. I do think Undying is one of the games where you
Nice.
can actually
Oh,
have a
yeah.
great game. This is really good.
I
Like,
like this
the
game
XTC
is like
fight.
setting up to be like a slugfest.
Yes.
Like this is going to be really cool to watch, I think.
A lot of big AoE stuns, like lots of
Lots of early immigration.
lots
from
of
both
shiny
teams.
lights this game. It's gonna be great.
Definitely.
I mean, I kind of like that, right? I don't think we see enough Dota these days with just big wombo combos trying to smash. Like
Energy's the only team that does it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you just there's something fun about two teams with like these big wombo combos trying to like smash their faces against one
Yeah.
another, see which
Yeah.
head breaks. You know.
It is really great. I'd like to see maybe troll mid for XCC. They need for WRG, they need a way to deal with this Tombstone. But XTC as well, they need a way to deal with Phoenix Egg, right? Like, if they get
Troll
caught
just
inside
became
right
the
now.
most important pick in the world.
Are they going to do Naga, guys?
Yeah.
Guys.
No, they...
Guys.
It's
Are they going to do Naga?
Naga's not going to fit either of these teams.
Guys.
I mean, if I may, it does give you a fantastic disengage.
I think it'll be too greedy with Earthshaker. Yeah, I think it's too greedy. But I was saying this, and it goes.
And the Spirit. So they go for TA.
Yeah,
it's
so,
definitely
Puck,
hero.
what about Puck, yeah?
Puck? Puck could actually work, actually, yeah. Like, if you get Puck, you pretty much guarantee all the time that you're going to have a Phoenix Egg that goes off, right?
Yeah.
So,
They
yeah.
are missing kind of a front line here. Like, they have nothing to run in front, except Garo. What is their front line here?
DK?
Earthshaker can buy Halberd, get some health on himself.
What's DK like in mid lane
late.
versus TA at the moment?
Not even sure.
Bad.
I don't play either of the heroes.
Like
I don't even
The
see
problem
it.
is, yeah, DK against Razor is like feed him
They need a
damage.
front
Also,
liner.
isn't DK always the same thing? It's just like a hero that doesn't lose
Troll,
but
bruh.
doesn't win either,
Troll,
really.
Troll. Like, I don't know if Costa plays Troll. Does he? I've never seen him.
I don't know. Is it hard to play Troll? That's a
I
really
don't know.
easy
I don't
hero
even play Troll. I don't know.
Yeah. It's not hard to play Troll.
I think they just need a hero to run in front because the moment they got nothing to protect themselves against the Dirge and the TAs and the Rays and the Sankings, they can all be.
It's like, yeah. Like, long team fights seems to be a problem right now for WRG. They don't also have a mech character. Like, Phoenix can buy a mech, but it's going to come
They're
too
just
late,
soft.
I think.
Are they going to survive the nuke?
Yeah. Maybe you go Viper mid. Like, and pick up the... Yeah, you go Viper mid, you probably buy a mech. You can destroy TA by yourself, right? In the fight, you can just R on the Razor. Doesn't do
The
anything.
problem is Razor can just link
Bristle back? Mid?
you. No,
Bristle?
they banned it. I was
they
thinking
banned
that
Bristle.
earlier.
Ah,
but they
okay,
banned it.
okay.
Bristleback was 4th ban.
Snare was in my way. Yeah, I didn't see the ban. Come on. They got 10 seconds left. They also trying to
Storm,
think of it.
maybe. Not that much lockdown for that hero, but...
No.
Oh, my God.
Damn
really?
it!
Boys!
I called it, and I was hoping I'd be wrong.
This is so terrible.
This is...
It's so greedy. It's like
This
this.
is
This is
so
fantastic.
greedy.
This is greedier than what they were last
you know
night.
what? You know what? This has been one of my favorite tournaments I've ever been involved with because we have
I was hoping it wasn't.
Ah, yes.
I figured like I think they were thinking like, what if our carry has a hard time? We need like a backup. And then I was like, please don't think of Naga.
You need a solid disengage for this team fight. It's a fantastic pick. Enjoy it.
Get me
And,
out of this
I
game.
can guarantee that amongst all of our audience, everyone is happy except for our panelists. How are casters feeling though? How happy are you guys that Naga Siren got?
No, Devin. No, Devin. I hate you.
Just
Why?
enjoy the rat. Just embrace the rat.
Why did you casters curse us, Devin? Why do we have
Hey,
now we have to talk about it?
I simply agreed with Donnie this time that it would be a good disengage.
Me personally, I'm so glad to see the Naga Siren on deck. You know why?
Because you like casting and you want to have as long a cast as possible because Naga's in the game. Well, you know what? You take that away, friend. Enjoy, and we'll see you on the other side.
Well, that's the way this cookie crumbled. What do we think of the Dirge, though? There's a little bit of a problem with Dirge into Earthshaker, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean the Echo Slam. Obviously, the Echo Slam picks up the zombies if you want to. So if you can get a good position in that, it's going to be a massive Echo Slam. But these two teams want to fight up until the point that WOG picked a Naga Siren. I thought this was going to be a bit of an old-fashioned fisticuffs between the two teams. But now with that extremely greedy pick in the Naga Siren, they have a beautiful disengage coming out the side of WOG, and it's pretty a good answer to what XTC have to bring to the table.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that perhaps they may have missed is Naga Siren maybe going to seriously old-school support. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's being played by Castaway, which is the mid player, but was that an option for them? Shunting Earthshaker into a more core role?
The Earthshaker is core, if I'm not mistaken. Shadawi is going to be playing in that off-lane role. So, I mean, they could have if they really wanted to. But it looks like bottom lane Santo here might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, he's caught on the wrong side of a smoke rotation from the side of XTC. So Santo's trying to hobble his way along on that Rubik to get to safety. I'm not sure he'll find it, though. Adastum immediately starting the link. He's going to go just for a straight TP. There's no stun with him. And Doom Bunny is just not there in time.
He had to sell an item to buy that TP. I'm not exactly sure what he sold in that little instance. I didn't quite catch it, but good thinking from Santo just to be able to take that.
And he's riding his sticker while he's at it. Right, so without any further ado, as the horn's about to sound, Adastum playing for XTC. has stolen the bounty rune. He's going to head towards that safe lane in all likelihood. Dota and Dai will be picking up the Undying. Doom Bunny will be joining him as the Shadow Shaman towards the mid lane. None other than Deppy, a very scary player, not to be trifled with as a Templar assassin. And last but surely not least, Skynet on his Sand King.
And on the side of WOG, as we see, Chadawi in the off lane is going to be taking the role of that Earthshaker, blocking off some creeps here to make sure that his off lane starts as close to his tower as possible. In the mid lane, we're going to have, as said, Castaway, who played a pretty good Naga Siren yesterday. We'll be looking for a repeat performance today against XTC again. And although XTC, I must say, have a better draft this time to deal with the Naga Siren. And in the safe lane, we're going to have these two tri-lanes duking it out. We're going to have Santo taking the role of that Rubik. Schlinks.
He's sapping away a lot of damage. That is a world of damage. 56 damage at such an early stage, but there is quite a lot of damage on the other side of the field as well. He can't actually capitalize on it. Dota and Dai and Doom Bunny have to try and get involved as early as possible. Look at the amount of work that Rocket Barrage is actually doing. Linked up will be Rubik. And Doom Bunny trying to facilitate a kill. Dota and Dai getting aggressive as he should, as the Undying not going to be able to dive that tower and secure that kill. So still the scoreline sitting at 0-0, but already this game is starting to heat up.
Yeah, and finally, Whelp is going to be taking that Gyrocopter in between the action, actually trying to introduce these teams.
Sorry, my friend.
Perhaps one of the longest introductions we've done, but as we said, these are two very aggressive drafts. It's not often that you see two tri-lanes just duking it out each other anymore, and it's quite exciting to see, actually. It's going to be interesting to actually get to the advantage. Obviously, Gyro, one of the strongest tri-lane heroes there are out there because of that Rocket Barrage, and he has excellent setup for it as well in the form of Santo's pick up and hold. And once the Icarus dive and a couple of points in that Sunray get up, they are going to be able to nuke these heroes in no time flat, Wilson.
Yeah, certainly. Oh dear, towards the bottom lane, Dota and Dai. He's going to come close to dying. He's going to sap a little bit of strength, and he should be just A-okay. They call him Undying for a reason. Now, towards the top lane, Shadawi, sitting at level 3, has not skilled the Aftershock, has opted to go for 2 into Enchant Totem. Is that the right way to go? Usually if you're up against another melee hero, you go for that Aftershock so that you can get that extra damage whilst farming or whilst hitting him. And just get that extra little bit of magical damage every time you step up and Enchant Totem.
So I think one of the reason here that Chadawi has gone 2 in this is he needs to be able to trade hits with the Sand King, because Sand King in a melee trade is always going to come up, thanks to Caustic Finale, it's always going to come out in the better just because of that additional damage and all the different things that Caustic Finale happen to do to people that get hit by it. Yeah. So he's just going to be taking constant tick damage every time Skynet hits him. So Chadawi has to be able to reply in some way. So going into 2 Caustic Finale, make sure that if the Sand King comes to hit him, he'll be able to at least hit back with significant damage as well.
That is absolutely true. What I do want to talk about is this Undying here. He usually flourishes in a tri-lane, so the reason being obviously Decay stealing strength from each person he manages to connect it onto, so the more people there are, the more strength he can actually sap. Very, very delicious spell, but yes, it doesn't look like they're getting aggressive enough to really capitalize on the Undying. What's the problem here? Ooh, as Dota and Dai looks like he's about to actually die. There we go. Actually goes for the heal.
Sneaky neutral Hadouken coming out from the forest, dropping him down to about 50 HP. Luckily, he had the heal, 2nd level in heal. They don't have any levels on Tombstone yet. Tombstone, obviously, one of the biggest abilities from Undying in the early game. Those zombies just being able to slow down the enemy heroes and elongate fights and bring into the favor. The longer the fight goes on, the more stacks of decay the Undying is able to get, especially once he has higher levels. So he's gonna, I think, just patient for the meantime, get Adam a little bit of farm in the safe lane. You know, he's not doing too bad. Him and Whelp are sort of staying pretty much par. And once they have a couple of levels, then the Phoenix and the Rubik are gonna have to be a little bit more careful in this lane.
Yep, so Dota and Dai going for that creep pull. It's not really gonna achieve all that much. Going to chew up a few creeps, but not deny any experience anywhere across the field. And this stack is going to be something we need to keep a very keen eye on to see how this bottom lane pans out. So, without any further ado, let's quickly take a look at the last hits and denies. 33 for 5 leading the chart. Castaway right behind him, Deppy, the two mid laners of the game, going head-to-head right at the top of the charts. In the meantime, Scarnet will be picking up 21 towards the top lane. Right behind him, Chidawi on the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're trading farm. There's a lot of action going in this bottom lane. We might finally see a first blood whelp getting his damage stolen, but...
he is healed up, though. Let's see if Adastum has the speed. He doesn't. He does also start to cook away from the Phoenix there, but wow. They're really working hard to keep things at 0-0 at this point. 5 minutes 30, and here we thought this was going to be a really fighty kind of match.
Well, there definitely has been a lot of fighting, just nothing... More sort of that polite 1900 sort of fisticuffs going on. Two people politely punching each other and then saying, let's call it a draw.
Let's call it a draw.
Let's call it a draw. And then we'll sort of Monty Python reference and just slowly move away from each other. But perhaps, you know, once I think one of these top lane heroes is going to get 6, the first rotation maybe from the Sand King into that bottom lane, or even the Earthshake into the bottom lane, might be what they need to actually be able to get this kill. So I expect things to be fairly slow here until we see our first rotation come out. But this has, you know, this tri-lane does do other things around the map.
Sorry. For a moment, it looked like Chidawi was going to be in range for the next Burrow strike. Then I think Chidawi might have actually been, in a touch of trouble since the Echo Slam was not available due to the mana situation. Well, oh my word, getting away with 30 HP. Santo now on the sidelines there. Dota and I will happily take a piece of him if he gets the chance. Gonna go for a hit and nothing else, as he doesn't have the mana to really spam out decays. Oh, Schlinks comes back on in, and that's gonna be your first blood. Doom Bunny, the first man down.
Oh wow, and Adastam getting a kill almost milliseconds after that in the form of in the form of Schlinks. So just not being able to get the first blood XTC, as they aren't going to be able to do much here. It must be said though that they have been putting good pressure onto this tower. The Dire side T1 in this bottom lane hasn't taken any damage. Meanwhile, the Radiant is now just sitting on 268. So ultimately, I feel like XTC are actually, besides giving away the first blood, doing what they need to do in this lane, and in the fact that they're giving other people space in the form of Deppy and the Sand King. Sand King was going to get a fairly good timing on his Blink Dagger. It's already 1,000 gold, 1,100 gold, you know, towards that Blink Dagger, and it's going to have a really good timing on that. And I suspect that is when we're going to see XTC start to get really aggressive.
Is Chidawi in a spot of trouble here? That's the question. He's guarded out by Skynet, not afraid. Map should be... Oh, the Echo Slam is decent. He doesn't care, but Doom Bunny's here to save the day. And Chidawi's going to have to be content with running away from that and keeping his life intact. The Echo Slam down for quite some time. That was a nice little bait. If only Doom Bunny wasn't there.
Oh, wow, that Echo Slam did. I'm not sure the Skynet expected that much damage, to be honest. I think he might have canaped.
Full stack.
He might have canaped just a little bit sitting down in his chair when that happened. But luckily he had a friend in the form of that Shadow Shaman to help him out. So Doom Bunny doing his work to keep his cause alive. And
Lynx parked on the sidelines. Let's see if they're going to make a move here. Yep, they do. Adastum now slowed. Both in movement speed and attack speed. Down comes the Tombstone, though. Now, Dota and Die is going to do whatever he can to keep him alive. That's a lot of damage he's managed to steal. Schlinks will be dropping low if he does not get out, and he does. Again, a lot of posturing, but very little results. Still 1-1 at 8 minutes, 49 seconds.
Yeah, Adastam looked like he was going to get slow. Luckily, the heal here, Soul Rip on the side of the Undying, just doing incredible amounts of work, especially with the zombies that are hanging out there as well. And looks like we're finally going to get a shrine here. Castaway is making good time towards that relic. He's at 1,700 gold, so pretty much halfway there, almost, and must be said keeping up with the TA in the mid lane. So Castaway is actually doing really well here to keep up with Deppy. Deppy not being able to do much to him, but at the same time, Deppy is going to hit a pretty good timing on his Desolator as well.
The question is, what is he going to do with it once he has it? Is it the time to start rotating around without your Blink Dagger as a Templar Assassin, but just a Desolator?
I mean, you're going to have to stop this Naga Siren at some point soon. I mean, WRG have the greedy draft here. It's up to XTC to punish that at the end of the day. So they're the ones that actually need to go aggressive. They've got the Undying. the Shadow Shaman. They've sort of got a timer. You know, at a certain point in the game, Undying doesn't feel nearly as good as the early game. So it's really up to XTC to get aggressive. And I wouldn't even be surprised if Deppy is going to go for that Desolator first. But I mean, in some situations, it might even be, I would think, actually go the Blink Dagger first.
Oh,
just to
Adam
get
is
that
actually getting jumped on here. Nice. Well, he's going to drop his ulti. Oh, healed very nicely there by Dota and Dive. He's still going to go down, but Whelp might go down as well. Doom Bunny might be joining him in the grave. He's taking a lot of damage from Santa on the sidelines there as the tombstone falls. Santa walks away with the kill there. Dude, watch this Undying as Dota and Die manages to get the counter kill onto Schlinks at the very, very least.
Yeah, and Santo, just every time he walks away, throwing that little flare, as we can see him still walking back to base, throwing that taunt every time he possibly can.
There we go.
Clearly a man that enjoys a little bit of Quidditch every now and then, getting on his broom and doing a little bit of work. But
either that or some light janitorial work.
Some light janitorial duties. But either way, picking up Adestam there is a big kill. But sure, he can get off the damage and suck off the damage against Whelp, but Whelp has a level 4 rocket barrage, so he doesn't really care that he's doing no physical damage.
Bring it on me, baby.
Yeah. He just sat there and took a full rocket barrage to the face, plus a cooldown, and that's your Razor biting the dust. So, and Blink Dagger is up on Sand King. First smoke comes out in the top lane. They're immediately going to start the rotation. I really like this.
Yep, they need to do this. They don't have much option. The
They
Undying
need
is
to kill
just
this
not
Naga.
working out. Naga dropping low in the mid lane. He's 3,000 gold in the bank. Does not want to die right now. Has the Song of Siren in case everything goes wrong. It's really a challenging gank if they do opt to go for Castaway here.
Yeah, and Castaway is actually just having that little bit of a spider sense, sending those illusions onto the top here, and just scouts out what the hell's going on, and as he heads himself back to base, and that is a unfortunate little smoke gank for Skynet. That would have been a huge kill if they got that.
Yeah, that would have been rather significant, and set Castaway's Radiance back quite some time. That Sacred Relic is not too far now. 3-3 in the bank. He can taste it at this point. It's a salivating affair for Castaway to get that Radiance whilst having not died a single time. That's going to be a very good timing. And the moment he's got that, it's a nice explosion of farm. Skynet, in the meantime, though, goes towards the bottom lane, tries to do what he can. Down comes the Tombstone as well. Santo might actually not be able to skip his way out of this one. Let's take a look. The Rocket Barrage comes out. Yep, Sand King manages to get on out. But Whelp might be able to turn this one around. Thank you, Whelp. He's going to pick up a Doom Bunny kill there. And now Dota and Die needs to step lively as, oh no, in comes Adastum. And Schlinks is now in a spot of trouble. One right click is all he needs. And that's all he gets. 4 to 5. And finally, the tilt is starting to balance out towards one side. XTC leading by a very narrow margin.
I mean, an extremely narrow margin, but this is what we need to see. The Sand King starting to rotate with that Blink Dagger and do what he needs to do. Get these rotations. Unfortunately, Don't Die might be in a little bit... Oh,
he almost got cliff.
Oh, try to get the cliff, but just
so
missing
what's the
out.
significance of a cliff here?
I mean, not that much. Undying did have a TP. It would pretty much at least ensure to waste a little bit of time, waste a little bit of gold. Would have forced Dota and Die to TP back and at least have, I suppose, that TP.
Assuming he didn't have a TP, what's the significance of getting cliffed?
The significance of getting cliffed is the fact that you're pretty much stuck there, right? You have to. The only way to get out is either someone have a force staff to be able to get you onto that low ground, having a Blink Dagger yourself, or having the TP scroll to then TP to a point of safety. So Undying, lucky in that instance that everything happens to Clan. We've seen some cliffs where people don't have a TP and they just end up sitting there for a good 4 or 5 minutes because a support player will just sit and wait for the courier to try and bring that TP out and get it killed, and that often turns into a difficult situation.
Yeah, well, it's taking out of the game for 5 minutes.
Huge Echo Slam coming out of... But Debbie manages to get the Aegis. Huge...
Oh, he manages to steal the Aegis from under the nose of a huge Echo Slam. At very least, he does get back up, and they get the counter kill onto Shadawi. I don't think they're going to chase on, but damn, those are some serious kahunas from Shadawi over there. He's dead, but he can certainly pat himself on the back. Oh no, Skynet actually going to find Phoenix on the back here. He does not have the Icarus dive for a quick escape. I think this might be his end. No, he's going to go for the ulti. The attack rating is slowed on Skynet. That's why he's not chasing on. It's looking good as a turnaround. Now, Welp, oh, he's taking a world of damage from Deppy there. In the meantime, on the sidelines, Castaway does what he can, and he walks away with a kill onto the Sand King. Now has to make a hasty escape to the left as Doom Bunny chases him with just a few right clicks of damage. He's out of mana to really do anything else. Templar Assassin's nearby, though, and he will take a piece of Santo before he leaves. And that should be the end of that. Nope. Chadawi appearing from the back lines after the back of a decent Fisher. And I don't think Doom Bunny wants to stick around. That's why he TP's on out. Deppy in the meantime. Oh, Chadawi, unfortunately, that... oh, shield. No! Chadawi slightly missing his Fisher. Don't matter. He's got the blink. He gets around to the other side. Looks like Deppy's going to hit the deck.
Oh, wow. Good little play coming out from WOG. Chadawi playing with his life there, ending on just 100 XP. And taking down Deppy is a big kill there because now your Naga Siren has a 16-minute radiance. That means refraction charges are going to be worth less when fighting against the Naga Siren and his illusions. It's going to be disabling Blink Daggers from the Sand King and the Shadow Shaman if they should ever get it up. This is the beginning of Problem Town for XTC.
Most assuredly. Well, let's just take a moment of silence for this Earthshaker. His sacrifices have been many, but damn, this guy can play Earthshaker. Holy hell, Chadawi, it's a pleasure casting you, playing one of my favorites out there.
One of my top 3 heroes, actually, is the Earthshaker. It's one of my favorite heroes of all time, ever since the birth of Dota 1. So, fantastic to see this hero being played, and being played one. Almost missed his... made a little bit of a mistake on his Fisher, but luckily he had the Blink Dagger and a Phoenix to just ride over that and be able to get the kill on Deppy. So it must be said that they don't have the best illusion clear on the side of XTC. They do have the Razor spam and the Doom Bunny spam, but other than that, it's not the best. So once the Naga gets really tanky, it gets the Octarine Core Manta style up, they're going to have struggle to take down these illusions, but at the very least he can suck damage from an illusion.
Oh, towards the top, a huge Echo Slam coming down. He's going to kill Adasta before he has the chance to do anything. Castaway in the meantime in the front lines kills Deppy, who was locked down, and that's going to wreck the hopes of XTC of taking this tower. Rooted will be the Sand King. Dead will be the Sand King. And in fact, the entire team of XTC are now communing with their spirit gods.
So grouping up for Echo Slam turns out to be...
a terrible idea.
Turns out to be a terrible idea, Wilson. That's exactly it. 3 people grouped here. This just allowed Chadawi to...
again, dead. But
go ham.
Proudly.
Yeah. He solo killed a carry. That's fine. He's an Earthshaker. If you're killing a Razor with your spell combination, that's money in the bank. That's you'd be perfectly happy with what just happened. You're just giving your Naga Siren even more gold.
Yep, certainly. So Deppy immediately teeping in, and suddenly his refraction charges have disappeared. Look at that placement of the Fire Spirits from Schlenks. He just knows exactly where to click and exactly how long it's going to take to get there. So I'm not sure that XTC are going to have enough in the bank here. Undying, we're starting to see his fall-off time looming very closely at approximately 20 minutes. And it's now 18:37. He's going to start tapering off. He is building into that utility build, picking up that mechanism for his team. That is really the only option left for this Undying, as the aggressive blade mail and push strat isn't really going to work out for this particular game on this particular Undying.
Yeah, and it looks like XTC are just trying to get as much map control as possible here. Perhaps overly doing so, trying to force fights. Trying to take that 2-2 was perhaps a bit too far. It is sitting on 66 HP, so it's pretty close. But if they continue to push here, I think WOG are perfectly happy to respond. Their heroes are sitting in pretty good position at the moment.
And they're yet to use Song of the Siren to do any setup for a fight.
Yeah.
Any disengage for a fight that has gone badly. They haven't needed her
he's casted his teeping in with the sleep. The sleep is already going, so this is going to be the setup that they need, Wilson.
Yep, as I said it, and there it comes. A nice little ulti coming through from Whelp. That's going to do a world of damage. It's all exploded here, and Razor's got nowhere to go. Deppy's got nowhere to go. Everyone is dead. Team wipe nearly, as there is one man left standing but not for very long as he gets rooted down again. Chidawi jumps on in, and Castaway walks away with yet another kill. 17-9. Damn, I love this game.
Oh man, I just happened to catch Castaway, who was farming in this bottom lane towards the Dire T2. Preemptively cast his Song of the Siren, then TP in. Beautiful play coming out of him. They not give the XTC the time to react to that sleep being, the sleep being cast off, and then just, oh man, it's a disaster in the words of Toby1.
It is most certainly a disaster. It doesn't get worse than that. And that is the primary reason why I like to see this Naga in this particular game. They've got plenty to play with in the form of the call down from Whelp, which we saw did an absolute mountain of damage. We saw Earthshaker do an absolute mountain of damage as well. It was just, it was a massacre.
Oh man, it got very ugly very quickly.
Yeah. And all it takes is that one Song of Siren.
Yeah, and I mean, it just shows you how Deppy's refraction charges mean nothing at the moment. There's just so much tick damage coming out the side. I mean, Gyro's got tick that can instantly take it down. You've got the Radiance. You've got Phoenix, who has multiple damage over time instances in the form of... All of his spells actually are damage over time instances. And those three heroes alone are just making sure that Deppy never has any refraction charges to work with. And a TA that doesn't have any refraction charges is generally a dead one.
Yep, it's going nowhere very, very fast as
Chidawi.
Chidawi's actually invis. He's got himself the Shadow Blade. He wants a piece of this. He's got an Enchant Totem. It's not really going to do much as those charges lasted just long enough for her to get on out of there. Oh, Deppy's going to be very happy with holding on to his life there.
Yeah, and
very tight.
Well, TPs to this bottom lane is going to help just mop up these wards. Castaway is here in case they decide to go fight. He's already working on his way to the Manta
Look how scared they are. Doom Bunny slowly cooking away to an illusion for all things.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Radiance at 21 minutes into the game. He's only got 940 HP to begin with. So I would just...
Skynet. Oh, Chidawi goes out with the stun. It's good. He goes for the Echo Slam as well. And Deppy is the last man there at the moment. Incoming a TP will be the Dota and Die. He gets a great Decay and Tombstone, but it's all for nothing as Deppy's already dead. He might have opted to go for the Soul Rip first instead of the Decay, and maybe try to keep her alive an instant longer, but I still think he's in serious amounts of trouble. Doom Bunny stepping forward, that might dissuade them from carrying on, except Dota and Die and company are still dealing with illusions at this point.
Yeah, Dota and Die almost dying to a Radiance illusion there from the Naga Siren. Just needs to get the hell out of dodge, and this is just continuing to spiral out of control for the side of XTC. They are, I mean, Deppy is just... He doesn't have enough answers at the moment. He's only got a Blink Desolator. Is not even working towards that BKB yet, which is deciding to go for the Dragon Lance first just to try get some attack range. I feel like they need to get BKBs as soon as possible. Razor is already working towards his, but just being able to stop the Echo Slam, the Phoenix damage, the Rubik, the Gyro ulti, you have to get BKBs on XTC if you want any chance of winning this game.
I have to do it. Well, I do want to point out one thing. I myself personally have been scolded for doing this, picking up both the Blink Dagger and the Shadow Blade, but I must say, in the right hands, what work it does with an Earthshaker.
Yeah, I mean, it gives him the option to go. It's sort of the same idea that a Magnus also does the same thing, where he goes the Blink into the Shadow Blade, because it allows you can Shadow Blade in, get a good position for the Blink, and then be able to Blink Echo Slam. Or alternately, you can do this. You can do so. You can also, as a Earthshaker, you Enchant Totem, Shadow Blade in, then hit someone with the Enchant Totem damage, immediately cast a secondary Enchant Totem. Doom Bunny.
Oh, Doom Bunny did get spotted there.
Oh, shit.
Out comes the chicken. He's making a run for it. Is he going to find him? Oh, just blinks literally over the trees. Oh, doesn't get the chance to throw down the Fisher. And this time his cheekiness might cost him. He does go invis. Do they have detection on the side of XTC? No, they don't. And Chidawi limps
He's going to find him.
Wait, is he going to go for it? He does. He's going to drop the Echo Slam for it. Oh, my word, this cheeky play.
Yeah, meanwhile, in the mid lane, Deppy's just dying. He's to the Whelp/Slicks combination. So Chidawi buying time.
Still alive. He's still alive.
You are joking.
Not for long. There you go. But he was still alive.
So
space created.
Yeah. Hashtag space created, Wilson. You've managed to keep 3 heroes on the side of of XTC busy. You managed to get a kill while your mid is dying, arguably one of the most important heroes in this game if they want to win, in the form of Deppy. And and sure, he feeds his life, but hashtag worth.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Wow. This is certainly a different way of playing Earthshaker that I've seen in quite some time. But enough about him. What's the option for XTC here? Because the noose is most certainly tightening around their necks, and here's the man who's doing it. The Naga Siren, we all saw it coming, and the panel pretty much jokingly thought that it wasn't going to happen, but it did. Naga Siren is tightening that noose around XTC. What do they do to shift the tide of battle here?
It's now beginning to be a really tough one. What do you do? The Naga Siren has reached the point that she's got her Manta style. She's already working on her way towards the Octarine core. So in terms of farm, it's no point shutting down the Naga Siren anymore. It's not going to be able to done, right? You can try and at least slow down the Gyrocopter a bit, but fighting into the Gyrocopter often means that there's a Phoenix and Earthshaker and all sorts of things standing behind it ready to fight as well. I think you just need to get as many items as you can to try and help you out in the form of the BKBs, maybe a Solar Crest to try and help with some armor and the physical damage, maybe a pipe on Dota and Dire I'd like to see, just to continually try stop the amount of magic damage coming out from WOG at the moment, because that's what ultimately is happening, right? They can't withstand the amount of magical damage that WOG are dealing. So they need to have answers to deal with that. So pipe, BKBs, I think that's probably your best bet.
Pipe and BKB. Well, there's not much else that can be said about that, but eventually Castaway is going to become absolutely gargantuanly huge. Adaston sapping away as much damage as he can from those illusions. That's the plus side. He does manage to pick up some damage as a result. But take a look at the setup here. Chidawi's ready. He wants to go in. He's got the Enchant Totem ready. Oh no, they go to the, oh my word, Santo very quick on the sideline there. Chidawi in the meantime kills down Doom Bunny before he gets a chance to do much of anything. Deppy getting stunned up. There's your Echo Slam. It's only 2 of them, but it's good enough to keep them busy for Santa to go on in. Getting counter stunned. He will be going down, but Chidawi will be taking down Deppy before he gets a chance to do much of anything else. Now it goes down. Skynet on his Sand King. Next guy up for grabs is going to be Adaston, who's cooking away at a rate of knots. Is he going to survive? No. And Castaway comes on in with that final ticket damage from the Radiance. What the hell? Did the game just stop there for a second?
It was the Castaway sleep that just, he came in. Beautiful TP boots usage by Castaway to get into his fight and help his team out when they needed. The net there on Deppy proving to be absolutely crucial. Once again, just beautiful play. I'm not sure that I'm a big fan of the Battle Fury on Earthshaker, which is what he's got queued up, but it must be said that Chidawi's had a fantastic game so far.
I think he's just having fun at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it's 18,000 gold in favor of WOG, so they are so far ahead. Almost, that's about 800 net worth a minute or so.
Yeah. Does one strange question, maybe the rationale around the Battle Fury for Chidawi here has got to do with, I mean, apart from the fact that they're just easily taking racks here, and there's your GG, but was the rationale maybe for the shield from Deppy?
Maybe. I mean, I think it was just a luxury item at this point. They were so far ahead. He had all the items that he needed in the Shadow Blade and the Blink Dagger. Yeah. So, you know, at this point, just go whatever makes you happy, really. I mean, this Naga Siren pretty much had this game in the bag. She was absolutely massive. XTC did absolutely nothing to shut down, and that's one of the problems that you have with the aggressive tri-lane, right? Is that you had to have both your supports in that lane at all times, trying to keep Adam safe. You could at no point allow Adam to be alone in that tri-lane, right? Because he was going to be instantly killed. But as a result, your supports weren't free to roam the other lanes. You couldn't have your Undying Shadow Shaman try gank Castaway in the mid, because then they left Adam. So you had this tri-lane on tri-lane situation, and as a result, Castaway, sure, Deppy got free farm, but Castaway got absolute free farm as well. And
yeah, that's certainly a problem, and it does reflect in their GPM, taking a look at the stats here.
Yeah.
Now, was there something XTC could have done differently? I mean, they had the right heroes for early game aggression in the form of the Undying. and plenty of minus armor for pushing in forms of Deppy's Templar Assassin. But do you think the Templar Assassin just had no place here?
I mean, it's not that the. I think they could have done better in the early game. If they'd sent Adestam to go into the safe lane against the Earthshaker, right? That's not a matchup that the Earthshaker wins, right? That immediately gets your safe lane more farm than he would have gotten in that off lane. It also frees up your supports to either go aggressive in the off lane, sure, or they can at least help get some maybe kills in the off lane, or at least help out your mid lane player a little bit. Make sure that TA gets the early game that he needs. Because if Deppy managed to get ahead of Castaway in this matchup, that's where the Naga Siren could have a really hard time. He starting to struggle to get his Radiance. Suddenly Deppy's got a Desolator, and he's just absolutely nuking Castaway before he can get those lifesteal items, the Manta Style, and that kind of thing.
So you think XCC's positioning was perhaps the wrong way around?
I mean, it just forced their game into a certain situation that I feel that they couldn't win out of, if that makes sense. Because Castaway just got too big. That they didn't do anything to shut down the Naga Siren. And at the end of the day, what can you do if your Naga Siren's got boosted travel and everything at the end of the day? It's too much. There was too much pressure on XTC to try and perform here. That's what I feel.
Well, I mean, pressure is always a serious concern when you're going up against the titans that are WRG. Do you think there's a psychological thing going on here? I mean, I feel
absolutely.
they're not performing as well as they usually do against, say, Energy Esports, that we just saw them vanquish them. Yes, it was a 2-1 game.
Yeah.
But it certainly wasn't, it wasn't comfortable.
I mean, our panel said it multiple times, right? XTC need to put themselves in a place that they can win their lanes and actually get into the mid game in a good position to take on WOG. And that's just yet to happen, right? Every time WOG come out on top, sure, they might be able to shut down Castaway in some games, or sometimes they might be able to get a good gank on Whelp, but ultimately, the lanes aren't being won on the side of XTC, and that is in turn creating problems in the mid game. So I'm pretty sure the panel would agree with me here. They need to win their lanes if they're going to get any chance of beating WRG.
Win lanes, win game. Well, let's take a look and see if the panel agrees.
I know what I agree with. I agree with something very, very important. You see, panel friends, Naga Siren has a 100% win rate.
I'm sure if other teams picked him up, he would not have 100% win rate.
I just want to ask you guys a question. What other heroes are you aware of in this tournament so far that have a 100% win rate? The panel is stumped.
Gyro?
Gyro has 100% win rate. Yep, he's got you there.
That's your
Phoenix?
That's just because those heroes were next.
Please name more to make him look foolish. Come on, name a bunch of them.
Those heroes have only played one game.
Doesn't matter, dude.
No, you just said 100% win rate.
Games.
Exactly, twice as many.
Okay.
This is the type of match we're dealing with.
I think you guys just aren't appreciating true brilliance.
Let's be honest though, that game Naga didn't really matter. Like the game could have been any.
She had one thing. She like the one contribution that Naga had to that game was basically sealing the deal on the entire game.
Yeah,
was
the top
the
fights.
TP in with the sleep in. That was basically just the killer. From that point, there was nothing they could do. So yeah,
I feel
that's
like so he was going. They were like the mid. They were just farming, right? So then like TA when he got his Deso, he tried to get the Roche pit, and then I think that was actually a big turning point, right?
Yeah.
The fact that he didn't get the Aegis. Right? If he got the Aegis, maybe they would have snowballed more. But he immediately lost it. I think they lost the fight went on super long. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Like, they ran deep and they ran back out and ended up dying again. I don't know. It was pretty rough. But yeah, I think that was a big turning point. And once they didn't get the snowball going, obviously Naga just gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And then I think the game just it's like gets out of their grasp.
And that situation was really bad for them because not only did they immediately lose the Aegis, but they lost the Roche kill as well. So every possible bad thing that could have happened in that sequence of events. Just before, like Deppy went into there just after picking up his Desolator. It's getting quite a lot of farm out of it. But then that death probably set him back 1,000 gold. Like he got his blink, 21 minutes?
Yeah.
And this was
14 minutes.
Deso 14 minutes, and then 7 minutes later he gets his blink die. He set him back so much. I think that one particular fight probably changed the game entirely for them.
Yeah. Like I think this game probably the hero that probably had the most impact on the entire game was probably the Phoenix.
Like they bot lane, like it didn't go as well as you would think with the Dirge Razor, right?
Yeah.
Like they were so annoying with the Phoenix, Rubik, and Gyro. They did a lot of work.
Yeah.
More than I thought they would.
It was a ton of work. Like that Sun Ray, like a lot of times you'd see that Undying would go in, get like a 2-3 man decay, and then you're like, great, they can try fight. Then draw them closer, but then immediately afterwards Sun Ray comes up, heals them back up to full, and then...
And Razor, even if Razor had damage, he was getting the attack slowed by Phoenix.
Yeah, like
so
those
it's like
fights
Razor
where
couldn't hit anyway.
Yeah, there was one fight where like Whelp was at maybe 200 HP, Razor had stolen all his damage and just could not hit him. Was trying for so long, but it's like Fire Spirits, you can't do anything. It was pretty great to see.
You know what else I thought was really important about that matchup? It's just...
What's coming?
Let's,
what is he going to say?
Let's hear.
I was just saying that I think pretty much the Nogasiren pick allowed them to really put pressure on XTC.
Well, it does.
And
the hero puts a lot of pressure on the map,
And accordingly,
right?
it was the MVP hero.
No, it wasn't.
No, it
It
wasn't.
really was. I think we can all... I'm glad that the panel all agrees.
Really wasn't.
As the voice of the panel, I would just like to say we all agree that Nogasiren was the best pick.
Can we vote to like remove the voice
No,
from the panel?
we can't. No, we can't.
Like we can talk in sign language.
I
That's
do
what
think.
draft.
I do think that there's something else that's interesting about Nogasiren in this one, and this time I'm even just giving you guys a hard time. It was played by Castaway, and we do in fact have a little interview with Castaway that I think would be nice for us all to take a look at, considering he is, you know, of course, somebody else who appreciates Nogasiren.
The best Dota player in South Africa, sadly, I'd have to say it's Whelp. I think he plays really well, and his understanding of the game is very good. My top 3 heroes currently will probably be Invoker, I don't know, Queen of Pain, probably Alchemist. If I could remove a hero from the hero pool, it'd definitely be Monkey King, because once hero gets Basher, you lose the game. Who do I think is going to win the Mega8 Cup? I think it's going to be us. I think we still at that point where we're very confident about our playstyle. I think we'll take it. I'm Travis Caster Waters. I play for White Rabbit Gaming from Cape Town, and I play solo mid.
Interesting, he shares your opinion as well about, I mean, we've seen this before, but he shares your opinion about Whelp.
Yeah.
So, I mean...
a lot of the top players do, I think, if you just ask them.
Whelp has been playing really well in this series, actually. His Terror Blade completely dominated Game 1. And even in Game 2, like that aggressive try lane, like sure, the Phoenix did a lot, right? But Whelp's positioning, just in terms of how, when and where to use the Rocket Barrage, when and where to actually use Flag Cannon was like super good. There would be times when like Razor would run into him and he wouldn't apply the Rocket Barrage, knowing for a fact that if he does, he gets slowed up by the unstable current, dies. But he'd wait until he gets just underneath the tier 1 tower, gets the bonus 2 and then puts on the Rocket Barrage. Suddenly Razor, much worse position. It was really nice to see. So I think Whelp is, definitely.
Chidawi also, I think, played quite...
Chidawi
played very well that game. He did create a lot of space. As you saw, okay, he went like Shadow Blade, it's like normal build, but then the Battlefield was obviously a bit of a meme. But like, I feel like what he was doing was, like the one fight mid when they were pushing, Depi was in the tower, they saw Earthshaker on the top of the hill, and 3 of the heroes ran after him. And he ended up killing one of them. He ended up dying, but then Depi was just left alone, and they just ended up killing him. So I feel like the amount of space created in that game was quite a lot, actually.
Yeah, there was the fight bot lane where it, like against another 3 heroes, like just running around him for about a minute. While
he didn't have to die there.
He
didn't have to even die there. Like he just did it because he wanted to get a kill. Like
he died because he wanted to. Like he was just like, I'm gonna waste their time all the way, and they committed Tombstone to do it. So he knew that if anybody TP'd afterwards, like no ensuing fight could ever happen for XTC either. So Chidawi was just like created so much space.
You know, it's interesting. So we've kind of spoken a lot about the WG players over the course of this tournament, but and you're going to love this question. You guys are going to hate it. Is there anybody we feel has underperformed on WG?
On WG, maybe Schlinks. Like he hasn't looked as. There were times in the past couple of months, right, where there'd be games where Schlinks would just like, okay, like WG would look kind of shaky, but Schlinks would be the solidifying statement.
But he is like POS 5, right? It's like difficult to look great on POS 5.
And the heroes he's been given like a lot of Lich and stuff like that.
Some of the Tuskar, he missed a bit of few shards, but I mean, and he played Lich. I mean, come on.
Yeah, like
traditionally South African hero. What's wrong with Lich?
Have you seen Lich?
I mean, he played well that Phoenix game, right?
He did play. He played really well.
I think he played really well. Yeah. So they are like he may have been underperforming, but like not really, just like less flashy than he usually is because of these heroes being picked. But I think he's been playing well. No one at WG stands out as an underperformer. Yeah. Maybe Whelp in the beginning, but Whelp can do whatever he wants.
Whelp in the finals at the moment, I think, is probably the best player overall for White Rabbit Gaming, just like the consistency that he's been providing. But like that game, clearly, I think MVP on the Phoenix there. So I mean, Schlinks might have been quiet till now, but
Yeah.
Shows you the skill
That
that they have
tri
right
lane,
across
the
the
tri
lineup.
lane was MVP. Like
Yeah.
they played well together. Let's be real. Like
Yeah.
they did.
Trident and not the Nagi, you say?
No, it's not
No,
Okay,
not
just double checking.
synergy and experience coming through for them. I've been a team for long.
So hopefully in this next draft that's coming up any second, we'll get to enjoy yet another Naga pick. I'm sure my panelists will be enthralled by it and ecstatic to see it come out. But let's talk about one thing before we even go through this draft. XTC have to do something that no other team has done for quite some time. In fact, I can't even think, even like, because I'm throwing back to like Bravado Emotion days, how long it has been since somebody's been able to beat WG 3 games back to back.
I mean, there hasn't been many tournaments in the first part of the year. So I think now with the tournaments happening, maybe we'll see them first, like maybe come close to losing DGC time, maybe. Give teams a little bit of time to maybe shuffle around, you know?
Maybe.
But at the moment, I don't think it's close.
Yeah. It
As
seems like it's on
started
track
to
for a
say.
3-0 from WRG based
Yeah.
on the performance we've seen today. And I think also what's really even more upsetting is that fact that it doesn't seem like XCC can get the draft advantage either. Like, so that's...
Even if it seems like they have an advantage in certain areas, it just feels like certain players just lack the skill they need to like get the advantage. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's very
Like game 2, actually, one thing that really worried me is the 1v1 Chadawi versus Skynet, the Earthshaker versus Sand King.
Yeah.
Like, Sand King should just demolish any melee hero.
I don't
Like,
actually think so.
with,
Okay.
with Earthshaker, it's a bit different, right? He can always pull back the lane and keep himself in a good position, right?
He's just waiting for the lane to push, right?
But Sand King, I don't think Sand King should be... Like, Sand King shouldn't be losing. Like, it's one thing not to destroy the Earthshaker, yeah, but he shouldn't be losing.
It was like equal.
And,
at times.
okay, so I don't think like Earthshaker should lose the lane per se, because against melees with Totem, but he started with boots.
Yeah.
So he had way less regen than Sand King, right?
Yeah,
And
and still
he's
drew even.
and he's
And
like I
then
don't
won,
know.
actually won the
I think
lane.
it was actually getting out CS at a stage.
Yeah.
Whack. Just wacky things.
So
Right, well,
Lich-
let's go back into this game. I think we're still stuck in the analysis here, but we do have the bans and first couple of picks coming through. So Abaddon, Shadow Shaman, Treant Protector, and Keeper of the Light banned out.
Oldest
and
combo in Dota.
yeah, Lich picked up by XTC, and the response being Bane Mirana, lads.
So the SA Classic versus Bane Mirana. So Bane is a really good hero, right? Mirana, I don't know, it seems middling.
Yeah, but it's like
But
this is just
together, what are you supposed to do? This is a really tough situation for XTC, especially since they've already banned out the Abaddon. So unless they pick up like LC right now and to try and counter out this Bane Mirana pickup, WRG will
like-
just ban it out next phase, and then what? Then you're always gonna die from this.
Yeah.
What do we think about this Lich first pick, though? It seems a little-
Gross.
It is.
What is
It
so
is like one of the
gross.
worst picks you could make.
Like Bane pickup also gross. These
Bane
people are
is
just picking
pretty
gross
gross.
heroes. I don't know what's going on.
You should probably pick Razor, like XTC.
I mean, just pick Viper, pick Raze,
Yeah.
pick Naga. Let's just go all in.
I mean, if we're going to pick up Viper and we're going all in, you know where my vote is.
Yeah, maybe they're just trying to make a strong dueling for Skarner because he's hasn't been having the best of times. So they want to maybe give him an easier time, maybe get strong Rexar.
Beastmaster. What?
We haven't seen that at all. Like
At all.
And you give me like
At
not
all.
predicting picks. I mean, come the hell on.
Wow, Beastmaster. Right. I actually think Beastmaster is a little bit better 706 than he was in 705, but
Yeah, but a little bit better than bad is still bad.
like there's some situations where the hero's okay. You've got BKB piercing disable. You can actually push down towers
A
by
lot of
yourself.
vision with the Hawk.
Yeah, a lot of vision control. It's also one of those heroes that you can leave like entirely alone with no help up against like tri-lane heroes and you can still do relatively okay. So there's some reasons to pick the hero, and with Lich now as well, it makes it a lot easier in the offlane for him.
Maybe it's a Skarnet. I think Skarnet used to play
Yeah,
this
he used to
hero a
play
lot,
this a lot,
actually.
yeah.
So it's probably a comfort hero. Maybe they're like, Skarnet, you haven't been doing your part.
I
Let's
know what the
give you a
plan is.
hero.
So if you summon the boar, right, and then you get slept for the Mirana combo, right, you use the boar to block the arrow. Like, seems legit. This is
Or
the
even
plan.
wake people up.
Yeah.
That's also true.
Yeah,
No,
I think you
you're
can
right.
do that
A lot
with
of
an admin.
summons.
Yeah.
By the way, I mean, just talking about ways to deal with that, and something that's probably also quite reasonable is the lifestealer, because you can just enrage and walk in front of the arrow.
No, you can.
That's true.
Like,
Build
Yeah,
like
but
build the
you
Lincolns.
don't want to
to
have a life stealer against a Bane, though.
Fair comment.
Yeah.
Does Lincoln's block arrow?
No, it doesn't.
No,
Oh,
it doesn't.
guys.
It does not, sadly.
That blocks the damage.
No, that blocks nothing. Does
It's
not.
not a targeted
No,
spell,
you
man.
just-
Donnie?
Used to.
Donnie?
Guys, I feel like I'm in the Stone Age of Dota. Like, let's be real.
buy Lincoln, and you just get stunned. You're like, why did I buy
Like,
this
I feel like if I don't play against these heroes enough, I just forget what they do.
Right. Well, yeah, let's go with the bans.
So it's a
quickly
mid
as
bottom,
well.
or do you, what do you
support
guys think?
bottom, maybe.
Support bottom.
I think I'm fine with support bottom.
Yeah.
Can move around the map a lot. Also, it's one of those heroes. You have the support bottom. You can just park him mid. Just like shoot off arrows. If you get countered, whatever, you just leap away. You don't really care too much.
OG's been doing the mid bottom, right? And I feel like,
Yeah.
what do you call it? WRG copies OG a lot with Dross. If you've noticed, they pick a lot of Nog. I mean, that's what No Tail and them do. So I
Naga,
feel like
Terrorblades.
they might do Anna played it middle. Maybe they do it.
But
Maybe
Anna lost though.
Yeah, but maybe Costa is like, I'm better than Anna. No, it's possible.
And it doesn't
It's
tend
possible.
to win, and it doesn't tend to win mid lane. Wow, Adestam Gyrocopter, that is old
That's
school
some
stuff.
classics. So now actually XSC are shoring up their team fight, right? So then I have Beastmaster, Lich, Gyro. Like there's a lot of spells that bounce
But
around.
what are they doing against Slark though?
That was kind of okay against
Like
Slock
it's,
early on.
it's decent-ish. Like as long as you're not taking all the damage underneath the ultimate, the Shadow Dance,
Yeah.
then you can still counter him around with the Rocket Barrage.
AoE damage is good against Slock. AoE spell damage.
And you can actually hit this hero with Flag Cannon while you're focusing someone else. You don't have to like be in his face.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
So that's the mid hero.
That's the mid, yeah.
That's really cool,
Are we
though.
gonna
What?
Alchemist?
Let's
What?
get hype.
All right. All right.
I like
so
the tiny pick. I'm a fan of
I
tiny.
like the
Are we
tiny
going to see an
pick,
IO
but
though?
this-
Is the question.
I mean, they don't need IO.
I don't need IO. Yeah, I think Tiny
Like,
is good alone.
I'm a fan of the Craggy level 1, like, because it gives you 3 armor and then you get a Pullman shield, and then anyone that tries
One
to
of
hit
those
you.
people.
Yeah.
People that try to hit you just like, well, what is this dude doing?
That tilts me off the stratosphere. You see, if one of you stare out your window, you see Helbert literally just flying off the planet because of the person who picked level 1 tiny
If you ever
Craggy
see
Syria.
pros taking level 1 Craggy, I started the trend. Just
Right.
quote me on it.
Now that's how I know when I'm playing against Donny Smurfs. It used to be like, I'll hit somebody. Why am I stunned? What is this? This is not real life.
What do you guys think? So the Alchemist is that a Depi? Is that a Depi classic? I don't know. I haven't ever
Is
seen
the
that.
Alchemist
haven't
even
seen him
good?
run
Like,
that.
I feel like this is a bad hero.
It doesn't feel like it's good here.
I think we're thinking like we're thinking too far. Like there's just
Because here's the thing.
Who cares?
Like I was saying to Scarpy about this, right? He has like one redeeming factor for Alchemist at the moment, and I somewhat agree with this. But because we now can stack more, you can still get a lot of money.
Bro,
Right?
guys, what
No,
if it's
no,
a
no,
support
but
Alchemist?
Support
What
Alchemist
if
is
it's
the
a
Axe.
support
He's the
Alchemist?
Axe factory. Like, he's just gonna go in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
You give Gyrocopter early Axe, right? So he doesn't have to buy it himself. Then free side gunner, like extra damage in the team.
Dodo and Die plays Alchemist, I think. I think he played. Someone played a support Alchemist this tournament.
Did they?
No.
Someone did somewhere, or last tournament. I
Might
saw
have
it
been
happen.
last
It might have been
tournament,
last
I
I
tournament.
can't
saw
see
it
it
happen. I remember the Alchemist charging up stuns and stunning himself. I remember, I remember this. Trust me, like it definitely happened.
The one sort of redeeming feature about the Alchemist, at least in the mid lane versus Tiny, if you could like get it enough points into Acid Spray, it makes it a bit harder for Tiny to just like run up and kill you. So at
The
least
problem is like there's so much burst damage though.
yeah, there's a ton of burst. to kill
Sleep
this
into
out.
toss
Arrow,
back.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh god.
Sleep into arrow as well. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No,
Why not all of it? Sleep into tossback and arrow. There we go.
That would be some style points. But I'd like to do the arrow
Like,
and just
yeah.
chuck him in. It's
With a Slark waiting on the other side, hungrily.
okay, they think it's a mid Alchemist.
I feel like this was bait from WRG because we see IO ban. I don't think this is going to be support. I don't think they want another support. I think they've already got their support to it. They need an offlane or something for Chidawi. So it might be the XTC just wasted a ban. I don't think like Chidawi plays Mirana. It doesn't seem like his kind of hero.
Kunka. So it is a mid Alchemist.
No,
This,
there's
this
no way
feels
you'd
like a
give that hero
draft
to
from like a
Chidawi.
long time ago.
Yeah, this XTC draft. Like I think they just wanted
What
like
meta are we
crazy
in
amount
again?
of team fights.
So what patch is this?
I feel we've gone back in time here.
This is what
X is good versus Tiny.
This is actually exactly the type of drafts White Rabbit used to pick. If you remember, they
Yes,
used to pick
yes.
the exact type of drafts. Like,
but some time ago.
Doms
Yeah,
on Beast,
like a year
Doms on
ago.
Beastmaster.
yeah. Damn. So what do you think Chidawa is going to be picked up?
No,
there?
no, you need to pick that last thing because you have not been right enough this weekend, and I expect a right answer now.
Just pick X.
Look at the heroes.
Just pick a right answer. Say this is your defining moment. If you get this
Darks,
wrong,
yeah.
I think Void. If they get Void, I don't think XTC can ever win like any team fight. You just drop the bubble, and then what does XTC do? All the heroes need to be like
Void's not
super
that nice
clumped up.
against
right?
Kunka.
Prof, what's it
No,
going to be?
against Kunka, it's not that great, right? But how will Beastmaster, Gyro, or Alchemist fight
I don't
into
know,
like around the bubble?
Morphling.
Oh, okay.
And that's not even on like a group of picks we've been talking about. This is what I'm talking
Well,
about.
I
Wait, so
feel.
what's-
Can I just ask a question? How many times has Johnny been right this weekend?
Oh my.
Guys,
What is
if
this
you,
game?
if you want to even
What
know
is
how to
this
do
game?
an analysis, don't listen
Chidawi
to Donny.
Slog.
No, he's playing Tiny.
What?
He
Yeah.
picked Tiny.
Right?
Okay.
No, dude.
Off lane Tiny, I did this first. Also, quote me. Like,
With
come
your
on.
craggy exterior
Guys,
level one.
I'm the trendsetter.
Actually, he's not lying though. This if it's going offlane, the Craggy level 1 is actually pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. I started this.
This reminds me of the no skill enchantress. But anyways, enough of us. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in, you've missed a lot of Dota. This is the grand final and potentially the last game should WG win this, of course, of the Mega8 Winter Cup Dota 2 event. And I believe the man that we're staring at right now is, of course, Wilson XXL, joined by Demonic. Gentlemen, are you enjoying the draft?
Certainly on the interesting side of life. A little bit odd. I think both me and Demonic are a little taken back.
Mean, you know, Bane and Potham is a throwback to when we used to play Dota Devon. So that's something that's always exciting.
I mean,
to
you know
see,
that's
and
true because we call it Potham still.
that's true as well. Sorry, Mirana, if
Very
you want to
good,
be
very good.
correct. But I think that I mean, it's so greedy from WRG, right? They need so much farm on their heroes.
Well, I mean, they pulled it off before, so let's see if they can do it one last time. Anyway, gentlemen, all the best. Take it away.
Right, so without any further ado, this is it. WRG fighting to win this hands down for a 3-0 lead. And XTC fighting to stay alive here at the grand finals of the Winter Cup of the Mega 8. It doesn't get more intense than this for the side of XTC. They've got everything to play for. So without any further delay, Deppy will be picking up that Alchemist heading towards the mid lane. Next to him will be Skynet scouting out what is probably going to be a gank. Let's take a look. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get my introductions in here. Skynet, okay, all right, nothing yet. Cool, fine. Managing to avoid it will be Skynet. Doom Bunny will be taking up the mantle of the Lich. Dota and Die on his Kunkka. And last but not least, the man with the plan, a Dastam on his Gyrocopter.
And on the side of WOG, just one game away, we're going to see Chidoi on the off-lane Tiny. First seen, as said, by Donny, and this is an extremely aggressive Tiny here. Is he going to be able to get the ward? He does actually get the bounty.
Is it worth it, though, as it looks like he'll be first blood?
I mean, taking a bounty from an Alchemist is really good. They managed to get the bounty. Alchemist doesn't get the first bounty, which is...
He doesn't get anything. Sweet, nothing.
Anyway. Continuing on, we're going to have Castaway taking up that mid role after a little bit of Chidawi feed. Santo is going to be taking up the role of that support Bane. He's had an excellent series so far, as well as Schlinks, who will be playing the role of that roaming bottom. He's already in place to try and get a nice long arrow in here. And then Whelp, who did disgusting things on this Morphling yesterday, is going to look to continue that trend today.
Yep, it's all going to heat on up very quickly. And not even 1 minute in, we've got one kill on the board. The question is this: there was a wise man a long, long time ago who said a fox runs for his dinner and a rabbit runs for its life. That's why the rabbit wins. Now, the question is it true, and does XCC have it in them to actually take this game off the side of WRG?
Maybe. I mean,
difficult question.
It's a difficult question. If the Alchemist has a fairly good start and gets things going pretty early, they have a really good side for Argonum Scepters in general. Obviously, the push boat, Gyrocopter gets his little friend to help him out with some hits, and Beastmaster obviously gets an increased range on his Raw, and Lich gets an infinite bounce on his Chain Frost. If I'm not mistaken, those are the Argonum Scepters for all the teams. So really good Argonum Scepter team here. But Deppy is just going to need the best start
There's
possible.
your arrow towards the bottom lane. It's a max range arrow. Whelp is going to be sitting there whacking on him for an Age of Man. And he won't even have to waveform through, as Santo is there with the Brain Sap to just add a little bit of extra damage. That is very gimmicky, Dota. It's a classic combination. Sleep into arrow. You literally can't miss it. And it's good night, sweet prince. All done.
Yeah, and Castaway's actually going to struggle here a little bit until at least he gets his level 6. I mean, the Acid Spray is going to do incredible amounts of work in this lane, and you can see exactly why. I mean, even with the Start Shield, Castaway is sitting quite low here, just trying to get some last hits underneath the tower. Meanwhile, Adastam should be having a pretty good time in this top lane against the Tiny for the most part, actually.
Flies the arrow. There's a good torrent there onto Castaway. Schlinks is not too far away. So this has suddenly become a 3v2 lane here in the mid. I think it's mostly posturing. They're dependent on things going very, very well, namely an arrow from Mirana landing onto Deppy. That would be prize number 1 for the side.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they do have... I mean, Castaway has quite a lot of burst to be able to deal with Deppy once he gets his levels up. So
and he is invis. He's going for the X. It's good. He's got the torrent. It's good as well, but not quite good enough, as the Castaway managed to sneak his way out of it, knowing that it was well on its way, thanks to that Dark Pact.
Yeah, and does actually pick up his bottle here, throws out some charges, immediately sends it back to base. So going to be bottle crowing, and good move from him just to be able to get his life back in this lane and keep in this lane to get that level 6 as soon as possible. As we see a pause come out here as Skynet disconnects.
Now, we've seen this before. Whelp is being left alone to his own devices yet again. Last time, he was doing it on a Terrorblade. This time, on a Morphling. Is this going to be a different result, or are we looking at a replay of Game 1?
I mean, we could well see a replay of game 1 here, Wilson. Whelp shows how quickly he can not only farm on that Morphling, but once he gets that S-Blade, the entire side of XTC is going to be a target. I mean, Gyro is not a particularly tanky hero, neither is Alchemist. I mean, Beastmaster might be able to survive once he gets a couple of tanky heroes. But it must be said that they don't really have the best lockdown for the Morphling either. Sure, they have the Raw and the X, but in terms of silences, being able to stop him from actually morphing into strength and getting the kill.
Oh, Chadawi in a spot of trouble. He's going to get lifted, and then the stun's going to connect him almost immediately from Adastum as well. He's going to do what he can. Oh, the toss is beautiful. Throws him out of range, and he does manage to save his own life. That toss is absolutely hilarious. One of the reasons I love this hero, the Tiny, able to toss heroes from left or right, depending on where you want him to go.
Chadawi just throwing a little bit of bad manners out here with the Tango as him and Dota and Die flirt with each other in the mid lane. But this is, I would say, all in all, going pretty well. Deppy is not doing too well in CS on the mid, which is quite surprising, that the fact that Castaway is actually has the advantage here by almost 7 or 8 creeps so far.
Yep, it's almost not surprising. I mean, it is Castaway we're talking about. Right behind him will be Whelp on 25-8, whilst Deppy sitting on 3rd. It is quite a sizable difference. I suppose you should expect slightly better from the acid spray spam, which has been the case here. But Castaway is just managing to make it work. He does also get a lot of sponsorship from friends. And there's less for him to hit. In the meantime, Santo, though, looks like Santo's managed to pick himself up a nice little kill towards the bottom lane. I think in all likelihood, yep, sleep, arrow, brain sap, it's all there.
Yeah, they have this beautiful ward up here, aggressive ward, watching the Beastmaster sit in the jungle and do those creeps. So obviously an easy arrow coming out from them into brain sap, and that's going to be Skynet hitting the deck and going back to base. He probably hasn't really had the start that he wanted to, but he's doing okay. Sitting at level 4, does have a Quelling Blade and a Stout Shield, and is very good at the bush with his bow and the Call of the Wild. So I think once he hits level 6, they're going to need to start using that Raw as quickly as possible to try get some kills in the bag.
Deppy's really having a rough time here, and again, we weren't expecting it. What can they do here? I mean, Doom Bunny is coming to lane quite often, denying a lot of experience, doing everything he can with the sacrifice, but it's not enough. Castaway is still running away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, Castaway is sitting actually at slightly ahead of Deppy. He's going to be able to get his level 6 now. And that just makes him increasingly hard to kill, because you can just sit in the fog in the trees and the little bots. Adastam actually managed to get a kill in the top lane. Santo looks like he's looking to reply. Adastam is quite low here, but Schlinks is going forward.
He's a simple brain sap away. Oh, Schlinks leaps forward. He does buy the vision. Santo, is the brain sap there? Yes, it is. At last, he manages to get that counter kill. It's 3 for 2 at 6 minutes in.
Yeah, and Castaway now going on a Deppy in the mid lane, trying to do what he can, is going to be able to pop that ulti and at least go off. Deppy doesn't have any points in the stun, so not going to be able to do any sort of counter engagement.
Sorry, he's going to get to sleep, and Schlinks is going to help himself to an easy arrow. Chadawi's there to help himself to the kill itself, and he even drops his arcane boots while he's at it. I think that's serious bad manners, man.
Yeah, he's bad mannering all over the show here, dropping things that he shouldn't be, but maybe he just feels like he's dropping it like it's hot at the moment, Wilson, on this offlane Tiny. I mean, an offlane Tiny is not a lane that you would expect the Tiny to be winning, and yet he's sitting at 19 CS. He's got a couple of kills in the bag, sitting at 1, 2, and 1. So not feeling too bad about things. I mean, Santo's the big winner here. He's got a killing spree so far.
Yep, Santo on a Bane with a killing spree, and he's roaming around. He's not just sticking about. And good old Schlinks. Oh, Santo, he's going for the sleep. Is the arrow there? It's going to connect onto Kunkka first. So the stun duration is reduced. There's the X. Here's the turnaround. The rocket's going to fly. Chadawi's there. He misses his stun, though. This is a problem. And Santo drops low. Does he have enough mana? No, he doesn't. He doesn't have enough for another brain sap. They roll on in for Adastum. Adastum says, I make my last stand here. And he does make his last stand as he can no longer stand and dies.
Yeah, I mean, I think he could have just run away there, but oh my gosh, this is Dota and Die.
Chadawi turning around, Dota and Die in a spot of trouble. Oh, the leap is good. He misses it and, sorry, dodges it. And of course, to the victor, the spoils of war. He does manage to walk away with the kill. 229 gold for him, but there is a rocket well on its way towards him. They're going to have to shrine. Oh, my word. Oh, for a moment, I thought Chidawi actually threw Schlinks back at Gyrocopter. That would have been very bad manners.
I actually think he tried, Wilson. I actually think that Chidawi tried to throw that bottom Schlinks back towards the enemy hero. Oh, it looks like Lich might actually be going down here. So Castaway getting up, picking up a DD, getting a solo kill into that top lane, and he's having a fantastic start. So is Morphling. I mean, just looking at the net worth, you can already see that...
oh my goodness, top lane. It's non-stop, boys. There it is. Chidawi picks up yet another kill. Adastum spending more time in the grave than he is doing out of it. He's now sitting at 2-3-0. This is not the way XTC saw this game going.
They're not giving him any help. I mean, the Lich hasn't been up to the top lane once. Sure, he sort of had to walk over, but for the most part, the Lich has been sitting in the jungle, you know, doing some stacks, trying to work for his Alchemist, denying creeps in the mid lane. And because of that, they've just sort of left Adam here against this tri-lane. And now Santo, he's so high level. He's sitting at level 5. And Chidawi now picking up level 6. It's that this is not a safe lane for Adam to be in anymore. They could instantly kill him.
And hence, he's going to head down towards the bottom lane. Sounds the charge onto absolutely nothing. Whelp is there, though. Out comes the shout from Skynet. There's not enough damage as the strength gain is absolutely huge. Whelp going for the TP out. There's no stun available. Doom Bunny not at level 6 yet, meaning that Chain Frost is not available yet.
Oh, man. And in the mid lane.
Mid lane, Sleep and Arrow. Castaway is there. He's going to have a field day on poor Alchemist as he just stays dead.
What a
nice toss is straight on to Dota and Die. And Santa's just trying to keep his eye on him. Chadawi, they've leashed him in. They've killed him in a deep, dark corner of the world.
Wow, poor Dota and Die just hunted and killed. Beautiful toss, actually. Santo just rolling around, does decide to pop that clarity in the hopes to actually try to get enough mana to sleep. But this is disaster for XTC. I mean, already going, you needed to be able to at least have a decent early game here, thanks to the greedy draft of WRG. But the fact that WRG are sitting 10-2 up, already at a 4,000 net worth advantage at
Here
10
comes
minutes
the
into the
toss.
game.
Castaway is thrown into it. He does have a leap. He does use it. But look behind the line. Santos there strangles his grip around Deppy's throat. And Deppy hits the deck. Next man up on the menu for the all-you-can-eat buffet is Doom Bunny. But in comes Dastum with a great ulti. It's going to delay things a little bit further. Castaway's going to make it on his way out. Chidawi goes for a toss. It's straight onto himself. There's the arrow. It does not connect onto Adastum. Doom Bunny, in the meantime, on the sidelines, dies to Santo, and Adastum dies to Chidawi. Chidawi now running away with this game. 4-2 and 5 is his current score, and oh, that is bad manners.
Chidawi's just BMing all over the show.
He doesn't care which team he's doing it to. He's just having fun. He's got a fat smile on his face, as Tiny always does.
And it must be said that Santo, I think, is probably my player of the series so far. This man has done incredible work on every hero that he's played. And his Bane here has been absolutely outstanding. Time and time again, just catching people with the sleep, allowing that setup, and just housing WRG, housing XTC at the moment. I feel like XTC are actually almost clueless as what to do. Running in one by one, feeding them kills, you know, they at least finally have some ultimates up. Lich still has no chain frost. They at least have the pirate boat, which is some damage negation. But I mean, the amount of burst coming inside of WRG from Tiny, Bane, and Potem alone, before you even add a Morphling and Slock, is truly disgusting.
I was about to say, it's like Morphling's not even playing in the same game. He hasn't really been involved at all.
He's about to get killed, I feel.
I think he's just looking for something to farm. In comes Santo. Wait, there's the toss. Where's the sleep? No, nice counter stun there onto the Beastmaster who threw out his shout. And now Whelp, who's going to walk away with not one, but 2 kills. Making me eat my words, baby. That's the way you play him.
Yeah, he found something to farm. It was called the Beastmaster and a Lich.
And a Lich. I think it's fairly safe to say WRG wanted to put on a show for this third game. 15-2. Somebody summon the beasts, because there is nothing that XTC can do against this lead at 12 minutes in.
Yeah, things are looking very dire here. When you're
Santa, another sleep coming out. Ooh, they may even manage to kill the rocket. They didn't even manage to stun Santa in return. Adastum explodes in a big hailfire, but there's a chain frost at last, bouncing once to a hero and the rest to creeps. Deppy's now on the charge. He's giving it a little bit of chase to Santa. Finally, they're going to scratch a few points up onto the board by the looks of things. Nope, Chadawi turns around, throws out a nice stun, disengages the fight. Deppy now doesn't have his ultimate available to him. He has to step carefully. Santa staying there. He's sticking around. He's saying, do whatever you like. I don't give a damn. I'm just here to have a little bit of fun. And oh dear, Deppy continuing the charge. I feel this is going to be bait. Yep, somebody is deeping in. It's none other than the bottom. And in comes the arrow. No, not quite on. And Santa's actually going to feed it away in the meantime. Skynet on the top lane is going to end up feeding away his life to Whelp yet again. Now that Schlinks in a spot of trouble. He's going to tank the full combination from Dota and Die.
I mean, that's really good, actually, for the side of XTC.
Yeah, but honestly, come on. They're just playing around now.
Yeah, but, I mean, it may be that they're playing around, but there's still 1,300 XP and 1,200 gold in the way of XTC. And when you're that far behind, suddenly that goes from a 10,000 gap to a 7,000 gap. And you are suddenly looking in a slightly better place heading into the mid-game. And also, additionally, this has allowed Adastam at least a little bit of time to get some farm. He's still heinously behind in terms of last hits, sitting at just 56 compared to, for instance, the 120 of Whelp. But, you know, in terms of net worth, he just needs to get some health and damage on the board. And that's exactly what he's doing, trying to go for a Drum of Endurance. I would actually maybe have preferred a Dragon Lance here, just gone for the Ogre Club, but I think he's just trying to get any sort of wealth that he can at the moment.
Yep, absolutely. XTC now trying to make a counter push towards the bottom lane, trying to book themselves at least one objective here. As you can see, every single tower still standing for the side of WRG, and XTC simply answerless. They're missing 1, 2, 3, 4 of their towers. Out comes the sleep here to Dota and Die. It's exchanged onto Doom Bunny. And then onto the ball. Excellent work, but still stunned will be the Beast Master. Oh, in comes the Fiend's Grip, and I think that's a nice, easy little kill. Whelp is going to walk on in and help himself to that. On the sidelines, though, Chadawi actually managing to catch a kill onto Doom Bunny.
Yeah, and Adastam still sticking around here. He's being awfully brave, but it looks like
he is. But the rest of the side of WRG have disappeared to another corner of the map. It's just Whelp he's got to worry about for now as he TPs on out. They're looking for Deppy. They're hunting Deppy. They're going to find Deppy. Castaway is there. Deppy is dead, dead, dead.
And so is Dota and Die. Chadawi just looking for one more hit, and that's going to be Chadawi picking up another kill. This is just so disastrous for XTC. They get kills here in the bottom lane, immediately smoke, run up because they know where Deppy is in the forest, get that kill as well. It's just clinical play coming out from WRG.
Yep, WRG has been playing with their food. That's the impression we're getting here. I'm certainly getting it. It's as though, guys, we haven't actually been playing seriously this entire tournament. Let's show South Africa what we're made of. Let's show them what kind of titans they're dealing with. Let's crush our opponents on their final game, 23-5, with nary a tower standing. Basically, it's a walkover.
I mean, I feel like Chadawi just
the first
really wants to get a Battle Fury, because he tried to get it on the Earthshaker, didn't manage to, and oh dear, Adam.
They're not even hitting him. They're just like waiting. Okay, you're done.
I think they're just waiting for it to get to let. Oh
my
dear.
word.
Oh dear. But Chadawi, you know, tried to go the Battle Fury on that Earthshaker. Now desperately trying to get it on the Tiny for no good reason really. There's no reason that you would ever actually build that item on that hero. But sure, I feel like he's far enough ahead that he can pretty much do what he wants to at this stage. I mean, Alchemist has managed to at least be able to buy that relic. So he's got enough gold. He's got 4,000 gold in the bank.
Sorry. Carry on.
But I mean, they can't even get out of their base at this stage.
No, they can't even de-ward. There's a lot of ticking going on. I think someone's tilted on the other side there from the side of XTC. This, I think, is WRG's statement to the rest of South Africa saying, boys, remember who you're dealing with. We took down BVD and took them very, very hard. BVD put out their hearts and souls a year ago, and it's not the same team that we saw here today, not by a long shot. And my, oh my, have they come to say a statement here today. And that statement is, boys, if you want this crown, you're going to have to work really, really hard for it.
Yeah,
this is a statement match, that's all.
At this stage, I mean, WFG has said that they're going to have to rip it from their cold, dead paws. Oh, man. Chadawi, you BM master. Hey, wow.
He's trying. It's not quite good enough, but it's good.
Him and Santo having a little bit of a chuckle. Santo's got a blade mail.
A blade mail, of all things.
And,
on Bane.
Yeah.
Oh, Castaway's going to find Deppy while he's busy trying to farm on the sidelines. 27-5. 17,000 net worth. We're not even at the 18-minute mark yet, boys. Come on.
Yeah, that's 1,000 golden minutes in advantage. And this is pretty much, I think, one of the hardest stomps we've seen this tournament, actually.
This is the hardest stomp, I believe. Oh, dearie me. Tiny actually in a spot of trouble. Might they actually kill him? Yes, they finally do. I'm shouting my head off because it's an actual miracle that they've managed to take down Chadawi as he's just been rolling all over the team. Now in comes Castaway. The guys are angry. WRG wants vengeance. They're gonna get it. Beastmaster hits the deck. Castaway going for the chase. Adam in a spot of trouble gets leashed up. Good night, sweet prince. Not all the X's in the world are gonna save you.
Oh man, Castaway is just styling at the moment. Santo, I mean Schlinks also with that beautiful arrow being able to stun up the Beastmaster, unfortunately just spelt even further wreck for the side of XTC, and a Budam Chush is pretty much describing the situation as Deppy still trying to work towards that Radiance. They haven't given up yet. I mean, their high ground defense is not bad, it must be said.
Another arrow landed towards the mid lane. Doom Bunny going, why me? Santo getting actually four-staffed in somehow. And
I think we know somehow.
Somehow,
Wilson.
yeah. I'm not going to say anything, but somehow, and Welp is in the middle of it all. Oh dear, out comes the Rockets, and it's not really going to connect onto anything. They're trapped in their base, the side of XTC, as so many puppies go. What's the answer here?
Defend your high ground for the next 40 minutes, I think is the answer, Wilson. That's the only way that you...
There's your sleep. Up, arrow, and Welp walks away with yet another kill. And Boat is entirely wasted as well. Santo now leading the charge onto the high ground, not even caring about the fact that the tower is actually pounding into him.
No, I mean, he's so tanky.
Oh dear. Out comes the ulti from Adastum into the top lane. That's the call down. Well, going for the TP. Oh, and he manages.
Wow, what a TP. But that rocket's still following him. It's going to follow him to the bottom lane, I think. Or did it actually hit him?
It actually did hit him. Goodness me, you know, the split seconds we're talking. Out comes the Chain Frost. A very defensive one from Nobody. He's trying to do everything he can. Deppy getting strangled. Deppy goes down. Castaway now heading on out. Chadawi's actually going to hit the deck again. Officially, he's the feeder of WRG, but he will be joined, thanks to an excellent X marks the spot, by Schlinks. In the meantime, Welp trying to waveform out. There's the rocket. Is it going to connect? Yes, this time it will. It's also followed up by an absolute slew of insults from the Beastmaster, which ends up stunning him as well.
And this is a sad trombone coming out. And this is exactly what they need to do, XCC. You're so far behind. You need to defend your high ground, throw down the Chain Frost. You saw how much damage they can still do to WRG when they actually throw out their spells in the correct order. And it's pretty much, this is you waiting for WRG to make a mistake like that, to pick up some kills. That gets you some net worth in the bank. It gets you more net worth in your calls. Unfortunately, Deppy was dead for that engagement, so it didn't manage to profit anything from that. But at the very least, that buys you more time in this game, because that's all you need at the moment, right? You need to be able to get this little
So it's
Santo.
a three-man gank for a support on the top lane. He immediately goes for the... Oh, my word. They didn't bring detection. There's a Miran on their team, and they didn't bring detection. Slept will be gyrocopter. Lots of pings coming out. They're panicking. They're absolutely panicking. Deppy and Adam trading the sleep amongst each other. That's only buying time for Schlinks to come on in. They're just kind of staring at each other. What are they doing? They're just having fun. This game has gone absolutely clowny. And finally, they will go down.
What happened?
They're just playing with each other. I honestly think, you know, these guys are friends with each other. They're having fun. They know that this game is going only one way at 35-9. So I think they decided, you know what, let's just have fun.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit of bad manner coming off there between the two guys.
Dodendai gonna get a good start onto Chadawi. Chadawi seems to be the only one who actually goes down on a regular occasion, other than Doom Bunny, who's gonna get hit down. Skynet goes down, and Chadawi stands alive with 140 HP. The top racks about to fall here for the side of XTC. We're 23 minutes in, and this game is ending.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. WRG, I think, are going to be our Mega8 Dota 2 Winter Cup winners. I dare not speak too soon. We've seen crazier things happen. But at this moment, there's just there's so much bad manner happening here at the moment.
Look at them,
and Castaway just dropping his items on the floor.
Oh, and Dodendai is coming in from the back. He maybe would have liked to deny an item or two, made Chadawi pay for his insolence. But not going to be the case. Castaway now towards the top lane, slowly getting cooked by Deppy, but that should be just about it. It's been an absolute slew of madness here at the Winter Cup Finals, the Grand Finals. Chadawi throws in a stun and says, "I'm sorry, my friend, that's the best that I can do for you." And he's actually still going to get caught by Skynet's roar. Deppy now chasing on. Chadawi will go down, but in comes Castaway. He's going to start butchering the side of XTC. Now WG Whelp is going to go on ahead.
Up.
All right, after good old Castaway. Whelp. He's going to go looking for kills. What's he going to find? There it is. Doom Bunny. Shotgun down. Good night, sweet prince, and it's all done.
Yeah, and that's going to be the second lane of racks going towards WRG. The Whelp having picked up the F-blade.
WRG, now as the GG is called, have made a statement here today. On this final game, they showed the whole of South Africa what they've been telling us for so long. They are going international. Boys, watch out, South Africa's on its way.
Absolutely, WRG showing that they are still the team to beat here in 2017, winning the Masters last year and continuing their dominant streak with now 2 victories in as many weeks, Wilson.
Tears to my eyes. This game was absolutely hilarious.
It was, and I'm going to use this word in the best way that I can possibly can, it was an absolute clown fest, Wilson.
Yes, most certainly. An absolute clown festival. But we can still try and dissect things if you prefer.
I mean, we can try. Ultimately, I think there's pretty much only one thing to dissect here. You can't lose all your lanes, right? If you want, as XTC, if you want to take something away from this tournament, don't lose your lanes, all 3 of your lanes in all your games, because then you have no way of winning the video game, right? And pretty much that's what happened here. Chadawi. As an off-lane Tiny, managed to get the upper hand against Adestam and Dota and Die. How does that even make sense?
I mean, okay, well, Donnie would be proud with that.
Donnie's going to be ecstatic, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. I mean, they're laughing away on that panel at the moment. Just look at these graphs. I mean, they're absolutely crazy. But before we throw over to our experts to help dissect what exactly has happened here, let's take a moment, you and I, to say a fond farewell to absolutely everybody watching, to absolutely everyone who's helped us support us in what we do here. These are our best, our very best, our absolute champions. But not our best minds. Our best minds are sitting on the panel. They've got something to say. But from all of the crew of casters, myself, Wilson, good old Demonic, Reddit's, everybody out there, we all say thank you. And dear brains of the operation, good old Halberd, do try and dissect something out of this.
What do you want me to do with this? what do you expect from me? This is unreasonable. Like, no, I will not. You know what actually happened here? A team arrived, a team won, and another team lost.
I mean, what happened here was you see a team's spirit getting broken one game at a time, and then in game 3 there was just nothing left, and they were like, let's just go home, guys. Like next tournament.
Yeah, we'll see you next time. Gentlemen, I do want to, though, thank you all very, very much for joining me on this panel, and also extend a thanks to all the casters and all the hard work. I think it's only proper we give you one last opportunity to say your final thoughts on the entire tournament, and perhaps a little goodbye.
I think a bit of a deflating end to the tournament. I mean, look, White Rabbit Gaming is masterful at this point. Like, there's really nobody that can challenge them. But I think we're more disappointed that XCC kind of just fell over in the final games. But yeah, like when White Rabbit's in that kind of mood, it's very, very difficult to stop them. You'd need to break them in the lanes, and just there doesn't look to be a team in SA that can consistently do that right now. One-off games are not going to win you tournaments. White Rabbit Gaming are, I mean, the South African Kings at the moment, and there's no challenges in sight at the moment.
I think the tournament's sort of like a turning point for SA Dota, because it feels like it's been a while since the team has been this far ahead, like by themselves with absolutely no competition. So it's probably going to force everybody to reassess how they play Dota. A lot of teams are probably going to change up after this. A lot of teams are going to like redraft. We're probably going to see captain changes, role changes. This is like going to change everything, because people are going to look at WRG and say, they're so far ahead. We can't, no one can keep going like this. And I think XCC is going to be really, really, really tilted. It's going to be like nothing's changed in the week in the interim. So yeah, for me, I think this tournament, the thing that revealed for me, besides WRG, everyone else is a lot closer in skill and a lot closer in playstyle and like an overall objective taking than I would have liked. But still, after this, people are going to have to look at the champions and say, okay, guys, they're so much further ahead on us. We have to all change our style of play to try and emulate them, to try and beat them. Because otherwise, I think it's either the entire scene changes to try and match up with WRG's skill, or they just stay like this for the next 2 years and like never lose anything.
Yeah. You know, like you said, I mean, some great games this tournament. WRG games all a bit boring, mostly because they are, in my opinion, much further ahead individually and strategically as a team. I think after this tournament, you're going to see a lot of new, like maybe not necessarily right after this tournament, but in the, let's say, next 3 months, we're going to see some disbands and rebands of players maybe trying to dethrone WRG.
Yeah, teams are going to be looking to upgrade after this kind of performance of White Rabbit Gaming, because I don't think there's any team that, like even EN in their best game wouldn't beat White Rabbit Gaming in that kind of mood today.
Well, perhaps that is, you know, a sign of things to come. Perhaps you're right. Maybe this was the end of a bit of an era and perhaps the beginning of a new one. Although what we can say for certain is that White Rabbit Gaming will in fact be leading that era. So I guess on behalf of all of us here, I would like to congratulate WRG on their successful victory here, once again proving that they are South Africa's best. But before we go, there are a couple other people that deserve some praise, and those are those that supported us. Of course, I would like to say thank you to East Coast Radio, Jacaranda, and Jinx TV for supporting this event. And of course, the guys behind the camera that don't get enough love, the production team, thank you very much for all the hard work and all the fun behind the scenes. They do never let us down, I can say that for certain. Of course, Mega8 themselves, so you guys have really, you're always impressed with the tournaments, always just very well run and timely, which is something we don't get a lot of these days.
Not many delays this tournament, actually. Yeah, that's one thing I can say about all my years of playing, not many delays. Like, there's always been delays.
This is probably the smoothest tournament that we've ever had, like in terms of how it's ran.
I gotta say, it's a bit of a Mega8 thing. They do a really good job of that.
Probably because it was online, right? Also, there's like no, usually it's the LAN PCs or something like that.
Yeah, or the
internet cuts out, yeah.
Let's just leave it at this wonderful moment of applauding Mega8. And of course, to all the teams that took part in this event, you guys obviously gave us some great performances. There were some very interesting matchups, a couple of upsets, and of course that's always a lot of fun. And then lastly, but not least, it has to be said, it is a cliche, and I'll say it every time, to all the audience out there who supported us, all the viewers who gave us, I'm sure some bad BM streams, and for all of you who gave us some love on the streams, both of you alike, thank you very much for supporting us. But I guess until next time, that is that, and this was of course the Mega8 Winter Cup. Thank you everyone for joining in. We'll see you next time. Cheers and goodbye.